Comrades. Lenin, as chairman and acknowledged leader, resumed his role. A remark to begin with. Of course, we need to move the government as soon as possible to a safe locale, and that will obviously be Moscow. However, not yet. To move now would make it seem what it is: we are on the run. If we get peace from the Germans and the Ukrainians, or at least Germany is in the process of signing a formal peace, then we can move and do so in triumph. However, we do not have long. The imperialists will soon see, if they have not already, that our best forces could be crushed by a strong White Guard attack. Once supported by their naval forces and marines, as long as the seat of government is here in Petrograd. I have to have a German peace first, and we are depending on Comrade Trotsky to get that for us. Now, as to the topic at hand, what do the rest of you think? Lenin asked. Gregory Zinoviev spoke first. I think for now we should separate judicial and police authority. Not that I don't have full confidence in Comrade Dzerzhinsky, because I do. But because it is our intention to establish our own truly just system of justice, and I would like to see that get underway simultaneously with the creation of this police entity. Anyone else agree with Comrade Zinoviev? Lenin asked. Because I tend to agree with him. For this very reason, that we need to get our justice system off the ground as soon as possible. But given the conditions we now confront, and given the necessity of preserving ourselves before all else, these judicial authorities must be directed to work hand in glove with our new extraordinary commission at every level. After all, that is the way all capitalist governments work, and we must assume they know how to hold on to state power and simultaneously enforce their own system of title. D. Justice. If the White Conspiracy and their alliance with the Mensheviks et al. Proves to be too dangerous, we can grant full judicial authority then, next week, next month, whenever. For now, can we all agree to support the recommendations of Comrade Stalin and Dzerzhinsky with this slight modification? All 7 Politburo members present, who were the only ones eligible to vote, raised their hand, following Lenin, whose hand was already raised, indicating that there was a motion on the floor and that the time had come to vote. Stalin voted in favor of his amended motion. Dzerzhinsky, being a guest, remained silent. In this way, the sword and shield of the proletarian revolution came into existence on December 20th, 1917. The 20th of each month being the date immortalized in Soviet history and the day of the month that would become the monthly payday date for many succeeding decades in the Red Secret Service. I forgot. Should we not ask Comrade Dzerzhinsky to take command of the Extraordinary Commission? Lenin asked. The others agreed by voice vote. Now, to continue with our morning's agenda, let's hear from Comrade Trotsky on negotiations with the Germans. Then Comrade Stalin again. This time on his negotiations with the Ukrainian Central Rada. And then from Comrade Stalin once more. This last time on the other work of the Nationalities Commissariat and the upcoming Congress and accompanying declaration on the East scheduled for the Congress of Nationalities next month. First things first. Peace with Germany. Comrade Trotsky, please take over. Trotsky failed to get the Soviet-German peace agreement. Lenin then sent another man, the future finance commissar, to do the job. At any rate, Lenin finally got his German peace and moved the Soviet government quickly to Moscow. Part 2: Army/Navy ranks abolished. For 3 months in 1918, Trotsky saw to it those army ranks quickly returned under new names. In 1935, Stalin eventually restored the officers' ranks under their old names with the caveat that "comrade" be affixed. Why? Following the fateful accession of Hitler to power in 1933, the Congress of Victors in the winter of 1933 to 1934 and the December 1934 assassination of Leningrad party boss Sergei Kirov, Stalin was gearing up for the next great mobilization of the Soviet people. The army needed to be rewarded for its service, and thus the officers and nomcoms were given the additional respect of somewhat modified respect in rank. Stalin was turning his attention to fully modernizing Soviet armed forces to be prepared to deal with the inevitable imperialist onslaught. The older Russian system of rank names allowed officers and NCOs to carry their accomplishments on their sleeves, shoulders, collars, or whatever, and these new officers were all educated according to Bolshevik doctrine. Stalin, accordingly, decided to reward them for their service during the great struggle for collectivization. An additional new rank of Marshal of the Soviet Union was introduced. Hero Civil War generals we have or will discuss in this volume, including Generals Tukhachevsky, Voroshilov, Budny, and Bleicher, were among the first to receive the honor in 1935. Bleicher was known as Galen in China. There he led half of the Northern Expedition in 1926 to 1927, establishing a left KMT government in Wuhan, as I describe in the following chapter. For our purposes in this textbook, I shall simply refer to Soviet officers by the English equivalent term for their ranks, regardless of what name was applied in Russian. As you can see, there were 2 wholesale names change in officers' ranks and titles. The always uneducated US left often thinks these name changes had some mysterious, proletarian significance other than what I have explained here, but they did not. Rank abolition had been an anachronism when it was announced. The original reason had been to foment discord in the Tsar's army. This outdated slogan was one way the Bolsheviks gained support for the seizure of power. Therefore, it was a campaign promise they had to keep, if only very temporarily, 3 months, and at least sufficiently to pay lip service to the idea of comradeship and equality in the now proletarian Russian army. Or, at least what was left of it, about 300,000 troops, in 1917. Bolsheviks in uniform, the Army Party. Overnight, a party of intellectuals and workers transformed into an Army Party, because their first task was survival, i.e. military. Out of civilian clothes and into uniform went the party leaders. By 1918, both Stalin and Trotsky, for example, had taken to military uniforms. For Stalin it was to be the costume he assumed for the rest of his life. The Bolshevik government managed to survive its toughest year, 1918. In the process, the major second-string leaders of the Bolshevik cause in Russia and the world emerged clearly for the first time: Trotsky, Stalin, Zinoviev, Bukharin, Voroshilov, Frunze, Bleicher, Joff, among others. There was only one leader of the first order of magnitude among the Bolsheviks in 1918, and that was of course V.I. Lenin. The 1917 to 1920 civil war began immediately with the Bolshevik seizure of power. In 1918, it had to be fought on many fronts. It was touch and go. In March 1918, Trotsky transferred from the Foreign Ministry, Commissariat, to the War Department of both the party, Red High Command, and the government, War Commissariat. He inherited a remnant Tsarist army of some 300,000 former Tsarist soldiers. Beginning with this, and a massive national recruiting drive and propaganda orgy, Trotsky fought on 14 fronts in 4 major theaters, north, south, east, and west, simultaneously. Brilliantly employing his interior lines for defense and offense, via the use of the railroads to transport troops and material from one zone on one side of the Soviet Republic to another zone on the other side, and the telephone and telegraph. With his armored train full of propaganda, printing presses, and special troops, Trotsky visited at least 36 different battlefronts during the course of the Civil War. In the Northern Theater, against a fractionated enemy, Trotsky's spring 1918 offensive sealed off Russia north of Petrograd, later Leningrad, from Whites and invading US and UK forces. Then during the summer and fall of 1918 he pushed the Whites out of the classical Russian heartland and into the east. In this eastern theater, he forced them into and behind the Urals. In 1919 they would be resupplied by Japan, the USA, the UK, the French, and Italians. In late summer 1918, Trotsky turned his attention to the southern theater and the defense of Tsaritsyn. Tsaritsyn was later named Stalingrad, because Stalin defended it that summer and fall. Kobe used and his hand-picked men Generals Budeny, Ordzhonikidze, and Voroshilov. The Red Army went on to deal with the Germans in the Western Theater. The Western Theater collapsed for the Germans in late autumn and early winter of 1918, because of German communist uprisings at home. These revolts, in the Wehrmacht, German Navy and in the factories of Berlin and Bavaria, were aimed at establishing a Soviet type of power in Germany. The German capitalist gold, Trojan horse, had backlashed and kicked the Junkers, fatally, in the head. Exactly what Lenin had anticipated from the beginning. The Red Army, now having more than tripled in size, from 300,000 to 1 million strong, by October 1918, saved the Bolshevik Republic in the fall of 1918. By recapturing Kazan, Simbursk and Samara, it solidified the Soviet Republic's eastern frontier, recapturing the Tsarist gold reserve, and getting the Kazan arms factories back into production. Leon Trotsky was the very late-coming Bolshevik, who had opposed Lenin since 1903, and only joined with Lenin in the summer of 1917. Now he was Commissar, Minister, for War, leading the Bolshevik effort in destroying the white and foreign imperialist forces. Trotsky was in command and deserves credit, but not all of it. Other officers, e.g., Generals Frunze, Budeny and Blücher, and party leaders, e.g. Stalin or Ordzhonikidze, were just as important. By 1919, the Red Army had managed to defeat all its enemies and all the capitalist countries too. The foreign caps had troops on Soviet territory aiding the capitalist and feudalist enemies of Soviet power during the Red versus White Civil War. So, 1919 was a tough year, but easier. In 1920, the Bolsheviks pretty much wrapped it up. By September, the Civil War was over, except for the fighting of mopping up. In 1921, saw the suppression of farmer uprisings and the mutiny of the Kronstadt naval garrison. Therefore, the fighting did not really stop for the Bolsheviks until 1922. In 1922, the last imperialist troops, Japanese, were withdrawn. In fact, the fighting in the south, against Islamic radicals, never did stop and would continue until 1939. Although after 1922, the religious crackpots of all persuasions were no more than an irritation. Trotsky re-establishes ranks, iron discipline at the beginning of 1918, As War Commissar, Trotsky's greatest contribution was in the reintroduction of professionalism into Red ranks. The inherited army suffered from having been loaded with soldiers' committees, and all the egalitarianism that had gone along with the Bolshevik effort to subvert the Tsarist army. Trotsky quickly reintroduced officer and NCO ranks using new titles and names. This negated Soviet Order No. 1 that had abolished ranks in the military. Red Army officers and NCOs would get their old rank names back in 1935. During the imperialist First World War, the Reds had propagandized against the Tsar's officers, calling for democratic election of officers and the abolition of ranks. Now, however, one had to move on from campaign promises to the reality. That meant a real tough military machine had to be created. And that could not be done without absolute discipline and a super adherence to ranks, if under new names and insignias. The new ranks were called democratic because they described a function rather than inherited social privilege. Accordingly, lieutenant became platoon commander. Then, company commander, rather than captain, battalion commander, rather than major, regimental commander, rather than lieutenant colonel, divisional commander, rather than colonel or brigadier, army commander, rather than major general, and so forth. These ranks were now designated by minimal uniform insignias Star Trek style. Collar stars for officers, and small sleeve bars for NCOs. And comrade was tacked onto each rank. During 1918, Trotsky subjected the newly created Red Army to the most severe discipline and demanded obedience from lower to higher ranks of both officers, NCOs, non-commissioned officers, i.e. corporals and sergeants, and private soldiers. Trotsky introduced the practice of employing blocking units to prevent conscripts, largely inexperienced farmers, from retreating. Blocking units are positioned to shoot and kill your own men if they retreat. And he introduced the policy of decimation, meaning the shooting of a disgraced unit's regular officers and political officers and every 10th NCO and private soldier, for failing in the line of duty. Trotsky loved professional soldiering and appreciated the role that it plays in the state apparatus of whatever class happens to have state power. Furthermore, under Trotsky, it was not unusual for a private soldier to be shot for smoking or talking in ranks, while supposedly standing at attention. In fact, it was this love of professional soldiering that took Trotsky to the rather strange Bolshevik position of asserting absolute discipline within the previously loose command and control structure of the Red Guards. Or, for that matter, under the less strict Tsarist discipline. Stalin versus Trotsky too. At this time, the Stalin-Trotsky schism was only incipient. They both nursed old hatreds, going back to 1907. Now it was Trotsky's love of using regular Tsarist officers enraging Stalin and his military followers, who hated the whole idea. Before the Civil War concluded, Trotsky had recruited over 75,000 former Tsarist officers. He felt he had no choice as the Red Army grew to 5.5 million men and women. As long as political officers were appointed as equivalents to each of these regular officers, then the Reds should have no difficulty keeping control on, by definition, class suspect officers. Other differences were simply those that arise whenever there is a difficult military situation and different officers have different, each justifiable, views on tactical matters. Even in strategy, such are the exigencies of war, there may be several justifiable and opposite views on how to proceed. And still other disputes reflected different ideological takes on military strategy. For example, Trotsky favored armored mechanized delivery of infantry forces to the battlefield. Stalin, while supporting the locomotive movement of army units, also favored the use of cavalry and dragoons, mounted infantry. These as the shock forces being delivered on their own power, horses. Trotsky felt his approach was Marxist because of the industrial aspect of rail and truck delivery as opposed to the more feudal use of cavalry and dragoons. If nothing else, it shows me once again what I have always found to be my at bottom most important opinion about Trotsky. And that is the extreme shallowness of his thinking. In November 1918, another party reorganization of the military had placed Lenin, Trotsky and Stalin in charge of all military activities. A decree having been issued earlier that declared the entire Soviet Republic to be a military camp, and that its first task was military success. In effect, these three had become the triumvirate governing the Soviet Republic, with one, Lenin, far more equal than the other two. Under the triumvirate, every civil resource was turned over to the military. Houses and apartment blocks in the cities were taken apart for fuel, and used as latrines when sewer workers were conscripted. Whatever was needed for industrial production was taken directly from the physical stock of the then existing nation and subordinated to a new military use. It was total mobilization, and it worked. By April 1919, the long-standing conflict between Stalin and Trotsky over many strategic policies and tactical decisions was resolved. The resolution resulted in Stalinists taking control of the five-man party military committee, known as the Red High Command, 4-1, for Stalinists, including the new chief of staff Mikhail Frunze, and Trotsky. And within the party an officers group gathered around Stalin calling themselves the military opposition to the strategic and tactical policies of the war commissar, Trotsky. The new general staff officers worked out, and Trotsky grudgingly accommodated the majority, recognizing that they had good points and were often right. In addition to Trotsky, many Bolsheviks were acquiring military experience. Second to none was Joseph Stalin, who, among other military tasks assigned him by Lenin, led the struggle to defend Tsaritsyn, later Stalingrad, and the Red Army offensive to open the granaries of South Russia for the starving workers of Petrograd and Moscow, in 1918. And, after April 1919, many other worker generals of the Stalinist persuasion, e.g., Semyon Budny, Mikhail Frunze, Sergo Ordzhonikidze, and Klement Voroshilov, also played critical leading roles. Lenin was often sending Stalin as chief investigator of military calamities suffered by Red forces. And Stalin continued to play a leading command role until the very end of the Civil War. For example, Lenin sent him to defend Petrograd when threatened by White forces in 1919, and again gave him command of half of the forces being sent against capitalist Europe in 1920. Not to mention having already given him command of the international intelligence operations and the secret activities of the Russian Party, 1917, and those of the Communist International, 1919. At the end of 1919, victories in all four frontline theaters, north, south, east and west, made it clear that the Bolshevik government was here to stay. Which meant socialism as a socio-cultural historical stage was here to stay. Lenin's relationship with Trotsky. Lenin had to know Trotsky had totally fucked up the 1920 Polish-German campaign. Yet he took personal responsibility and never seems to have held this over the war commissar's head. Why? Why does Lenin always seem to cut Trotsky so much slack? I think the answer is simple. Lenin needed a competent sparring partner. For years, he had kept Zinoviev close at his side in Switzerland. Even though he had to know Zinoviev suffered from the Russian intellectual predilection for endless talk and little physical action. I think for the same reason. That is, Lenin needed a foil. Especially one trained as a Russian intellectual, to keep fighting the mental chess games although he might well be heading for checkmate. Lenin's very first relationship with Trotsky had been in London in 1903 and had been friendly. In retrospect, I think Lenin appreciated something about Trotsky that he must have recognized at the time. He had to know Trotsky was not his intellectual equal, but he also had to know that Trotsky was quite bright for a Russian Jewish bourgeois youth. Reasonably enough well-read to get as far as this group of Swiss-based Russian émigré intellectual social democratic bosses, meeting in Brussels and London. The friendly relationship lasted only a few months, and for the next 14 years, the two men were often at each other's throats. Lenin brought Trotsky on board as a political expedient, as we have discussed, in the summer of 1917. But from that time forward, even after the final fight between the two at the 1921 10th Party Congress, Lenin protected Trotsky from the other old Bolsheviks, repeatedly. Why? I think, and submit a speculation, for your consideration, that Lenin found Trotsky to be a needed foil, arguing, sparring, partner, as he developed policy. Lenin knew that none of the other Bolshevik leaders would ever really stand up to him if he argued vociferously against them. However, Trotsky, because of his seemingly inbred arrogance, would. Can Bolsheviks usher in world revolution? At this time the Bolsheviks were still uncertain about how long the working-class dictatorship period, phase or stage, was going to have to last before they could move on to true communism. Lenin, in calling for a new and third international, the Communist International or simply Comintern, wrote his January 1919 call. It was his call for delegates from each country he picked, countries with social democratic parties that had a Leninist type of cadre. Those agreeing with his intent to fight with all available means, including armed force, for the overthrow of the international bourgeoisie, and for the creation of an international Soviet republic as a transition stage to the complete abolition of the state. Neither Marx nor Lenin saw their objective as being satisfied simply by achieving the stage of communism. In other words, to them, communism, as a socio-cultural stage, was just one transitional stage to a truly human society. The term socialism, previously used almost synonymously with the term or idea of communism, came into widespread usage by Leninists for the kind of society they were trying to build in Russia at the time. That is, a transitional, proletarian dictatorship kind of society. It is this definition of the term, socialism, which has become traditional, and to which I adhere in all 8 volumes of this textbook. In part, Marx's idea of communism as a transitional stage is materialized in the way Leninists came to use the term socialism. However, even if the transitional part of what Marx envisaged as communism is what we now think of as socialism, part of what he envisaged is what we also now think of as that stage no one has yet seen. That is, from each according to her ability to each according to her desires and needs. Also, the real, material, way in which super-powerful and super-abundant technology will become manifest is now much more easily seen. As for example, in such great film/television events as the multiple Star Trek series, than it was in Marx's time. Lenin called motion pictures the greatest art form in history, because motion pictures use all the other arts and performs the social mission of art perfectly. Our further elaboration of the terms socialism and communism in the 20th and now 21st century makes it clear that both Marx and Lenin saw one or several transitional stages for humanity between capitalism and a truly human society. I think after the Chinese experience that we can define the transition as having two socialist stages. What Engels called era of necessity ends with the conclusion of the servitude epoch's last stage, capitalism. What Engels called the era of freedom will begin with communism. This will be just one more stage on the road ahead. This periodization allows us the freedom to engage in fruitful cross-cultural comparative analysis of the two transitional periods in human history. First and second, each with two stages. Specifically, referring to the chart provided in this textbook, the transition period between primitive communism and the servitude epoch. Then the transitional period between the servitude epoch and modern communism. Stalin's model of duplication for socialist stage expansion over the earth. From day one of the 1917 October Revolution, the Bolsheviks were consciously building a model of what we came to know as socialism. You may recall Petrograd State Radio was broadcasting, literally 24 hours per day, the new laws of the Soviet government. They did not do this because they could actually implement all of these sophisticated socialist programs and ideas. They did it so when they were overthrown, which the radio producer intellectuals still thought was the most probable end of the Bolshevik seizure of power, the world would have the model of what socialism as a real-world sociocultural stage should look like. A new and more advanced Paris Commune, 1871, in other words. However, the real bosses in the Politburo were much more ambitious, and successfully so, as we have been seeing. One of the two most important contributions of Professor Antonio Gilman to my own education was to focus my attention on this truth. Namely, the desired result from the first months and years of Bolshevik practical experience was to duplicate, one right after another, the pure model of socialism as developed in the Soviet Republic, 1917 to 1924, and the Soviet Union, 1924 to 1990. This model projected a socialist world union looking like the contemporary US and its constituent states, one country after another joining the socialist world union as history unfolded. We can see the Leninist model beginning with the ongoing duplication of this structural model of socialism in every country in the world. Of course, the geographical and ethnically determined borders of various populations could never be equalized, but even so each of the peoples would be given absolutely equal rights and responsibilities. Internationally, this was the practical immediate end objective for the party and each and every one of its cadre. It was Stalin who added to this view, by supposing socialism would expand from its Soviet homeland, under Bolshevik, Comintern, aegis, to neighboring countries first. Stalin's thesis was based on the idea that experience had shown the capitalists as a class with a universal, implacable, psychopathic anti-communism. This meant they would continue to attack socialism everywhere. As Stalin said in 1924, Foundations of Leninism, these attacks would become even more dangerous and vicious now that socialism was in power because the capitalists were even more scared of Bolshevism than before the revolution. This formulation was a formalization of what Lenin had said in his last testament, or letter to the 13th, 1924 Congress. Party interests always take precedence over national interests. Lenin and Stalin on the same page in 1920, as Stalin saw, the future expansion of socialism would surely require defensive war. Offensively, workers, poor, and middle farmers fighting their oppressors in their homelands would need the Red Army. This need would be most easily met in those countries closest to Soviet power where the Red Army could actually get involved in protecting local Reds and extending the socialist stage in this cookie-cutter way. Furthermore, where Bolshevik insurrectionists needed help from Moscow against nationalist enemies, Lenin said, class struggle interests always outweigh national independence interests. This cleared the way for the Red Army to get involved in the civil wars raging in former Tsarist dependencies such as the Stans, Mongolia, the Ukraine, Belarusia, Belarus, Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Georgia. Cookie-cutter model. This was the central tenet of Joseph Stalin's thinking about how to spread socialism across the face of the earth. While Stalin had nothing against revolution in lands far away from Russia, he did think in practice socialism would expand where it could be militarily and politically supported from Moscow. That would, of course, be in those nations bordering on Red Russia. But near or far, every nation had to do only one thing, and that was to duplicate exactly what the Russians had done in terms of constructing the socialist transition to communism. This was the cookie-cutter model. This model had real positive and negative aspects that affected and directed the 20th century effort of Bolshevism in bringing the entire globe into a pattern of socialist, transitional construction. The finished model to be duplicated turned out to be the one emerging in 1934, with every aspect of a nation's economy being centrally planned. Workers in cities in charge of industry, via the party and its trade unions, and workers in the countryside in charge of agriculture and animal husbandry, via the party and its collective farms. Everyone else is trained for technical work, including professions in science and engineering. Lenin to liberate Europe. The key, to speed up the global transition from capitalism to communism, seemed to lie in linking up with more advanced working classes and their industrial bases in Europe. Marxists in Russia and abroad had always considered it essential that revolution would occur in the advanced capitalist countries first, so that the technological wherewithal for socialism would be in existence. Marx's theory of historical materialism proceeded from the scientifically derived conclusion that society had gone through a series of socio-cultural evolutionary stages. Capitalism in this theory was proven to be a necessary precursor to socialism. It was a given that the industrial and mechanized agricultural achievements of the capitalist stage would be essential as the foundation for working-class political power. Marx had differed from the utopian socialists of his time, first and mainly, in this correct scientific assessment. The fully developed resources of capitalist technology would be necessary for, and acquired first, and before revolution of the working-class variety could successfully unfold. Lenin had seen Russia, accordingly, as simply the trigger to revolution in all of the capitalist countries. Now in power, the next step forward for the Bolsheviks seemed to lie in triggering this world revolution. Especially in these Western European capitalist countries, or the Americas or even Japan, yet it was Western Europe that was within Lenin's immediate reach. Stalin's thesis that successful proletarian revolution would occur first where it could be directly supported politically by the Comintern and militarily by the Red Army and Navy was right in line with Lenin's Polish, German, European campaign plans of 1920. Nevertheless, there were problems. Germany in November 1918, the German workers ended the World War. Widespread self-styled, Soviet, German Bolshevik, revolts in the German army, navy and in German factories scared the industrial magnates and landed aristocrats, Junkers, so badly they suddenly were willing to accept a right-wing Gompers type of socialist government. The Kaiser fled the country, and the First World War was over. In January 1919, workers could have seized Berlin and liquidated the Social Democratic caretaker regime. This was a government, the Wehrmacht. It had been put in power simultaneously with the Kaiser's flight and the surrender to the Allies. It was the regime that the German bourgeoisie now prayed would save them from Bolshevism. It was a bourgeois class retreat agreement for a Gompers type of caretaker government. When German workers should have followed the book of Lenin, they failed to do so. Instead, they played at seizure like the bunch of amateurs they were. They had had nothing but traitor leaders and had no Russian Bolshevik-like experience in armed struggle and class war. Hand-wringing Rosa Luxemburg was no Lenin. They ended barricading themselves in several buildings, thereby managing to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Another important reason for their failure was the mass murder, in the World War, of millions of educated and radicalized German worker soldiers, no longer present to play a decisive role. Another was the simple fact that there was no Leninist party in Germany. The closest thing to Leninist in Germany had been the Spartacusbund led by Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. Now, in practice, unfortunately, Luxemburg had unwittingly assured the defeat of the insurrection by angering the German farmers en masse with her ridiculous call for the seizure and collectivization of all of the agricultural land in Germany. This also alienated in one fell blow the living farmer mass of the Wehrmacht, German army. Neither of these two proved to be anywhere near the quality of Lenin, and they failed in the crunch, miserably. This despite the fact that Lenin had sent a team of experts to help. In fairness to Luxemburg and Liebknecht, Russian Central Committee members, and soon to be Comintern leaders, Radek and Bukharin, the latter also in the Politburo, must be held equally responsible for the disgusting state of affairs that had resulted in the defeat of the proletarian insurrection in Berlin. These two, being among the luminaries in the Bolshevik advisory team Lenin had sent, went on to demonstrate that it had not been them primarily in charge of the October insurrection in Petrograd and Moscow. Lenin should have sent Trotsky, who led the Petrograd Soviet's military revolutionary committee hour-to-hour uprising in Petrograd, or Stalin, who had led the party battle groups, Red Guards, part of the uprising. In other words, Lenin should have sent one of the two men who he knew could get this thing done, as each had already done it in the Russian October Revolution. In the event, both Trotsky and Stalin had been too busy at that moment, and it did not seem to Lenin like it was such a tough assignment. Lenin underestimated the weakness of his would-be disciples in Germany. He thought it was obvious that all the Germans had to do was to stand up and repeat the offensive actions of 24 to 26 October. However, in this rather simple boilerplate task the Germans proved inept. As, obviously, were their advisors. The ultra-right type of German military men who had a lot of experience seized the moment, and won the day. Hungary. Bela Kun did better in neighboring Czech, Slovak, and Hungarian territory, where Kun operated as directly under Lenin's supervision as distances of those times would permit. To begin with, Kun met with Lenin and left Petrograd, shortly before the Bolsheviks changed their headquarters to Moscow, for Budapest armed with plenty of cash and a small army of advisors. Kun had a lot of experience in class war prior to his assumption of leadership of the Hungarian Red Uprising. He raised the banner of proletarian revolution and rallied the farmers to his side by pointing out that the Russian farmers had done what the Bolsheviks told them to do and had taken the land, and now it was theirs. Kun quickly built an army of workers and farmers, using Russian Red Army cadre to help out, and defeated the armies of reaction on 2 separate occasions. Consequently, Kun succeeded in establishing the Hungarian revolutionary government. The problem came when the new Hungarian revolutionary government's war communism policy emerged as the permanent policy of the government. After the farmers had a taste of permanently not getting paid, they opted for a different kind of government. The ruling classes of Europe had had time to catch their breath. The European bourgeoisie got lucky. In Hungary, Bela Kun had tripped over the war communism part of the Bolshevik effort, meaning despite good intentions, food from the farmers doesn't get paid for in any real way. He made the same mistake in the same way as had Rosa Luxemburg in Germany. The newly capitalist farming classes, being told the war communism program was permanent, turned against the government in sufficient numbers to undercut the communist headway. As the Red support dwindled, the capitalists managed to trap and defeat Kun's army and to liquidate his communist government. Kun and his remnant forces would end up helping Russian Red Army General Frunze take the Crimea in 1920-21. That was after they managed to escape Budapest for Russia. In Russia, Lenin ordered Kun to fall in with Frunze, and he did. If Lenin had gotten to the point of ending war communism in Russia by 1919 instead of 1921, so that Kun would have had that NEP model, the proletarian revolution would most likely have entered Germany via the Hungarian route. At the time of Kun's final defeat, Lenin could not send sufficient Red Army forces to change the outcome. Even though the Red Army had reached 1 million soldiers by the fall of 1918, and 3 million by August 1919, and was getting larger by the month, 1919 saw them deployed at distances too far from Budapest to reach there in sufficient time. Not that Lenin didn't look at the possibility closely. It would be 1920 via Poland as it played out before Lenin would get a shot at Western Europe again. Poland then, in 1920, Lenin decided that the Polish capitalist feudalist invasion of the Soviet Republic had given him the excuse to test Europe again, this time with the bayonets of the Red Army. As the Bolshevik forces drove back Polish capitalist/feudal invaders, and their French and British allies, Lenin ordered the Red Army against Warsaw. The January 1919 defeats of the poorly organized and terribly led German workers would not have mattered a bit, had the forward march of Bolshevism been successful, in the summer and autumn of 1920. Once in Germany, the new German Communist Party would rise to greet their liberators, and the reverses of the previous year, the defeat of the insurrection in Berlin and the murder of its leaders, would be avenged. The failure of the first attempt at Soviet power in Germany rendered moot. And the Red Army and its new German affiliate could sweep reaction away in Hungary as well. In the summer 1920, Soviet offensive, Stalin was in command of the armies on the southern pincer. He accomplished his objectives, in an orderly fashion, keeping an eye all the time on the breakout of the last of the Russian die-hard white generals, Wrangel, from the Crimea. That was occurring simultaneously with the Red drive on Warsaw. In the summer 1920, Soviet offensive, Trotsky was in command of the armies on the northern pincer as well as the war commissar-chief of the entire expedition. Trotsky was using his favorite general to handle the northern pincer, Mikhail Tukhachevsky. This turned out to be a fatal mistake. Tukhachevsky failed to properly prepare and coordinate his attack. Then he failed to cross the Vistula River and drive into Warsaw, which was the critical preliminary step to the liberation of Berlin. Among Trotsky's hand-picked men, it was not just Tukhachevsky who performed like an amateur. Second Red Army cavalry commander, General Guy Gaya, overshot his first objective. He went so far and fast that rather than turning south and attacking Warsaw from its north, he ended up way to the west in Germany, his whole force being interned. Budini might well have gone on and attacked Berlin, but Gaya surrendered. Tukhachevsky's commanders on the spot, directly in front of Warsaw in the east, failed to prevent the main body of the assault from being flanked. They left their left flank entirely open, and the Poles, not being fools, and officered by French and British advisors, walked right through and turned the main pincer's left flank. The French government had sent a 400-man team of advisors and trainers to help lead Pilsudski's army, including Charles de Gaulle. De Gaulle would later win Pilsudski's highest award for services rendered in the 1920 Battle of Warsaw. In August 1920, therefore, the Red Army drive on Warsaw and Berlin was defeated. Another large French contingent arrived under General Weygand after this defeat of the Red forces. Why did a man of Trotsky's ability and experience allow such amateurish mistakes to occur? What happened to Trotsky's vaunted military genius? Trotsky was confronted with more serious resistance by the foreign officered and advised Polish army than he had perhaps anticipated, but that was nothing unusual for Trotsky. Trotsky was a proven competent military commander at the highest level and had confronted far more threatening difficulties in the previous 2.5 years, as had the entire Red Army. Furthermore, the Red Army had grown to 4.5 million when the project was decided and 5 million by the time it was underway, the largest still standing army in the world in 1920. He had overwhelming force. The Polish-German expedition, by the way, was the focus of the Second Congress of the Communist International, which was meeting in Moscow at the time, and watching the daily combat reports coming back from the front. It was a period of the greatest excitement, as it seemed as if the success of the World Socialist Revolution was at hand. In 1919, Gregory Zinoviev, Lenin's longtime companion in exile, now Comintern president, had pronounced the European Revolution all but accomplished. He conjured up the specter that the current conference would picture a Europe red and liberated, wondering if things had not always been this way. In 1920, at this year's convention, Zinoviev had been jocular about his over-optimism of the year before, claiming that it might take an additional year or even two to finish the job in Europe. World history changes. Then Trotsky balked on the Vistula River, dropping the ball. History changed at that moment. As history would have it, the Bolsheviks would not get another shot at Europe until World War II. There was a lot of angry talk in Moscow of the "we'll be back, and soon" variety, but that would not be until 1944. This hinge of fate had far-reaching consequences. After the August 1920 debacle on the Vistula River, not only did the Red Army not get to Warsaw and then Berlin, but the Bolsheviks gave up considerable territory for peace. Shortly thereafter, the armed struggle was over. And so was the probability that socialist revolution in West Europe would happen in time to assist Russian workers in the great task they now confronted. It was becoming obvious that the Bolsheviks would have to build the technological component of the capitalist mode of production they should have inherited in the original visualization of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. I think Trotsky turned around at Warsaw not just because there were many workers and farmers in the Polish, foreign capitalist officered reactionary armies, but because he didn't have his heart in the entire project. In his autobiography, My Life, he says as much. I think he had already decided that Russia did not need to link up with the more advanced proletariat of Western Europe. He had decided that Russian workers could go it alone. They just needed a firm saddle on their backs and bridle in their mouths to see that they did what they were capable of doing. I offer this opinion for what it is worth. What we do know is Trotsky started this kind of talk in the latter part of 1919. He began transferring his military armies to the rear and converting these demobilized military soldiers into members of new labor armies. In the early part of 1920, he explained in party circles his view that labor simply needed to be militarized. He had been running the factories during the Civil War that way. He was adamant in his rejection of any suggestion that the trade unions be allowed to run things, and now had converted military units into working labor army units in fields and factories. At the Ninth Party Congress in March of 1920, Lenin stepped in, suggesting that the situation in Russia was so precarious that someone would have to protect the workers from their own state if Trotsky's proposals were to be given credence. In my view, Trotsky imagined that the need to link up with the German workers was no longer a life and death matter for the success of the world socialist revolution. If he had felt differently, he would have been on the spot with his armies and kept both Tukhachevsky and Gaya on a short leash. He was very wrong. And while history would prove that Germany in 1920 was not quite a life and death matter for world socialism, there is no doubt but that without advanced Western European industry and labor, the task confronting Bolshevism would be immensely more difficult. Trotsky's ultimate decision to retreat at Warsaw, in August of 1920, put the icing on the cake we call the 20th century. Trotsky's conversion to internationalism, above and beyond that of all of the Bolsheviks, was sudden and came much later. Then he would be posturing as the leader of the sole alternative to Stalin's mobilization of the Russian working population in the 5-year plans. Then he would propose the rescue of Russian Bolshevism by foreign workers having seized power from their capitalist ruling classes. He was then trying to build a new base at home and abroad. But there was nothing new at all here. All the Bolsheviks and many others, such as Trotsky's little, original pre-Bolshevik group, had always been convinced that international assistance from the advanced working classes of Western Europe would be essential and quickly forthcoming. There was nothing new about internationalism to Bolsheviks. What would be new in the USSR from the fall of 1928 forward was the decision to build a modern infrastructure from scratch overnight. Abroad, Trotsky would succeed to a certain degree in presenting the idea of his being the champion maverick anti-bureaucrat of the Bolshevik Revolution. However, it was a hard line to sell to most communists in or outside the Soviet Union in the 1930s, when it was obvious that it would be harder to be harder on the Soviet bureaucracy than Stalin was being. Trotsky's 1920 lack of interest in Lenin's program to use military force to enter capitalist Europe and open the road to proletarian revolutionary linkage to Germany with the Red Army had led to critical errors in the preparation of the European campaign. Overall, there were many errors. Supplies were mishandled, never put into proper sequence to follow up the rapid advance anticipated. Trotsky apparently never knew even how many men he was sending under Tukhachevsky and Gaya. Military communications, long a sore spot between Trotsky and the Stalinists, were abysmal in the event. In retrospect, it is clear that not the least of Trotsky's errors consisted in putting the 27-year-old General Mikhail Tukhachevsky in command of the biggest army the Bolsheviks had ever fielded. In August 1920, Tukhachevsky was given command of somewhere between 500,000 and 800,000 men out of the then 5.5 million man Red Army, to take Warsaw and then Berlin. Tukhachevsky at the time was an unabashed admirer of Napoleon Bonaparte. General Tukhachevsky had a string of victories to his credit by the time he received command of the European theater's main forces, from the party. However, he had never before commanded a force of the size now contemplated. A campaign of this size requires a supreme commander who excels in G3, operations and operational planning, G1, human resources, and G4, supply. And it takes time, far more time than Trotsky and his staff allotted to prepare for the European expedition. A post-World War II Dwight D. Eisenhower type of logistically experienced military mentality would have been the far better choice. Because the sheer size of theater operations turns the whole thing into an assembly line industrial type of operation. For the overall commander, small and even divisional unit tactical knowledge is of secondary or tertiary importance. In other words, theater operations succeed or fail according to whether the weight of converging fronts is overwhelming or not. A matter of size and timing. A matter of supply and full TONE and a proper order of battle correctly executed temporally. Far better choice. General Mikhail Frunze had been with Lenin since 1903. He paid dearly for his loyalty by spending 10 years at hard labor and Tsarist captivity for his role in the 1905 revolution. Frunze had played a heroic role during the 1917 period preceding and during the October Revolution, would have been a far better choice. Frunze also had a string of Civil War victories to his credit, but they were of an entirely different variety. It was in the Kyrgyz part of Bishkek. Mikhail Frunze was born in 1885. It was then a Tsarist army garrison town. His father was an immigrant from Bessarabia, Romanian. Young Michael Frunze went through the primary grades in Bishkek High School in Verny, and college in St. Petersburg, later Petrograd, then Leningrad. In St. Petersburg, Frunze joined with Lenin in the formation of the Bolshevik Party in 1903. In 1904, the Okhrana, Tsarist secret police, exiled him from St. Petersburg for participating in Bolshevik demonstrations. During 1905, he ran the local textile workers' union in a strike that coincided with other uprisings kicked off by the Tsar's catastrophic naval defeat by Japan off the coast of Korea. As the Okhrana and the Tsar's Cossacks suppressed the 1905 revolution in armed struggle in St. Petersburg, Frunze was arrested, sentenced to death, and then pardoned to 10 years at hard labor. Frunze seizing Moscow. Frunze escaped from Tsarist prison in 1917 and made his way to Minsk, capital of Belarus, Belarusia, where he led the Bolshevik fraction in the provisional government. Then on the eve of the October Revolution, Frunze moved a regiment of Red Guards and hand-picked soldiers to Moscow under cover. On the 26th of October, Frunze and his comrades kicked off the armed struggle which lasted over 10 days before all enemy groups were liquidated, the Kremlin seized and the rest of Moscow taken in the process of being secured from diehards. It was Moscow Lenin had wanted to seize first. In the event, the choice of beginning the takeover in Petrograd was proven the wiser course. Frunze, like most of the other old Bolshevik officers, took an early dislike to Trotsky because he, and they, felt his, and their, role was being terribly denigrated. As time proceeded, Frunze had to be calmed down by his friends, including Joseph Stalin from time to time, as he tended, while drinking, to call for Trotsky's execution at inopportune moments. Especially after the debacle Trotsky and Tukhachevsky created at Warsaw. Tukhachevsky played the game much like his hero Napoleon Bonaparte, enforced marches, surprise encirclements, massed use of artillery followed by rapid infantry strikes, and ultimately marched the endless columns of the rapidly expanding Red Army into areas being occupied. These occupying troops subdued by their enormous size much potential opposition, just as Napoleon had used his famous, many miles long, 5 men wide, columns of French farmer soldiers to subdue feudal Europe. Frunze in Civil War. Frunze, in 1918 and 1919, moved methodically from town to town and objective to objective like a well-oiled military machine. So much so that the party press, which by late 1918 was the only press, had taken to referring to his victories as those of the methodical Frunze. Frunze proved to be born for high command, and had a record of excellence in logistics, and tables of organization and equipment. But Frunze was too closely associated with the military opposition, and Trotsky would not have him. Despite being outvoted in the Red High Command 4-1, Trotsky could always count on Lenin to support him when the chips were down and the stakes were high. Again, Lenin let him have his way. Instead of giving Frunze command of the European theater, Trotsky sent Frunze to the south to counter Wrangel. But he waited too long for that, giving Wrangel time to offset the pace of the European campaign by threatening Stalin's left as Stalin approached Poland. Tukhachevsky concludes the civil war. Trotsky appointed, as Tukhachevsky's second and cutting sword, a cavalry adventurer, General Guy Gaya, to take command of the new and specially formed Second Red Cavalry Army. Gaya so far overshot his objective in Poland as to end up in Germany, with no choice but to surrender to internment. His rear had by then been occupied by white Polish troops, thus demonstrating by his conduct that cavalry required the correct commanders too. Gaya proved he was no Buttony. I would bet my bottom dollar that Buttony and that vice would have gone on and attacked Berlin. We will never know. But there had been no reason for Trotsky and Tukhachevsky to experiment with Gaya in the first place, except that General Semyon Buttony was another Stalinist. You should also note that Trotsky had opposed the introduction of cavalry into the Red Army for some time. He had been arguing instead for the sole use of railroad-transported troops. He had only come around to Stalin's way of thinking, that was to build up the Red Cavalry striking arm, after white cavalry forces had so decimated his rear in the south as to force him to admit that Stalin and his men, Kliment Voroshilov and Semyon Buttony, the commander of the Konarmia or First Red Cavalry Army, had been right all along. However, most serious was Trotsky's failure to assure close combat command and control of this European expedition. Trotsky was in Moscow or in the south during the entire thing. His chief opponent, Joseph Pilsudski, in charge of both the Polish government he had created with the collapse of German control and his own cobbled-together army. That Polish army had invaded Soviet territory and was now at the end of his tether. It was backed up against the wall at Warsaw. However, Pilsudski was right with, and literally on top of, his men. Pilsudski was left to face the number one Trotsky had sent, i.e. Tukhachevsky, who wasn't there either. Tukhachevsky was in Minsk, 300 miles from the battlefront. Radio communications were not what they should have been, and were later blamed for Gaya missing his left turn to come down on Warsaw from the north. And the red cipher had been broken by the Poles. The codebreaker won Pilsudski's highest award in 1921, so that Pilsudski was reading Tukhachevsky's mail and the communications of his officers. This Polish code breaking resulted in the British getting their hands on an Enigma military encoded decoder sometime after 1921, from which they built their World War II Ultra German secret code cracking program. This worked because the Germans had found an Enigma machine too in Poland during the 1920 Battle of Warsaw, and they would incorporate it as the basis of their signals and cipher system. Thus, this German military encoding machine became simultaneously an exclusive asset of British intelligence and would play a critical role in World War II. Stalin's penetration of that asset via Kim Philby and John Cairncross would turn the tide of World War II at Kursk. Cairncross won the Red Army's highest award for his work on the Kraut Order of Battle at Kursk, resulting in the destruction of 500 Nazi aircraft on the ground. With Enigma penetrated, Stalin acquired a critical intelligence asset that would put him in control of the post-World War II world. His ability to penetrate the Gringo atomic bomb project from its inception began with the Polish Enigma coded decoder. After 1945, he always knew the imperialist atomic bomb production schedule. Thus, was Stalin to assure the Soviet Union would have the atomic bomb by the fall of 1949. It was just in time to blunt Truman's planned attack on the USSR. 1920. Back at the ranch. Back at the ranch, outside Warsaw, Trotsky allowed an inexcusably large gap of at least 50 miles to exist between the right of Stalin's forces moving on Lwów and Tukhachevsky's left, heading for Warsaw. The Poles and their foreign advisors correctly broke through the massive Red onslaught exactly at that 50-mile wide weak point, then dealing death and destruction to Tukhachevsky's forces on his entire, now exposed, left flank, while his cavalry army on the right crashed crazily forward into Germany. It was the Katzenjammer Kids meet the Bowery Boys, with Abbott and Costello thrown in. There was no excuse for this amateurism in combat, especially for an army with as much experience as the Red Army in the summer of 1920. An army which had as much weaponry and munitions as it had ever had, not to mention the massive forces deployed and the 5 million men in reserve. If Trotsky had been there, this would not have happened. If Tukhachevsky had been there, it would not have happened. Trotsky's adherents would later blame the attack of Wrangel from the Crimea for Trotsky's inability to devote sufficient time to the Polish-German campaign. And in fairness, it is true Trotsky had to rush south to rally the forces to turn the tide back against Wrangel and force him back into the Crimea. However, it is equally true that Stalin, Voroshilov and Buttony already had the situation well in hand. at least to the degree they had one eye on Lvov as they moved forward at a measured pace and another on Wrangel. In fact, it is for that reason they were moving methodically on Poland and Germany in case their forces would have to be switched back to the south. That indeed happened in November, when the Stalinist Chief of Staff Frunze took command personally of the south. Frunze arrived within 2 weeks of Trotsky's appearance there, and began preparing the campaign to liquidate the Whites in the Crimea, which he accomplished. At any rate, as the party and the army saw it, that was no excuse for Trotsky's number one campaign boss's failure to be there. General Tukhachevsky was in Minsk, over 300 miles from the battlefront at Warsaw. Stalin versus Trotsky 3, and something of great import happened when Trotsky and Stalin fell out over how Stalin was to use his forces, now precariously balanced between Warsaw and the south, when Lenin ordered Stalin to obey Trotsky. Trotsky had ordered Stalin to transfer the Konarmia, 1st Red Cavalry Army of Budeny, to Tukhachevsky. Stalin refused. In no uncertain terms. Stalin told Trotsky to go fuck himself. He told Trotsky he had fucked up the whole thing and created the mess, and he should get himself out of it. Perhaps it was about this time, in the late summer and the fall of 1920, when Lenin first realized Stalin was now his own man. Lenin talked Stalin down from his extreme rage. It was a fight Stalin could not win. No one told Lenin no. Stalin sent Budeny to do what he could. But by the time the Konarmia got to the Tukhachevsky front, it was too late. The situation was hopeless, so Budeny had no choice but to avoid getting into a situation from which he could not be extricated. He returned to Stalin's front, still heading for Lvov. Another man was learning important lessons during this conflict, and that was the newly appointed, 24-year-old Konarmia, 1st Red Cavalry Army, Sergeant of Cavalry George Zhukov, 1896 to 1974. Zhukov, beginning as a private soldier, would eventually be Stalin's pick to command all Red Army battles of World War II. You can see he was trained in this environment, and that his politics from the beginning were Stalinist of the Budeny, Stalin variety, and why. Stalin was right to proceed carefully, as he did, closing on the eastern Polish industrial city of Lvov, near the Soviet west, all the while keeping a close eye on Wrangel in the south, as events would prove. Had Stalin followed Trotsky's orders and thrown his, Budeny's, cavalry forces into the Polish meat grinder, Tukhachevsky had allowed to swallow up the cream of Red Army forces outside Warsaw, the Bolsheviks would have been severely handicapped in retaking the southern Soviet territory Wrangel had captured, and White Crimea. Frunze was going to need Budeny's Konarmia, 1st Red Cavalry Army, since Gaya had lost his, the 2nd, Red Cavalry Army to internment in Germany. Not to mention the possibility that the superinflated hopes of the imperialists with the Poles could have kept a new offensive against Moscow going from the west. When Stalin acceded to Lenin's orders, Budeny did take a terrible beating, but fortunately was able to withdraw his forces sufficiently intact to take on their next assignment, helping retake the Crimea. In retrospect, it is clear that Lenin should never have allowed the Polish/German expedition of the Red Army to fail. He should have gone to the Vistula, perhaps with a new contingent of whatever numbers of troops were necessary, and certainly to put order back into the Red Army, redeployed them for attack, properly prepared the reserves, and then punched through to Berlin. Berlin is only a hop, skip, and a jump from Warsaw. The failure to take it in 1920 meant that millions upon millions of lives would have to be spent to take it 25 years later in 1945. It was the greatest single mistake of the entire Bolshevik experience. And it doomed the party and the republic to having to build socialism in one country. On the other hand, had German workers been linked up with the Bolshevik Soviet regime in Moscow, the entire course of the 20th century would have been totally different. It is quite likely that the transition into true socialism would have been much smoother. There would have been no Hitler, no Nazis. Instead, it took until 1975 to come to an accommodation with the world capitalist stage, and get on with the business of constructing the industrial base for socialism, this time in China. With the idea in mind of later building toward communism, so that one might finally achieve the truly humanist society we now hope to see by AD 2100. As for example, one might picture as having the technology and social relations of the Star Trek era. We know that Stalin anticipated that the Red Army would meet with the same kind of resistance in the Ukraine and Poland that it had met all along on Russian territory. He gave oral and written detailed instructions to his secret police troops and inspectors as to the handling of situations where workers and farmers had been deluded into fighting in the armies of reaction. As they had been instructed before, in the previous 2.5 years of civil war in Russia proper. Stalin was ready. If he had been in command instead of Trotsky, the Red Army would have been properly prepared, equipped, officered and deployed, and might well have gone on to Berlin, after taking Lvov, Warsaw, then Milano, Torino, and Paris. All of Europe might have been red by 1922. However, it was not to be. Trotsky's fall begins in 1920, and the party would never forgive Trotsky for this catastrophic failure. His power base evaporated rather quickly after the Polish debacle, because he had lost the party's respect and the army's too. No battle or campaign had ever been more important to Bolshevik success than this one, aimed as it was at linking Russian workers with advanced Western European workers. In this Trotsky failed abysmally for no good reason. This perception he could not afford, given the fact that for over 2 years the old Bolshevik officer corps had often been uniformly opposed to his policies. Now let us look at the consequences that did unfold when Trotsky pulled the Red Army back at Warsaw and Lenin let him get away with it. For, without German, Italian, French, English, US or other working classes to help industrially backward Russia, there was nothing left for the barely born Russian Soviet Republic but to improvise. Without foreign workers to assist, the Bolsheviks would have to choose between surrendering and building by any means necessary the essential industrial base. Stalinist socialism inevitable and in one country. Soviet Russia would have to go it alone. With, of course, those republics that had gained freedom from Tsarism and were now being brought into a greater Soviet confederation by their own Bolsheviks. This was clear to just about all the leaders of the Bolshevik Party by 1922. In 1924, following Lenin's January death, Stalin formally called for pursuing Bolshevik objectives without foreign assistance, and thus began the Soviet policy of building socialism in one country. In April 1925, Nikolai Bukharin published his paper, at the Politburo's direction, on the subject, entitled Can We Build Socialism in One Country in the Absence of the Victory of the West European Proletariat? In 1926, Stalin developed the plan even more fully in his On the Issues of Leninism, not to be confused with Foundations of Leninism, Stalin published in 1924. My favorite book, by the way, the reason I named my first textbook Foundations of Archaeology. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. The party press would soon begin every story with, might have been, could have been, should have been, used to be, would be, will be. Emphasis now would be on production targets, past, present and future, not for a description of the fate of various political struggles for world socialism. After August 1928, the focus of our party, its government, and its state, was on the achievements of socialism and the construction fronts of the 5-year plans. And along these lines the Comintern followed. 1921 Domestic consequences. New economic policy. In 1921, Lenin restored capitalism in the Soviet agricultural economy because he no longer had any choice. Now that there would be no European workers to assist within the near future, a retreat from war communism was unavoidable. The restoration also allowed private businessmen to operate in a second economic sphere. This new economic policy was known then, and herein is referred to, as the NEP. Liquidating first Kulaks committees of the poor. The farmers had been held in de facto serfdom before the revolution, only slightly modified to allow the introduction of boss-run, fist, or Kulak-run, capitalism in agriculture. The Reds had given the farmers the land of the feudal parasitocracy that they had already seized. These land occupations and seizures began sporadically while the capitalist provisional government was still in power. Naturally, the Cap provisional government, when it could try to send troops to restore order, meaning get back the properties of lords and Kulaks when and where they could. However, then both the SRs and the Bolsheviks went to work after October 1917 establishing committees of the poor to go after the Kulaks and their land. By the end of 1918 the old Kulaks had been shot, hung, beat to death, or were in exile. What were left were small farmers and very small farmers. These farmers knew the whites would restore the old order, take back the land, and who knows what retribution might be in store. Therefore, they put up with the idea of not getting paid right away, taking all kinds of specie IOUs, in exchange for agricultural produce the Reds needed to feed the army and the cities. But these newly liberated farmers had in mind becoming capitalist farmers. And when the Civil War ended they expected to get paid at least for what they had to sell now, and the specie could be resolved with the government later. However, the Bolsheviks had not given up on their ultimate plan to socialize agriculture, and wanted to continue the policy of exchange in a kind of barter form. This policy never worked out for the farmers as the cities really had nothing to exchange. So at the beginning of 1921, these would-be capitalist farmers, having expected the return of normal market conditions, as the war had concluded as far as they were concerned, were revolting all over Russia. Farmer revolts were most threatening in the Tambov region, part of classical Eastern Russia. They were suppressed only by massive deployments of regular Red Army forces under General Tukhachevsky, who now reassigned to domestic police operations, had to resort to heavy doses of poison gas to subdue rebel forces holed up in the forestry. For the moment it worked. Lenin seized the moment and dictated that these farming masses could enter whatever capitalist marketplace they could find or make and get on with life. The farming masses had been demanding a reintroduction of a market economy. They would have destroyed the Bolshevik government if they didn't get it. Many of those previously among the Bolsheviks' strongest supporters, such as the sailors of farmer origin at the Kronstadt naval base, which mutinied in 1921, turned against Lenin when the Red Army liquidated their friends and relatives back home. Therefore, they too then had also to be suppressed bloodily by the Red Army. But Lenin saw that the underlying problem of unhappy farmer masses required a strategic retreat. The farmers had taken the party in hand and won their war for the moment, even though they had lost all the battles. War communism had to go. And so it did. It is important to note that Trotsky had first proposed ending war communism and restoring the market economy after working with the farmers of the Urals in 1919 to 1920. It would take Lenin, as we have seen, until the early part of 1921 to concur. In this case, experience on the ground had taught Trotsky that the way to deal with the farmers was gradual. Accepting where they were, in their consciousness now, and agreeing to let that continue until an appropriate time down the road. The government had far more important things to deal with before worrying about socializing agriculture. The Bolshevik government had much to do in the cities, in the cultural as well as economic commanding heights it now controlled. In the spring of 1921, the new policy of controlled capitalism, called the NEP or New Economic Policy, went into effect by Lenin's fiat. On August 9, 1921, the law creating it was published. It lasted through the summer of 1928, after which the first 5-year plan went into effect. As early as 1922, however, Nikolai Bukharin was able to outline the Bolshevik schema for economic organization in Soviet Russia, the title of his paper first published in March of that year at the Politburo's direction. What strikes this observer today most strongly is the similarity between the logic and program developed by the Bolsheviks in their new economic policy, NEP, with those of Deng Xiaoping, Jiang Zemin, Hu Jintao, and Xi Jinping in post-1978 China. Inside Snapshot Making NEP Work Industrial Espionage Program 1921. Koba, thank you for your time. I know this Tambov thing is keeping you busy, but this is important too. Speaking was Chaika boss Felix Dzerzhinsky. Of course it is. Anyway, Tukhachevsky for once has everything in hand out there. That's why we scheduled this. So brief me. If we are to make this NEP thing work, we have to be able to purchase, in sequence, those things we need most for the key industries. If we say war industries are of first importance, then we need to build up our iron and coal mining, steel manufacturing, machine tool construction, and finally the military and ordnance factory machinery itself. If we could buy this stuff from the advanced, needless to say capitalist, countries, that would be one thing. Assuming we could get credit from capitalist banks as any other sovereign government can. However, none of that applies to us. We are anathema to the capitalists. They will sell to us only for cash up front. Assuming we can't engage in normal international economics, we have no choice but to steal what we need. I know. I agree. I can do this through the Foreign Economic Intelligence Directorate, as you know. You already are, Felix. Koba, look at the two and we have created to do just this one task of modernizing our war industries. This is the only copy and for your eyes only. So what is your point? It's going to be expensive? Yes. Very expensive, and you are the only one who can assure us we will get the support we need. Neither I nor my staff want to initiate a program such as this, which will absorb so much of our ready foreign reserve cash for many years, if it is going to be subject to reversal for some internal Byzantine reasons known best to the Politburo. Let me study the specifics. I'll get back to you on those. However, as long as I am in charge of these matters, you can be assured that only the Red Army will have a higher priority, and perhaps not even them. Felix the First know what we have to do. If you had not made specific proposals along these industrial espionage lines for long-term work, I would have done so. Let me suggest we ask Lev, Felbin, Alexander Orlov, to draft his ideas on a long-term program and recruitment of the intellectual workers who will be employed in key capitalist industries. You prefer him over Menshinsky? No, not really. Mesh is as loyal a comrade as there is. But Lev is a genius. He was smart enough to see through his father's Zionism and find Marx and then Lenin and finally us. His work in the North, then in the Polish campaign, and finally in liquidating our enemies in the Caucasus, was superb. Now, we might see what insight he has, given his cosmopolitanism, his work in Milano, Torino, Berlin, and London. Now, if there is nothing else. Thank you, Koba, for your time and your support. Unto death do us part, comrade. Foreign Policy Consequences in 1922, on April 16, Lenin's diplomats, led by the aristocrat Bulgarian Trotskyist, Christian Rakovsky, negotiated the Rapallo Pact. Rapallo is a small seaside town just to the south of Genoa, on the Italian Riviera, which the last time I was there in 1961, it was just a suburb of Genoa. Rakovsky had negotiated a secret agreement with the new German capitalist government of the Weimar Republic. These two, the Germans and the Russians, became de facto allies. This became the cornerstone of the new Leninist foreign policy up and until the Second World War that began for the USSR on June 22 of 1941. Lenin's Rapallo policy then continued as the wartime policy of the USSR under Stalin, but this time it was an alliance of the USSR and the English-speaking world. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The mutual recognition of each of the signatories as the legitimate governments of Germany and Russia. Thus, Germany became the first capitalist country to formally recognize the Bolshevik regime. The Bolshevik government renounced all reparations, payments for damages caused by the World War, from Germany that Russia was due under the Versailles Treaty. An extensive, most favored nation trade agreement was worked out between the Soviet Republic and Germany. Most importantly, perhaps, was the secret protocol that allowed the Wehrmacht, German army, to train its troops on Soviet soil with whatever weapons they liked. Since the Versailles Treaty banned many things to the German army, this was of critical importance. Secretly, the Germans agreed to continue what they had already been doing, which was building arms factories in Russia for the Red Army. Cash was king, and the Bolsheviks, in power, had enough to get that ball rolling. The Wehrmacht had accordingly responded, thus the earlier military factory construction organized by Leon Trotsky. As a matter of interest, it was in the Soviet Union that German army officers, training under the provisions of the secret protocol of the Rapallo Treaty, would learn their soon-to-be famous blitzkrieg, parachutist and armor tactics. Red Army General Tukhachevsky taught that to them. In the 1920s and 1930s, the USSR would have the most advanced military forces in both equipment and doctrine in the world, including the pioneering of deep operations theory. In the 1936 Red Army Field Manual, it is synonymously referred to as deep battle. Deep battle theory featured advanced ground attack aircraft and heavy tanks moving in squares and probing deep along openings in an enemy's front. On the enemy flanks, airstrips would be quickly constructed so aircraft could attack the enemy rear. Firebases for long-range artillery likewise constructed on the flanks. The idea was to prepare the way for a permanent frontal offensive that would then exploit the collapsing enemy rear, preventing him from redeploying his forces in any planned fashion. No place to regroup, the enemy would have to run, panic-stricken. So, the Red Army went over to the defensive posture of guarding Soviet frontiers and preparing for the next imperialist onslaught. However, the Comintern did not. The Comintern went on to the offensive. The defensive period of the worldwide war with imperialism was over, and we could, and had the obligation to, exploit the military situation to launch an offensive war. So, Lenin summed up the logic underlying the original decision to test Europe with the Polish campaign, in his September 20, 1920, political report to the Central Committee of the Russian Party's 9th All-Russian Conference. And without much further ado, Lenin accepted the responsibility for, and the results of, the disastrous campaign into Europe. But the defensive wars against imperialism were over for the moment, and the Bolshevik Republic, standing alone, albeit unrecognized by the great capitalist powers, was at least not under attack. For capitalist interpretation of this, I recommend The Unknown Lenin, 1996, Richard Pipes, Yale University Press. You should go to the original document available online at the Marxists' Internet Archive. With Trotsky March 1920 to March 1921 between 9th and 10th Party Congresses. In December 1920, Trotsky and Lenin split over 1, 2, 3. Labor armies and the militarization of the proletariat. Debate of the spring was now exceedingly exacerbated because of the summer failure in Poland. It would deepen in a few more days when Lenin took on Trotsky over the trade union question almost as if he were an enemy. On December 30, 1920, Lenin kicked off the attack on Trotsky and his trade union thesis with a 27-page explanation of Trotsky's mistakes in a paper by the same name, The Trade Unions, the Present Situation, and Trotsky's Mistakes. It began. My principal material is Comrade Trotsky's pamphlet, The Role and Tasks of the Trade Unions. When I compare it with the theses he submitted to the Central Committee and go over it very carefully, I am amazed at the number of theoretical mistakes and glaring blunders it contains. How could anyone starting a big party discussion on these questions produce such a sorry excuse for a careful thought-out statement? Let me go over the main points which, I think, contain the original fundamental theoretical errors. From Lenin 1920 page 2 as above. This is one of the most important of Lenin's papers of that time, and you should study it closely to see the arguments and problems of the time and how Lenin stands heads and shoulders above the others. One might say an intellectual giant among intellectual pygmies. By seeing how the party was confused and misled so often around the complex issues of production, parity, priority, coalescence, etc. Note how Lenin speaks to them as a professor speaks to students. They accept that precisely because that is exactly the relationship Lenin has come to have with them. Most importantly, see how the problems confronting the Bolsheviks now in production were simply those they inherited when they failed to inherit a fully developed capitalist stage economy. They had inherited just the opposite. They had inherited the most primitive capitalist stage economy imaginable, in a country wanting to move ahead. So primitive technologically in the cities and the countryside as to be completely unprepared to build socialism, at least without the saddle of Bolshevik governmental and state power. 1, 2, 3. Great party divides between Lenin and Trotsky occurred during that fateful 12 months from March 1920 to March of 1921. By the end of 1920, Lenin had had his fill of Trotsky. By the beginning of 1921, Trotsky and Lenin were on different pages altogether. Trotskyism versus Leninism. Permanent revolution or permanent state and government. Trotsky's initial claim to fame came from his development of the thesis first presented by George Plekhanov. Namely, the concept that the Russian bourgeoisie was too economically and politically weak to fully complete the bourgeois, capitalist stage, revolution. Trotsky's development of this thesis was that the working class led by its revolutionary party would help the bourgeoisie complete their revolution against autocracy and for parliamentary democracy. However, in the process it would itself take the lead and turn the capitalist revolution into a proletarian revolution nonstop. He called this the thesis of permanent revolution. Lenin's reaction to this thesis was one of relative indifference. In other words, he thought this might well be true about the weakness of the Russian bourgeoisie. However, the central point is our policy must always lead the workers toward proletarian dictatorship regardless of the condition of the bourgeoisie. In other words, Lenin saw Trotsky's thesis as essentially true, but merely true. Irrelevant and immaterial. By 1921, Trotsky's thesis had undergone much transformation, and Trotsky himself engaged in much gratuitous rewriting of history to explain his p-1917 history of anti-Bolshevism. Nevertheless, the central change in Lenin's thinking was his understanding that what Bolshevism now confronted was the need for a relatively permanent state apparatus. In other words, a permanent, coercive state to hold power against our class enemies and a permanent government to oversee construction of the essential industrial base they should have inherited from the capitalist stage but did not. By permanent, Lenin meant several decades at least. What Lenin wants, and says again and again very clearly, is a party devoted to the practical side of building a new economy, not a lot of bullshit intellectualizing. Statistics on proposals and decrees are what is needed, not poorly thought out intellectualizing about Soviet trade unions. Real analysis of real reports on real production matters. Read Lenin's paper on the trade unions and Trotsky's mistakes. In short, the idea that Bolshevism could advance worldwide by relying on pressing the bourgeoisie hard everywhere and breaking through here and there via proletarian insurrection, i.e., permanent revolution, was now distinctly at odds with the 1921 Leninist position. That was that the party's primary task was to consolidate state and governmental power and get on with the process of industrialization which was essential to build socialism anywhere, i.e., the permanent Bolshevik state and government. To paraphrase and sum up, Lenin says, "This understanding is the only theoretical justification for leaving war communism. For NEP. The practical reason, our survival, is another reason altogether. Now we have to make NEP work, or we have only been deluding ourselves about being able to build what we should have inherited. Although, because we have survived, we may yet get the chance to succeed globally, even if we fail in industrial construction." How to do it? Incentives, mass mobilization. There is a century to come of ultra-left proclamations about moral incentives to increase production. From Trotsky to Madame Mao, Jiang Qin, and Pol Pot, we know how those would have come out. Or in actuality, as in China and Cambodia, did turn out, after achieving what their bosses considered full state and governmental power. And when commensurate steps in industrialization were not synchronized in a Stalinist way right alongside moral incentives. This happened despite the fact it was always a fundamental Marxist, given that we have to have the fully developed industrial base of capitalism before it becomes possible to build real socialism, let alone communism. Nothing could change that scientific fact, and the Bolshevik leaders were real Marxists, i.e., real social scientists. Eventually, the cold and clearly logical Bolshevik leaders of the 1920s had to win out over their wishful thinking colleagues, if for no other reason than because the Stalinists had the only sure way of handling the ongoing economic crises. As many years later did their Chinese equivalents, Deng Xiaoping, Jiang Zemin, Hu Jintao, and Xi Jinping. CPC General Secretary Xi has placed considerable emphasis on studying Marxist theory in the first half of his administration precisely to see that such mistakes flowing from ignorance of basic Marxist theory are not repeated. In other words, in the last analysis, the successful Bolshevik bosses were never bourgeois intellectual adventurers ready to roll the dice on untested and theoretically wrong and unsound ultra-left prejudice. Building the capitalist infrastructure they should have inherited required a variety of moral and material incentives or simple force. And they knew it. Most importantly, they were willing to act accordingly. At the same time, these and subsequent Bolshevik bosses recognized, and have always recognized, the need to campaign incessantly throughout society in favor of moral incentives. Meaning the socialist ideal, that is the finest behavior on the part of individuals towards society, and the expectation of nothing more in return. Since huge quantities of labor were not materially rewarded in any way acceptable to most workers in the capitalist world in terms of hours, wages, and working conditions, how could it have been otherwise? Why we communists are here. Comrades, let me remind you, this is why we are here. That is, we are here to break the logjams and negotiate the bottlenecks the masses encounter in the process of making history. We are here, in other words, to accelerate the process of transition to truly human society by first getting to the stage of communism. And in the process of doing this, we save humanity from its otherwise inevitable self-destruction under an unguided, stochastic, capitalist mode of production. Lenin defeats Trotsky March 8 to 16, 1921 10th Party Congress. 2 months later at the 10th Party Congress in March of 1921, Lenin was openly extremely angry with Trotsky, which he need not have been if merely for effect. Because as Lenin was well aware his side would win, if for no other reason than that Koba was handling the entire Congress and the counting room. Not that he would need that. Lenin well knew he had a godlike role with the party, and ultimately the party would always do what he wanted them to do. Therefore, in the voting the Leninists won out decisively over Trotsky and his group. The central topic of the fight was the very number one question confronting the Soviet Republic, namely how to organize production. What is the role of the government, and what should be the role of labor? We shall discuss the way in which these matters were resolved below. You want to be aware that Lenin, having gained a decisive victory over Trotsky, said, "We will come to terms with Trotsky." Lenin removed Trotskyist opponents at every level and rewarding his supporters with their jobs, in a way often referred to in North America as the spoils system. In other words, the Leninists cleaned house. They changed the rules and now banned factionalism and debate except for a few weeks before party congresses and conferences. Then they formalized the organizational reorganization of the party from the top down when they brought Molotov onto the Politburo and removed Krestinsky. Krestinsky had taken Trotsky's side at the Congress and had been Trotsky's top man organizationally as a main party secretary. As I say, replacing Krestinsky was Vyacheslav Molotov, Stalin's top organizer and main party secretary. There were 5 top secretaries. In addition to Krestinsky, out went Preobrazhensky and Serebryakov, the other 2 main party secretaries with loyalty to Trotsky. Coming in to replace them, in addition to Molotov, were the Leninist secretaries Kaganovich, Uglanov, and Yaroslavsky. And of course Joseph Stalin was elected as general secretary. Across the board, those supporting Lenin replaced lesser secretaries supporting Trotsky. In military matters, Frunze came in as the top Leninist party general. Frunze taking charge of the Red Army, for all practical purposes, where he had been chief of staff for years anyway. Chief instrument in this Leninist reorganization was, you guessed it, Joseph Stalin, who had, of course, provided all the extra votes the Leninists could ever have desired at the 10th Party Congress a few days earlier. Zinoviev had his status again re-upped to full member. Zinoviev had been in the doghouse since he and Kamenev had betrayed the party and the revolution on the eve of the revolution by going to the capitalist press and exposing the details of the Bolshevik plot to overthrow the capitalist provisional regime. At first expelled, then forgiven by Lenin and readmitted, then kept at arm's length while at Politburo meetings by the technical denial of their voting rights, i.e., now as candidate members sitting in. Although, as far as I can tell from the voting records, by 1921 when Zinoviev was restored to full membership status he had been voting all along anyway. Stalin, on the other hand, had a longer memory and a personal philosophy, so that in 1935 when both Zinoviev and Kamenev would confront the party again, the outcome in 1936 would be their death. That personal philosophy of Joseph Stalin's I think might best be represented by the organization he created within the Cheka called SMRSH. A contraction of Smrt Spionim, i.e., death to spies. In charge of SMRSH was Lavrenti Beria, Stalin's longtime comrade from the early days of struggle in the Russian Transcaucasus and in Georgia. Beria had written a book entitled Comrade Stalin and the Struggle in the Transcaucasus. Stalin almost offhand inherits the leadership. A non-spectacular power transfer. This Congress featured the de facto formalization of Stalin's role as Lenin's top man and accordingly, as the next 14 months prior to Lenin's disabling stroke played out, as his successor. Lenin's principal enemy in this fight had been Leon Trotsky. Therefore, it was not surprising to anyone at any level in the party when Stalin and Trotsky emerged as leading protagonists at the beginning of Lenin's 21-month-long illness. That illness lasting from May 25, 1922 until Lenin's death on January 21, 1924. Lenin himself would acknowledge Stalin's principal role in his communications in the years preceding his May 25, 1922 stroke. And in his final letter to the party, delivered at the end of January 1924. Lenin acknowledged Stalin as the chief competitor with Trotsky for the succession, even if he did not fully realize that this would be the main interpretation given his letter. Specifically, Lenin said in his last testament that the party would have to choose between Trotsky and Stalin. In the event, 1924, the party chose Stalin. When Lenin had his first stroke, as I say a little over a year after this Congress, it was this Leninist government and party leadership that was in place. It had been Joseph Stalin putting this government and state in place. From the beginning, Stalin had been organizing the delegates and the voting. Stalin had overseen the implementation of Lenin's 1921 program, including the wholesale replacement of Krestinsky's bureaucracy with Molotov's. Furthermore, the party had been extremely happy with the peaceful and orderly 11th, 1922, Congress that turned out to be the first of a long series of unified congresses, as Lenin had wished. It concluded only weeks before Lenin's first stroke on May 25, 1922. Lenin said exactly this to Michael Borodin only days after this 1922 11th Congress, and only days before his first stroke. Stalin got the credit for the orderly 11th Congress, and the party got the credit for what appeared to be a coming, first good harvest since the beginning of the World War. This was the beginning of a long series of unified congresses, which repeatedly would support the unified party line presented by Lenin the Boss and his successor Joseph Stalin. However, if something unexpected were to happen, and Lenin would no longer be there and in charge, remember, in 1921 the old boss had been de facto replaced by the new boss, except that nobody knew it. Lenin at 51 years of age was a very young man to be a national leader, and appeared perfectly ready to carry on. Until his first disabling stroke, the significance of this de facto inheritance could not have been immediately apparent to anyone for another full year. In fact, not until a few weeks after the 1LTH Congress, 1922, would it become apparent that Stalin had emerged as the number one national leader of the Soviet Republic, soon to be the USSR. Even then, Stalin's initial appearance was as an unimpressive number one. Why? For one thing, because Stalin's status seemed to depend upon the Trinity arrangement within the Politburo of Kamenev, Zinoviev, and Stalin. However, in reality, all of this formal alliance business between these three was important only in the minds of Kamenev and Zinoviev. Both Kamenev and especially Zinoviev were lazy and always had been. They were more than content to lay back and let Stalin do all the work. All they had to do was to vote the right way at Politburo and Central Committee meetings. For another thing, Stalin had so many titles, which to the rest of the world were all rather mystifying. For example, what was a General Secretary, or for that matter what was a Commissar of the Workers' and Farmers' Inspection, or a Commissar of Nationalities? What did being a one of the three army triumvirs mean in the whispered chief of all secret departments? The Russian Party, Red Army Intelligence, and the Secret Department of the Comintern, for example, imply? Not to mention a multitude of jobs and assignments for which the press reported he bore primary responsibility. So, as Stalin gradually emerged over the next 5 years as the top Soviet leader, equivalent to presidents and kings, the matter was very anticlimactic. Unimpressive though the succession had been, the truth is simply that after the 10th Congress, 1921, Stalin, who had assumed to have been given responsibility for just about everything, outworked, and therefore outfought, all potential opponents prior to Lenin's death. He was, by March of 1921, de facto in charge of both the Red Federal Government and the Red Federal State. The great crises confronting the Soviet Union would, for better or for worse, be in his hands primarily, for the next 30-plus years, 1921 to 1953. Kronstadt Naval Mutiny, March 16, 1921. Trotsky saves his own ass by the skin of his teeth. Immediately as the 10th Congress concluded, the sailors of the Kronstadt naval garrison, that guarded the entrance to Petrograd, mutinied. It was nominally an ultra-left revolt featuring the usual motley crew of agrarian anarchists and urban syndicalists now unhappy over the Bolsheviks' failure to leave war communism behind. The farmers wanted the restoration of the private market in agriculture. They were revolting here, there, and everywhere, rather spontaneously. And the ultra-left cabal at Kronstadt was taking advantage of the general unhappiness of all the sailors and marines of farmer origin, who got the brunt of the negative communications from the countryside. Then there was the recent arrival of a swarm of foreign agents sent from capitalist state apparatuses throughout Europe and North America. Leading the fight against the armed Kronstadt rebellion itself came the War Commissar Leon Trotsky. Trotsky grabbed the microphone at the podium, at the very end of the 10th Congress. Remember, this was the Congress that had removed him, and his entire team. It was in a bloody mood as far as he and they were concerned. Trotsky cleverly demands that all of the delegates get up immediately and report for armed combat duty alongside Red Army elite storm units, now lining up to cross the ice and take on the rebels hand to hand. And so they did. Many of Trotsky's enemies died in the bloody frontal assault on Kronstadt. Those that did not die were now too burned out to carry a hard-on for the man who had infuriated them so much only days before. The Congress had concluded. As matter of historical note, the rebels were liquidated and Trotsky had again pulled a rabbit out of the hat at the last minute. In doing so, he gained a temporary respite from the seemingly unstoppable tidal wave of opposition heading his way, this time led by the chief, Lenin, himself. Inside Snapshot, April 23, 1921. Lenin and Krupskaya. Illich, I need a few minutes of your time if you're up to it. Of course. It's about Stalin. You asked me to work with him preparing for the Congress. I did and learned a lot. I have been talking to him a lot ever since. At first because of the detailed organization of the Congress, and then we just started talking about many things. What I am concerned about, if that is the right word, perhaps I should say what I think you should be aware of, is Stalin as a person. I like Koba very much. He is about the most wonderful, true, authentic Russian revolutionary I ever met, or more importantly than I ever idealized. But Krupskaya stopped in order to start over again. He has tremendous ability, Illich, and a much broader scope of knowledge than anyone seems to be aware. He is not the dullard Trotsky keeps painting him as. He's not a workhorse or a burro, although he outworks everyone. And apparently has been from the beginning back in 1901. For example, he knows Marxism, Illich, better than I do. Do you know he reads one new book every day? I guess more importantly is, 1. Do you realize that he has complete authority over the police, uniformed and secret? You know, because you appointed him. 2. He runs all the intelligence operations, not only for the Russian party but for the army and the Comintern. But do you realize this has given him, 3. De facto authority over all of our foreign operations? Do you realize, 4. The army commanders are personally loyal to him? 5. Do you understand that he is in total charge of all the nationalities? I mean in practice, not just as Commissar for Nationalities. 6. Did you know that all the government chiefs go to him for whatever they need? 7. Did you know he works 19 hours a day every day of the year? Finally, 8. Do you realize he runs the entire party apparatus from the top down in every village, every town and every city? I'm not saying all this is bad. Perhaps we are lucky. Koba loves you personally and is totally loyal to you and to Bolshevism, so everything he does is put at our service. But in terms of the future, he is the one who is going to be the next party leader. In his case, his leadership won't be like yours. He is the boss. In reality, and he acts that way in practice. I mean, they call you the boss and the old man out of deeply felt respect, but in his case he is the boss. I hate to say it, but he is the boss. Like dime novels tells us, a mafia boss is the chief of whatever they do. What I am saying is, I think you need to start paying a lot more attention to him as a person. Because he respects you, so much you can shape him the way you like if you just spend time with him. If and when he does take over in the future, this would be extremely important. I see. Yes, I know Koba is loyal and extremely valuable. He is without doubt our most capable and politically correct Politburo leader, and I should spend more time with him just to know what is going on. I will spend more time with him. Every day, Illich. All right. And no, I did not realize he had accumulated that much power and responsibility, although now that you bring it to my attention, I guess I should have known. Perhaps we should formalize his role in some way rather than just keep piling new responsibilities on his shoulders with the concomitant titles. Not the other thing that has bothered me about Koba for some time is he never seemed happy. Only twice have I seen him happy. The first time was when he lived with me in London in 07 foot at that miserable Congress. Then, now, after he got married to that wonderful young woman. I think I let that mislead me. Those two are so devoted to each other, I thought I could see that hard kind of personality change. Krupskaya responded. She has done a wonderful job with him, I completely concur. You know better than I about his past, but I am afraid that all this has done is to make his bossiness less objectionable to many of our comrades. Not that he hasn't internalized her humanity, but I think the only thing that will really put him on the right track is you. Lenin concluded. Do me a favor and invite those two to dinner tonight. Every day from now on I will start finding some excuse to meet and talk with him. Let's see what happens. Strategic magnitudes in class struggle. From Lenin's perspective, the Revolutionary Republic was no longer under attack at the end of 1920. It seemed that the previous 3 years of civil war had seen this defensive period go over to an offensive period of global class war. And now, as 1920 ended, the worldwide struggle against capitalism was returning to a defensive mode again. From our Olympian perspective, which is to say all of prehistory and history viewed as a continuum, the mere existence of the Soviet Republic was an offensive move on the world stage. The defensive war within the Republic for its survival was also in fact an offensive action in the world. History of class struggle. For the first time in 600 years, since society first divided into classes, those in servitude had taken power. They had at their head individuals who knew the laws of history, therefore, where they were going, and even maybe how to get there. A lesson here is that there are simultaneously two levels of magnitude to strategic planning. One on the historical, Olympian level. The other on the specific momentary regional, national and international level. One magnitude was global and another more restricted geographically. Bolshevism's global class struggle offensive switches to the Comintern. In March 1919, Lenin created the Comintern by personal direct order. By 1920, new parties of the labor movement formed all over the world. The Comintern or Communist International or Third International replaced the Second International of traitors and renegades that had participated in the First World War. It was a damned good thing that Lenin acted when he did. For the subsequent failure to liberate Europe, and the Red Army offensive in Poland in the summer of 1920 had left the global strategic advance of world socialism in limbo. The new Third International had immediately set about building a world revolutionary Marxist alternative, in the Leninist mode to throw off the yoke of capital. And although the revolution had temporarily failed in Europe, there was the other side of the Soviet Republic. Thus, the attention of the Bolshevik leaders focused on China. In the meantime, the Bolsheviks wrapped up their illegal counter-revolutionary opposition at home in a rather clever way. I often refer to it as the Monsieur Roch Motel solution. Simultaneously, Dancing with the Stars cover for heavy lifting. The Soviet Commissariat for Foreign Affairs was ordered into action concerning Great Britain in early 1920. Lenin sent his old action mentor, Leonid Krasin, to London to take charge of the effort there. His task was to secure British recognition for the Soviet regime and initiate discussions with the Prime Minister David Lloyd George's government and its Foreign Minister Lord Curzon. Curzon so disliked the Bolsheviks, and especially Krasin, who he now knew had been the chief bank robber and organizer of a multitude of financial shenanigans supporting Lenin's Bolsheviks, he refused to shake hands with him until admonished by his Prime Minister. In March 1922, Lenin sent Krasin along with other old Bolsheviks under the leadership of Shishirin and Radek and a team of new intellectual agents on the most important diplomatic mission so far in Bolshevik history. This is the same Radek who participated in the Bukharin advisory teams sent to Liebknecht and Luxembourg to guide the German Revolution in January 1919, that fucked that thing up altogether. Anyway, included in this team of new intellectual agents were Joff, Rakovsky, and the always reliable bank robber and international arms purchaser Maxim Litvinov. The Leninist diplomatic team went first by train to Berlin and then on to Genoa to take up the British and French offers to negotiate the Tsarist debt and future economic relations. We have seen how Rakovsky brilliantly maneuvered the two capitalist victors against each other, coming up with the German-Soviet alliance known to history as the Rapallo Pact. Rapallo is a suburb of Genoa. This was the beginning of an effort to get what we could out of the capitalists by negotiating cleverly to exploit the differences between the victorious allies, England and France, and between them and the German capitalists. But commerce and trade were really just the excuse for entering into negotiations. What was the real reason in our eyes? Everyone on our side knew the capitalists would never agree to normalize economic relations with the Soviet Republic. Rakovsky wrote extensively about this fact and the Bolshevik refusal to do any of the things being demanded of them. Yet certain distinct advantages could be gained for the Soviet Republic if diplomatic relations could be normalized, and whatever trade was allowed by the imperialists that could be useful to us would also be helpful. But most importantly, and by far the most important reason, was that to make NEP work. The Bolsheviks knew they would have to engage in massive international industrial espionage to defeat the boycott of socialist development, as proposed only months earlier by Lord Curzon at Locarno. Naturally, we Bolsheviks wanted to mislead the enemy governments about this. Thus, strong sustained efforts in the diplomatic arena over a substantial period should be made in order to provide cover for the real heavy lifting being done by the Economic Directorate of the Cheek. Let us be clear about this. We were more than happy to engage in normal commercial relations with capitalists in any capitalist country. But the Brits and the French led an absolute cabal of evil against letting us engage in any kind of normal trade. Nothing like the availability of gringo capital to the PRC some 50-odd years later existed in any way as the decade of the 1920s opened. The door to normal commercial relations would remain forever closed to us as World War II approached. We would not let foreign capitalists strangle us any more than we let local scumbag human garbage strangle us inside the Soviet Republic. There was no difference of view among Bolsheviks about this, although only a handful knew the full extent of our industrial espionage activities. Rakovsky wrote extensively about the economic and political relationship between Soviet Russia and the capitalists of West Europe. For example, just before the Shishirin team left for Berlin and Genoa in March 1922 he wrote, "Our whole problem is to hold out, not to count on a loan, on credits that might come after the Genoa conference. We must not forget we are still passing through a revolutionary epoch. We must look to ourselves for remedies to our own ills. We ourselves must fight the famine and the breakdown of our transportation system, and we must make the Red Army even stronger, because this is our only support. The Shishirin team picked up on the negotiations with the German PM and foreign minister of the previous month, also conducted by Rakovsky, in Berlin, and then boarded the train for Genoa. The stop in Berlin had been to put the final touches onto a secret treaty being prepared by Rakovsky and the Germans. It would make de facto allies out of Germany and Russia in the event neither could get what they wanted from the World War victorious Brits and French at Genoa. Rakovsky wrote this summary of what they were heading into and what the Bolsheviks should expect from the capitalists at Genoa. They will present us with outrageous demands. We shall naturally be unable to accept these demands because in their basic conception they defy the revolutionary masses of the Soviet Republic. We shall sign no commitments that would violate the basic laws of the Soviet Republic, the laws nationalizing the land and giving the state monopoly of industry and foreign trade. On the other hand, there is no doubt that they do not all think alike. Conditions differ. Some are anxious to start trade with us immediately, others are more interested in various reparations. The dancers. When Trotsky came on board with the Bolsheviks in June of 1917, he brought with him a small but highly intelligent crew. This included, for example, the Austrian psychiatrist Adolf A. Joff and the bourgeoisified Bulgarian aristocrat Christian Rakovsky. These were not men who could organize clandestine armed strikes or rob banks and stagecoaches. But there were things they could do that would be extremely important once the Bolsheviks seized state power, which was now only some 3 months away. Also coming on board after Lenin's return were other ultra-left intellectuals including George Uritsky and George Shishirin, both of whom arrived soon after the February Revolution from Sweden and London respectively. Many of them, including these two, had been friendly to the Bolsheviks. After Lenin decided to try and bring competitors on board to form a bigger and stronger bloc, especially in the Petrograd City Council, they joined up and soon had important jobs to carry out for the Leninists. Leonid Krasin and Viktor Kurnatovsky were Bolsheviks, on the other hand, who could both rob capitalist banks and dance at bourgeois balls. Krasin was perhaps the best Bolshevik ever at having a foot in both camps, and keeping all ships heading in the right direction. I think it is safe to say Krasin was the biggest bank robber in Russian history. A kind of Jesse James and John Dillinger combined. Lenin gave Krasin command of the new crew of Trotsky-originating intellectual Bolsheviks, and Shishirin emerged as the top diplomat. Lenin gave Stalin responsibility for nationalities because A. B. He had written, with Lenin's assistance, the party's only theoretical work on the problem of the multitude of nationalities existing in the Tsarist Empire. Accordingly, Lenin also gave Stalin the organizational responsibility for giving the newly liberated peoples and nations within the empire their own political leadership and armed forces to back up that leadership. In the Ukraine, see the December 20, 1917, Politburo meeting above. Stalin conducted the negotiations with the Rada, First Ukrainian National Government. He prepared the way for the Red Army intervention that put the incoming Rakovsky on the throne, so to speak, of the new Ukrainian Red government. However, Rakovsky and his ability were soon needed in the Foreign Commissariat, so Rakovsky went from being Red boss of the Ukraine to being the top Red diplomat in all of Western Europe. After Lenin decidedly defeated Trotsky at the 10th Party Congress in 1921, the new crew of formerly Trotskyist intellectuals defected. Latter-day Trotskyists would try to spin the relationship between these men and Stalin as the years progressed. However, the simple historical truth is they abandoned Trotsky after 1921 and threw their lives into the service of what the Leninists wanted in the way of socialism in the Soviet Republic, and after 1924, the Soviet Union. By the time Rakovsky got back to Russia permanently in 1927, Trotsky had long since lost both his position in the party hierarchy and the respect he had had before his defeat at Warsaw in August 1920. In fact, Trotsky was on his way out of the Bolshevik Party, expelled altogether in 1927. The point is, when Trotsky lost out against Lenin and his successor Stalin at the 10th Party Congress, he lost the loyalty and support of all those he had brought with him originally. Oh, some may have been sympathetic to Trotsky's side of things here and there, but when it came to Lenin and Stalin on the one hand or Trotsky on the other, they inevitably opted to go with the Joff agreed to go to China for Lenin after the defeat of the Trotskyists at the 10th Party Congress, the orderly 11th Party Congress, and Lenin's first stroke. Springtime dance, the Genoa quadrille. Rakovsky described his April 1922 dance of the diplomats at Genoa to be a kind of quadrille. He organized daily press conferences at the rather friendly environment of the University of Genoa, where he exposed the various capitalist plots against the Soviet Republic as they unfolded day by day. The always enraged London Times complained daily about the Bolshevik propaganda successes in Italy. But the real aim of the Bolshevik civil program in West Europe was to divide the bond-holding small bourgeoisie away from the big capitalist regimes and their program of destroying Bolshevism altogether. Thus, Rakovsky encouraged small Russian bondholders and others who felt they were owed money by the Bolshevik government to come and see him about it. They could work things out man to man. Alternatively, woman to man. As in the case of a woman expatriate living in London, who called upon Rakovsky to pay her the rent for living 3 years in her Kharkov home, while he had been the Red Boss of the Ukraine. Which he did. In England, France, and Italy, Rakovsky managed well in dividing claimants from their respective governments. This was very important because it prevented the numerically tiny big-cap classes from allying with their far more numerous brethren in the small-cap classes. For example, if England went to war with Russia, the small bondholders would be SOL, shit out of luck, forever. Furthermore, Rakovsky managed to turn not only Germany against the French-English combine at Genoa but, as time progressed, France against England. With all three major European cap countries at each other's throats over Russian money and trade, there was little likelihood of a united cap attack on Soviet Russia. At least for the moment. Making NEP work March 1922. So Lev, brief us. Koba, Vlad, Felix, and distinguished comrades, what it comes down to is if we anticipate a long-term Cold War against the capitalist countries such as we are bogged down in now, then we have to develop a long-term program of industrial espionage to make up for their boycott of socialist development. What does this mean in practice? Well, to begin with, we need to recruit our spies while they are still in college. While they are still learning the basics of the industrial engineering profession they will then sell on the capitalist market. If we can recruit them at the Italian, British and German universities, then we can 1. Prevent them from giving away their political sympathies in public, and 2. Direct their studies in such a way as to send them into a particular target profession such as chemical engineering, as opposed, say, to something else like civil engineering. And then into the recruiting direction for the industrial concerns they are to infiltrate. This means in practice we will need thousands of controlling agents living on a permanent assignee basis in places like Torino, Milano, Berlin, London, and so forth. They will in turn over the coming decade control over 100,000 other engineers and scientists directly or indirectly, according to the protocols established in Felix's new Moscow Rules Handbook for Illegal Workers' Agents. What we will get is up-to-the-minute intelligence on the details of all important industrial projects going on in these countries. What is this going to cost me? Asked the boss. Hold on to your seats. About $200 million per year now and more as time proceeds. Fuck me. Koba, you and Comrade Dzerzhinsky asked me to produce this plan because you know I will tell you the truth and what it will cost. This is the truth. If we have to make up for capitalist industrial advance technologically without normal trade opportunities, then this is what it will cost us. But we will have everything they have as fast as they have it. I understand, Lev, Felix, the rest of you. I just was overcome momentarily by the cost. On the other hand, if we had only NEP guidelines, it would cost us just as much as trade overruns costs over the same period. It just sounds like so much. You know me, Koba. I hate the costs as much as you do. But there is nothing to be gained by lying to ourselves about the extremely vulnerable position in which we find ourselves. You know as well as I that once the capitalists have a definitive technical advantage over us, they will be back to give it another go. What choice do we have if we are to advance rather than surrender? I know. I can find the financial resources. But it won't be easy. About 2/3 of these costs have to do with the duplication effort back here. So I was thinking in terms of budgeting, you should consider the possibility that these costs could be covered in total, or in part, by whatever funds you have already set aside under NEP for light and heavy industrial construction. Yes, thank you. That will help a great deal, but it's still going to be tough. I am glad this is your problem, Koba, and not mine. That's why you're the boss. Lenin's last will and testament. Right after Lenin's victory at Rapallo and immediately after he met with Michael Borodin and General Bleicher, see Bolshevism Spreads to China Chapter 11, about taking charge of the situation in China. In the spring of 1922, April 30th, 1922, he suffered the first of a series of disabling strokes, May 25th, 1922. Lenin was so distressed by his paralysis, and depressed by his slow and never complete recovery, he initially asked his closest friend and associate within the party, Joseph Stalin, to supply him secretly with poison. Whom else could he turn to? Stalin had supplied him with money for years, and hid him in Finland in the summer and autumn of 1917, and was well known to everyone within the leadership to be Lenin's bodyguard. Thus, after Lenin's first stroke, Stalin had been assigned by the Politburo to be sure Lenin got the best treatment available, and he, Stalin, was to report to them regularly about Lenin's progress and recovery. He was the only person, other than Krupskaya, close to him at this point. The only one he felt he could ask because he did not want to tell his wife. As I say, Lenin asked Stalin for poison. Stalin was so emotionally attached to Lenin, Stalin said he would rather kill himself than do this and asked the Politburo for guidance. This is the only time, of which I am aware, Stalin asked anyone in the party for help and really meant it. However that may have been, they instructed Stalin to talk Lenin out of suicide. Convince him he could recover and still lead, even if now he might need a larger and especially equipped semi-hospital room at the Kremlin. And most importantly, make Lenin realize he was still essential. Staying alive was a revolutionary act. Explain to Illich that he owes it to us, said Zinoviev. As his condition gradually improved in the latter part of 1922, he rapidly got back to work. Then after this December to February, 1922 to 1923, burst of energy, he had another stroke, March 7, 1923, or more probably several strokes, March 10, 1923. It was during this brief energetic time he had insisted on finishing the dictation for his letter to the Congress, which is what the testament is formally called. At any rate, in February 1923, Lenin had been feeling better and getting feisty about the low-stress environment rules his doctors had prescribed and rules that the Politburo enforced via Stalin. Lenin became angry over this perceived attempt to control his re-entry into politics. He began insisting on all kinds of reports being sent to him about virtually everything, including the most stressful issues confronting the party at the moment, which included the Transcaucasian matter. This certainly made sense if the chief was on his way back and getting re-involved, and Stalin complained to the Central Committee that his attempts to keep Lenin on an emotional even keel had led to Illich becoming angry with me over the smallest things. This would not have happened if I had not been straddled with this impossible mission. I insist you relieve me of this responsibility. Let him have whatever he likes. This has been going on for 9 months now, and it is a constant struggle with a suicidal patient. Let the doctors handle him directly, if they can, and let him do as he likes. Let's face it, when he feels well enough he wants to lead and he resents me trying to stop him, and I can't blame him. He is going to get re-involved when he feels up to it, and we just have to live with that. Let him have whatever he wants. And this is pretty much what happened with the Central Committee. Insisting Stalin stay on, if as nothing more than as a symbol of continuity in the relationship between Lenin and the rest of them. Inevitably, Lenin did not get better. Probably he was continuing to die slowly of minor strokes before the massive stroke that killed him at the end of January 1924. From day one of these strokes he had less than 2 years to live. These strokes appeared to have been rather simple high blood pressure attacks for which no one then had any cure, except to get blood out of the circulation system. Usually this was done in those days with hypodermic needles that sucked up blood and removed it. Earlier versions had done the same thing, e.g., bleeding and leeches. Foreign doctors were called in to help the Bolshevik doctors, but none of them could do anything other than suggest a multitude of ways to keep his blood pressure under control. Other than physical blood removal, most of this medical advice centered on keeping Lenin on an emotional even keel. Given the condition of the party and the Republic at that time, 1922 to 24, this was a near impossibility. However, the Politburo insisted that happy days are here again. Measures for Lenin be rigorously followed in every way. Stalin's attempts at carrying out these physician and Politburo's instructions further infuriated Lenin. In fact, they led directly to, and were specifically responsible for, the split between these two old and dear friends. Stalin fought with Lenin's wife about the importance of keeping Lenin calm and unaware of all the problems confronting the government. Stalin went so far as to have newspapers that were printed in one copy for Lenin only. These were full of good news and whatever Stalin thought that would keep Lenin calm and happy. And it did for quite a while. At least until the boss found out. In the end, Lenin had no illusions. He accepted the fact that the party insisted he stays alive as long as possible, but he never was very happy about it. He dictated then, December 1922 to January 1923, over a period of 2 weeks, his last will and testament. Analyzing his party. One by one, Lenin reviewed 6 of the luminaries leading the Bolshevik Central Committee and/or Politburo. At that moment on the 7-men Politburo were, in addition to himself, Stalin, Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Bukharin and Pyatakov. Stalin he found to have become too rude and impolite, and suggested some way be found of replacing Stalin with another comrade as general secretary. A comrade who was more polite, congenial and indeed popular. Trotsky he considered perhaps the most intellectually able of the Politburo but far too much of the bureaucrat for his liking, and he remarked on Trotsky's legendary problem with arrogance, and points to his earlier anti-Bolshevism. And so on, he reviewed, one by one, 6 of his colleagues. When it was all said and done, none of those critiqued could have been very happy. Although I think it may have been unintended, Lenin's declaration at the beginning of his letter to the Party Congress that Stalin and Trotsky were the principal party leaders, turned out to have the most important effect. As Lenin saw it, disunity among the party leaders was the chief problem for the Soviet Republic, now confronting the global capitalist onslaught. Achieving unity of the party and its leadership was accordingly the most important critical task confronting the party. Specifically, the first threat was the capitalist international threat, where Lenin points out that the stronger socialism gets in the Soviet Republic, the more intense will be the fury of, and thus danger from, our enemies. The second greatest threat was the ongoing, seemingly internecine, conflict between the party's two top leaders, Trotsky and Stalin. In effect, with this letter, Lenin probably sealed Trotsky's fate. For as the coming year unfolded, after January 1924, party cadres saw they had a choice. Lenin said in the last analysis the party would have to choose between Trotsky and Stalin. Get on board with Trotsky or with Stalin. In this game, Stalin had all the incentives. In the end, the party chose Stalin. Let's say it again, the party chose Stalin over Trotsky. At any rate, Lenin gave this letter to Nadezhda Krupskaya, his wife and Central Committee member, to be read to the party leadership once he passed away. At my age, 77, I have been through a few illnesses. I can almost feel Lenin's pain as he writes his last will and testament. And he was cranky. Justifiably so. The entire exercise turned out to be less than fruitful, perhaps for this reason. However, that may have been, as soon as Lenin died on January 21, 1924, Krupskaya turned the letter over to the Politburo. The letter was circulated to the entire Politburo. A meeting was called to decide what to do about leadership now that Lenin was gone and given the fact he had left a last political will and testament. When the historic meeting was held, the Politburo concurred with what Zinoviev had to say, and that was that Lenin's fears have proven groundless about Stalin. Zinoviev said he and his colleagues knew this because they had been working on a daily and very friendly basis with Stalin since Lenin's first stroke. The Politburo decided to ignore Lenin's idea about replacing Stalin and moved on. However, that was not the end of it. The entire party was informed of the letter and the Politburo's subsequent decisions with regard to its highest other leaders at the upcoming 13th Party Congress 23–31 May 1924. Lenin's last letter was very much on the agenda. However, the party was not about to rock the boat when everything was finally going so well. The party decided unanimously to adopt the Politburo's accepting Stalin. Stalin gave the main report in place of Lenin at this 1924 13th Congress, as he had the year before at the 1923 12th Party Congress, 17–25 April 1923, which began shortly after Lenin's massive strokes of March 7 to 10, 1923, that dates Lenin's last possibility to participate. Now, in 1924, every Congress participant must have sighed a concealed gasp of relief that the transition in government appeared to be going so well. Under normal circumstances, perhaps that would have been the end of the entire matter. However, after Trotsky was expelled from the party in 1927, he tried to make a big deal about Lenin's last will and testament, emphasizing Lenin's idea of Stalin's personality and the desirability of replacing him, never mentioning that Lenin found him, Trotsky, to be too bureaucratically inclined for his liking and by implication too much of a bureaucrat to be the party leader. One might think it rather strange that Trotsky wanted it all ways. He wanted Stalin to be the champion of the bureaucrats, the opposite of how Lenin had analyzed his colleagues. He wanted people to think his, Trotsky's, intellectual superiority, which he said Lenin recognized in this last will, should have made him the leader. He wanted people to think Lenin's testament had been suppressed, and if the party had known of it, things would have turned out differently. He did not want people to know that. Lenin had said the party would have to choose between him and Joseph Stalin. He certainly did not want people to know that the party had chosen Stalin instead of him. As you have seen, the party had learned of the testament immediately and discussed it thoroughly, from the Politburo down, before the 1924 Congress. How could it have been otherwise? After all, common sense tells us that with Lenin's long and trusted, closest companion and wife, Nadezhda Krupskaya, having provided the letter immediately to the Politburo, following Lenin's January 1924 death, it could not have been otherwise. Trotsky never had any chance of using the army to back his ploy because the army hated him. What had occurred was the logical transfer of power from Lenin to one of his closest and original followers, who was also the man who had helped Lenin engineer the defeat of the Trotskyists in 1921 at the March Congress. End of story. Toward the end of 1922, Lenin began to show remarkable signs of recovery. Apparently, the low-stress environment ordered by his medical team of world-renowned physicians had worked. By the beginning of 1923, Lenin felt physically good for the first time in many months, and he was more than ready, in his own mind, to re-enter politics. Unfortunately, he jumped in with both feet, exactly against all the doctor's orders. And on March 7, 1923, he had another massive stroke which left him by the 10th, permanently without speech, and partially paralyzed. He had less than 11 months to live. In the weeks when Lenin's health had appeared to be on the rebound, he had jumped into the politics of the moment. One of the first things he addressed was the completion of the plan to unify the various Bolshevik governments in the former Tsarist Empire's national groups into one unified government. a government recognizing the equality and autonomy of many of the nationalities previously suppressed by the Tsarist regime. Lenin and Stalin had agreed about how to proceed in this matter in the period preceding Lenin's first stroke in the spring of 1922. This occurred in the midst of a great deal of internal party debate about how to proceed with the former Tsarist territories. One of the disputes was about how the Transcaucasian republics were to be incorporated. These three republics were Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Georgia. In the end, Stalin acceded to Lenin's design where each of these republics would be taken into the new Soviet Union as equal partners. Initially there had been a dispute because the first party plan in Moscow was to have all three in one Transcaucasian republic. That republic would then be incorporated into the Russian Soviet Socialist Federation as opposed to being equal members in a Soviet Union with Russia, the Ukraine, and three others. Stalin argued the case every way and then acceded to Lenin's plan and discarded his own, as if nothing different from what he had initially proposed had in fact happened. And Stalin was right. Because, despite Lenin's intricate reorganization of the Soviet government on paper, the truth was simple. As long as the party insisted on the monopoly of power over the Soviet government, it now had, which it did and had made a matter of law, then the real center of power and decision-making would always be in the party structure that operated the command government and its economy. For practical purposes, by the time of Lenin's disabling illness, that meant the real center of power lay in the person and concomitant personality of Joseph V. Stalin. On top of all of this argument about the shape of the future Soviet Union, was the crisis featuring Sergei Ordzhonikidze. Ordzhonikidze was Stalin's longtime bosom friend from the years of organizing oilfield workers in Georgia. Ordzhonikidze had been the general in command of the Red Army forces liberating Georgia. Sergei had gotten into a fistfight with the leader of the opposing group of communists in Georgia. That is, opposed to the idea of being subordinated first into a Transcaucasian federation and subordinated again in the proposed incorporation into the Russian Socialist Federation, as opposed to a union of all independent republics. Lenin became upset about this fistfight as well as the way the entire Transcaucasian project had unfolded, and he blamed Stalin, whom he had made commissar for nationalities, for not having prevented this. However, until Stalin gave up his 19-hour-a-day, 365-day-a-year work schedule, his decisions on these and all other matters would continue to prevail. If for no other reason than he was doing, or at least supervising, virtually all of the work of the government. This is not to mention his supervision of the Red State, the Cheka and the army. A rule to note in your study of Soviet history is that Stalin always persevered because he outworked everyone else. Whatever might have happened had Lenin not had this final disabling March 7, 1923, stroke, we will never know. My own feeling is that the two, Lenin and Stalin, would have worked things out between them as they always had before. And because Stalin always capitulated to Lenin in the end. Latter-day Trotskyists have for many decades made an issue out of Lenin's activity in the few weeks he had of lucidity at the end of 1922 and the beginning of 1923. For whatever it is worth, I think this entire Trotskyist, after the fact, business to have been a lot of playing politics, nonsense. The earth belongs to the living, and those of you with an interest may draw conclusions that are more profound once tackling the matter. I mention it here because the Georgian affair has been one of the arrows in the quiver of anti-communist Trotskyism. Therefore, you cadre need to know what was really going on. This is my take on the matter. Make up your own minds. The Death Watch begins note on Lenin's illness after March 10, 1923 by Moshe Lewin. The paralysis of the right side of the body and the loss of speech that occurred on March 10, 1923, seemed so alarming that the government decided to reveal the seriousness of the illness. From then on, Izvestia published a daily health bulletin. On May 15, Lenin was moved from his apartment in the Kremlin to his country house at Gorky. 2 months later, in July 1923, a miracle seemed to have occurred. Lenin's health began to improve again. He began to take walks and to practice writing with his left hand. He was even able to visit the chairman of the local Sovkhoz and spend 3 days with him. About August 10, 1923, he was allowed to write. He received Pravda every day and later Izvestia and other publications. Before long he was able to read books and had a reading list drawn up for him. It was usually Krupskaya who read him newspaper articles and perhaps passages from the books he asked for. He was far from completely cured. It was all the more astonishing that he managed to get permission for the journey he undertook on October 18, 1923. He traveled to Moscow, went to the Kremlin by car, then set off again to wander the streets and to visit the agricultural exhibition. He then went back to his office, remained silent for a long time, took out some books from his library and returned to Gorky. Between November 24 and December 16, Bukharin, Preobrazinski, Skvortsov-Stepanov, Krestinsky, Pyatnitsky and the editor of the Krasnaya Nov Varansky came to see him. They talked to him about current affairs and brought news that Lenin listened to attentively, but he does not seem to have recovered the use of speech. The chronology contained in volume XLV of the Sokoninia, collected works, edition, which mentions the loss of speech, does not return to the matter again. At the beginning of 1924, Lenin attended a Christmas party organized at the Sovkhoz. On January 19th, in a sledge, he followed a hunting expedition in the forest. But between January 17th and 20th his time was mainly taken up with reading the report of the 13th Party Congress, sick. Lenin appeared very attentive and sometimes asked questions by gestures. Certain points quite obviously irritated him, but Krupskaya managed to calm him, probably by inventing information for the purpose. On January 21, 1924, Lenin's health suddenly deteriorated. He died at 6:50 p.m. From Lenin's Last Struggle, 1974, Moshe Lewin, Pantheon, New York, 193 pp. Dead Man Lying Lenin finished in politics May 25, 1922. Whether he was paralyzed in bed or dead in his mausoleum, Lenin was finished in politics the day of his first stroke, May 25, 1922. After that he was never more than a living, and then dead, symbol. Whether it was the bullets fired into his brain by the left SR crackpot, Fania Kaplan, in 1918 that was the ultimate cause, or simply inherited, or acquired, hypertension responsible, we will never know. What we do know is that Lenin never played any role other than ceremonial, symbolic, after his first stroke. If it had to happen, it is a good thing. It did not happen until the spring of 1922, because the party was very confident by that time by all the great things breaking for it. The end of the Civil War and the subsequent domestic conflict. And the withdrawal of the last imperialist troops, Japanese. Then the Treaty of Rapallo. Finally, the China strategy. The economy saw the first good harvest and the preparation for unification of the Bolshevik republics. History went on as if nothing untoward had happened. The fuss instigated by Trotsky over what might have happened had Lenin not suddenly exited politics was irrelevant. The party should have been ready. It could not forever count on the one, Superman, who had taken them and working people in general farther than anyone else in 100 years. It was time to grow up, and the party proved that it had. For better or for worse, the future of mankind was now in the hands of the party Lenin created, built, and had placed in power. It would never again be in his personal hands. Right way versus the wrong way of looking at things. Two perspectives on our situation in 1924. Much has been said over the last century about the primitive nature of the first country in which we first seized power. Sometimes this conversation takes the turn of implying that the entire thing was a mistake to begin with, since Russia had no chance of becoming the homeland of the world's socialist stage, once supporting revolutions failed. That is the wrong way of looking at things. The right way of looking at our historic role in making history is that this is exactly the kind of situation that justifies the existence of us communists. If history were to resolve everything itself in the proper way, from our perspective, then why would we need to intervene? Why would we be needed at all? The scientific insight and foresight of Marxism is not at all the same as Cromwellian predestination, where every step taken by every person is imagined to be preordained or predestined by God. Our insight is predictive and powerful when, like any science, it is learned, understood, and applied. Then our insight becomes our secret weapon. In other words, we are not along for the historical ride. Those of you who maybe should find another line of work. Because once we get on to the killing phase, all this sewing circle bullshit will be over. We communists intervene precisely because we understand the laws of history. Therefore can speed up an otherwise interminably, and possibly fatally, slow adaptation of an otherwise unguided, unthinking humanity. A fictional analogy would be Hari Seldon and his Science of Psychohistory in the Foundation, Isaac Asimov, series of novels. Therefore, the fact that we did not have the ideal conditions for evolving by revolution from capitalism to communism, via an intermediary transition, is actually proof. Perfect proof that we were needed then and there to get this process of transition from capitalism kicked in the ass and working. And to do so in one of the possible real-world scenarios. That is what free will means in the real world. The job is far from done, but the road forward is clear thanks to the successful experience of Bolshevism in China. I began writing this as the 19th Congress of the Communist Party of China convened. It should be clear to students of these volumes that the leadership of the international working class movements has found a permanent home in Beijing. Back at the ranch. Rule number 1. An elite revolutionary leadership that has created its own, Leninist, party can only do the kind of ass-kicking that we advocate. A party that is committed to mobilizing the mass of proletarians for revolutionary armed action against our class enemies and their dictatorships. Rule number 2. Remember, no matter what form their dictatorship takes, including the facade of bourgeois parliamentary democratic trappings, it is still nothing but a vicious dictatorship of an enemy social class. Eventually such classes must be liquidated in their entirety, root and branch. China has developed a road whereupon such classes will undergo transformation in the course of socio-cultural evolution. Rule number 3. Our cap enemies are clear when they are undisguised. They also come in the form of modern revisionism, Trotskyism, anarchism, and syndicalism. Beware of these traps as well as the armed capitalist camps. Situation in January 1924 when Lenin died. Our biggest problems at the beginning of this year of 1924 were 1. 2. The destruction of what had existed of a genuine industrial Russian proletariat. What hard times and war had not done to their numbers, had been done to workers by our leadership. When it was forced to call out workers repeatedly. When they were the essential self-sacrificing shock troops in one or another critical battle, during the Civil War. Even our best, most class-conscious workers were often too technically uneducated to run the factories in which they worked. Needless to say. 3. The would-be petty bourgeois capitalist farmers who were emerging from a domesticated feudal peasantry were useless to our immediate social needs. These primitive farmers were totally uneducated and 100% illiterate. They had been herded as a mass of domesticated farm animals for at least 200 years, and were not capable of performing any function other than that of wooden plow semi-Neolithic farming, at least for the moment. Except to be soldiers. We could and did teach them to fight, and die, for our revolution. 4. 5. 6. 7. As a consequence, we had to rely increasingly on a highly centralized body of elite Bolshevik commanders everywhere from the army to industry. This is the origin of the nomenklatura system where every party leader is vetted and chosen from above. The old urban petty bourgeoisie recognized we were here to stay and decided that joining us was preferable to being killed by us. Besides, it was the only way upward in the new social order. This was changing the nature of the party itself, as old Bolsheviks were swamped by incoming new members, and there were only so many positions to be filled in both the government and the army and navy. If bourgeois specialists of the old regime were needed, and thus given some of these jobs, that was that much less of the limited job pool available for loyal self-sacrificing old Bolshevik cadre. The friction between the bourgeois specialists and the party members, thus institutionalized, turned out to be one of the most difficult of the inherent problems confronting the party as it struggled to create the capitalist industrial infrastructure the party should have inherited. The command nature of party operations that began with the seizure could not now be changed since the party was running everything in the country. How this might be democratized to encourage maximum participation of the working masses in the future was something that 8. As Lenin said, we don't know how to do. 11th Party Congress, 1922. In fact, it could not be done for decades. These are just a few of the conundrums that confronted us once we had seized power in such a primitive place. However, comrades, that is what we are here for. Now, we must do our best to accelerate history along the lines we wish it to follow. Part of that is periodic theoretical review to see where we are and perhaps, therefore, where we may be going. Because we have literally the science of society and culture, and their history, as our sole property, we begin with a great leg up. We know what we are doing. They do not know what they are doing. Except in their limited, quarterly, perspective mentality. One main conclusion is that the intermediate transitional period between capitalism and communism has featured, in real-world practice, the emergence of an entirely new stage in the socio-cultural evolution of humanity. We are currently analyzing that stage called the stage of Stalinist socialism. It is a distinct stage in socio-cultural evolution between capitalism and communism. It will be one of several such distinct socio-cultural evolutionary stages between capitalism and communism comprising the second transitional period. Making NEP work 1924. When Lenin died at the end of January of 1924, he left behind, under the leadership of Joseph Stalin, a vast industrial espionage organization. This organization had its primary emphasis on stealing the otherwise unavailable industrial secrets of Germany, Italy and France, with smaller operations in the smaller capitalist countries ranging from Iberia to Eastern Europe and eventually the USA. These industrial secrets would normally have been available to other capitalists in other countries willing to pay licensing fees. However, the capitalist world had agreed on a program of denial of industrial process data to the Soviet Republic. Unless it was purchased with cash up front, and then if it was not technology that would make the Soviet Republic and its army stronger. Neither Lenin nor Stalin had any intention of allowing foreign capitalists to strangle the revolution. Modernizing Soviet industry would of course greatly empower the Soviet government, so it was natural, and to be expected, that the international great capitalist families would continue to deny their technology to global Bolshevism. Stalin explained all of this that year, 1924, in his book Foundations of Leninism. And that book itself was presaged by Lenin in his last letter to the Party Congress, where he started out saying exactly this. At the center of this great international industrial espionage program of the Cheka's Economic Directorate was Stalin's favorite Chekist Lev Felbin, Alexander Orlov. First in Italy and then in Germany, Orlov recruited thousands of intellectual agents and sent them into the war industries of these two imperialist countries. Eventually, all of this German-Italian work would be headquartered in Switzerland. This German and Italian industrial espionage became known as the Red Orchestra, and may have numbered 100,000 by the time Orlov was finished constructing. Inside Snapshot, Richard Sorg becomes a master of deceit. New Year's Day 1925. I thought I'd get some work done while the place is relatively quiet. But there's no need for you to be working today, Molotov. Koba, I thought we might catch up on a personnel matter for a few minutes and then I will excuse myself. Do you have time? Sure. Why not now? Catching up time is what it is, so what's the problem? It's not a problem, the opposite perhaps. I have a new German assigned to Comintern Intelligence, and I think you will find it useful to speak with him. I see an agent of enormous potential. He is outside Koba just in case you had the time to speak with him. If you don't, he will certainly understand and is somewhat embarrassed to be asked to come at all. Show him in, Vlad. And eventually I'll read that file you're carrying. I presume it's his? Yes, it is. Here it is. To outline verbally what's in the summary, it essentially says that he was a German soldier from the intellectual petty bourgeoisie for the Kaiser's capitalist regime. He was interned for a while on the Russian front. After the war, he was returned to Germany. After his discharge, he worked his way into what became our German Communist Party. He was exceptionally well regarded and was assigned as an armed guard for our delegates to the Comintern conference in Berlin last year. Otto Kuznanen, the Bolshevik chief in Finland, recommended him for Comintern Intelligence, so it came to you as chief of Comintern Intelligence, that is to say, to my desk, and I endorsed the recommendation. He arrived last week. Sorg, right? Yes, Koba. How did you know? You told me, Vlad, last week. Or was it Otto? Molotov was searching his memory. He must have mentioned it in one of the briefings. But then Kuznanen had been here. All right, that's enough. He speaks Russian, I take it? Very well for a German. Show him in. This will give me a little New Year's Day off time that I richly deserve after this last year, starting out as it did with the death of Illich. Fortunately, we got a break in the harvest, and the imperialists are all too busy at home dealing with their own workers to worry about us. So, we bought enough time to get this country reorganized. Yes, show him in. Even taking into account Koba's affection for Alexander Orlov, it was Richard Sorg who was to become more the master's pet than any other single agent in the history of Red Intelligence. Stalin spent a great deal of time with Sorg during the 1920s and continued to do so in the years immediately preceding his dispatch to Tokyo. In the end, the time Comrade Stalin invested in his pupil proved to more than worth it. Sorg's penetration of the Japanese imperial staff at the crucial time of their preparation for war with the Soviet Union, the summer of 1939, and later, in the summer of 1941, as the Nazis were heading for Moscow, would have been more than worth the time and effort in and of itself. However, after the Nazi invasion in June of 1941, Sorg would provide the boss with the accurate knowledge Stalin needed. Accurate knowledge about Japanese intentions on socialism's eastern frontier in order to know what to do next in the war against Germany, on the western frontier. In the first case, Stalin prepared a counteroffensive of a special type and along with his hand-picked General George Zhukov, smashed permanently Japan's hopes to succeed in the Soviet East. The matter was decided in the Battle of Kokkinjioel, where the Japanese suffered their first smashing defeat of World War II, August 1939. And in the case of the Great Battle of Moscow, December 1941, Sorg's spying on the Japanese imperial staff allowed Stalin to transfer Zhukov's Siberian armies for the counterattack at Moscow, December 5, 1941, inflicting the first smashing defeat on the Nazis of World War II. It all started for Richard Sorg on New Year's Day 1925, barely 11 months since Lenin's death, down the hall from Stalin's Staraya Street office. Actually, it was a very large suite of offices and libraries that took up half of the top floor in a building which was a Moscow city block in size. The other half of the top floor was where the intelligence division of the Comintern had its general staff offices, along with the Russian Party's secretariat. Lesser bureaus spread out all over the city from there, depending on space availability and need to be close to the boss, or lack thereof. Stalin used his Kremlin suite of offices mainly for ceremonial purposes, and he had a cot in the former maid's quarters where he often spent the 5 hours he allotted himself for sleep. Otherwise, he worked every day of the year. Robbing the rich to help the poor. Stalin loves being Koba. At any rate, Stalin had taken an interest in Sorg from his first day at Staff HQ. He let Felix Dzerzhinsky know he would run Sorg personally. This was fine with the Chaika chief. Dzerzhinsky was used to Stalin's preference for direct management in some cases and had his hands full anyway. Sorg's first assignment from the boss was to contact the dead Tsar's uncle, now in exile, and other Tsarist parasites in exile. Sword was to facilitate their further financial contributions to the MOCR treasury so it could continue and step up the great anti-Bolshevik struggle. If the boss had a hobby, it was his continuing desire to rob the aristocrats of everything they had. A way, I suspect, of ameliorating the pain he felt over the death of his first wife by poverty. At any rate, and of course, all these czarist bosses had no idea that at the head of their great organization was one of Joseph Stalin's closest friends, Felix Dzerzhinsky, the proprietor of this real-world Bates Motel. Alternatively, what I like to call the MOCR Roach Motel. MOCR Roach Motel. In the interim since the winding down of the Civil War and re-establishment of law and order inside the Republican Union, the Chaika had succeeded in getting a grip on the White Guardist conspirators aiming to overthrow Bolshevism and restore the Tsarist monarchy. This had included long and involved infiltration of specific agents into the white émigré leaders from Poland to Paris, and all points in between. The Bolsheviks had actually created what the White Guard operators thought was their organization, the MOCR or Monarchist Organization for Central Russia. The survivors of the Romanov dynasty were among its highest leaders, as were many of the Tsar's generals, left over from their Civil War defeats, now in exile. Money from the coffers of these persons and their supporters flowed into the Chaika's umbrella organization for rounding up all of the monarchist opponents of the revolution into one enemy. Guest registration. Checking into the Roach Motel were most of the Tsarist diehards. Checking out was problematic. One after the other, all of the Maka's leaders eventually had accidents, were kidnapped, or simply disappeared. One after the other, all of its projects eventually came to naught for apparent bad luck reasons. Yet, the MOCR seemed always ready to pick up and get started all over again. Why? Because its top organizers were actually Chekists. A real-world Norman Bates, Felix Dzerzhinsky, continued to run the Roach Motel with the full confidence of the Tsar's still living relatives and biggest bureaucrats. The trick had 3 years yet to run in January of 1925 before its leaders would finally discover the comedy to which they had devoted nearly a decade of their anti-Bolshevik lives. By that time in 1928, whatever they might have accomplished against the Soviet government in its weakest period was a long-lost dream, never to be resuscitated. Many lakes were full of many bodies. The Chaika had done it again and disarmed the most dangerous enemies of the international working-class movement long before they could fire their first shots. The Roach Motel strategy had worked perfectly and would work again and again in the future. Today the FBI is doing something similar with its front party PUSA under its special agent Sam Webb. And the CIA, not to be outdone, has 2 of its career gay spies, Brian and Richard Becker, and their San Francisco-based front so-called party PSL. Tripartite defense strategy in summary. By New Year's Day of 1925, Lenin, dead not quite yet 1 year, January 21, 1924, witnessed his successors finding themselves confronting a world where the proletarian revolution, as embodied in their perhaps unworthy selves, was surrounded by the capitalist encirclement. Somehow, the Soviet Union would have to be modernized while the Bolsheviks waited for workers in the advanced capitalist countries to join in the worldwide socialist revolution. This was a realistic strategy because the Bolsheviks had built temporary but strong defenses. This defense was tripartite. 1. Rapallo having split the capitalist alliance in the West. 2. MOCR rounding up the Bolsheviks' feudal capitalist opposition, dropping them into a killing bottle. 3. The sincere Chinese reformist bourgeoisie of Sun Yat-sen. China would be put into place to protect the eastern frontiers of the Soviet Union. Strangely enough, the latter began in London, where Soviet Secret Service, Chaika, agent Michael Borodin had been sent to try and put order into the Council movement there from a Bolshevik perspective back in 1920. In August of that year, Borodin had succeeded in welding the disparate Marxist groups in Great Britain into one authorized Comintern party. The Communist Party of Great Britain emerged. Borodin would subsequently return several times and a year later would organize a massive national strike movement. Insurrection in London, winter 1921 to 1922. Hang the King! Hang the Lords! Hang Parliament! Hang all the bloodsuckers! The chanting rocked Parliament Square. The masses of protesting workers from the coal, steel and railroad unions had just finished listening to Scot Communist leader Willie Gallagher. He had been railing against the government's cutting of soldiers' severance pay, the closing of striking coal mines, the rise in the price of coal, so essential to winter life in London in 1921, and the government's refusal to pass legislation allowing every man and woman a vote, especially on the question of unemployment relief. This had brought the present situation to a crisis. An American was speaking to some of them in front of Buckingham Palace. He was demanding, coal now, wage increases for the mine workers, and recognition of the Soviet Republic. And the crowd, approaching 250,000, extended for miles, totally blocking all the streets entering and leaving Parliament Square, and isolating the palace. The king, George VTH, and his wife were bravely waiting to face the mob, as they called them. Protected by only a company of guardsmen and a contingent of officer cadets, the situation was looking increasingly grim. In the palace, panic had seized many, including the heirs to the throne. "Father, mother, they're going to kill us all just like they did the Tsar!" cried David, Prince of Wales, eventual King Edward VIII, a short-lived kingship. The boy was truly terrified, for only in nightmares about the Tsar in Russia had he imagined such a thing. His brother, who would become George VI, tried to say something but stuttered into silence and appeared to be drunk. The eventual King of England, George VIII, after his brother's abdication. "Captain, take the boys away from all this," spoke the king. "Yes, your majesty. Boys, come with me." Another officer approached. "Your majesties, I beg you come with me now while we still have time. The tunnel is still in our hands, but it may not be for long." "We are not going anywhere, Major. I will face this unruly rabble, and the Queen insists on staying at my side. Their problem is with the government, not the crown, and I will be sure they understand that." "Sir, they don't want to hear that. They want money, coal, and votes, and God knows what all, and they hate all established authority. Sir, the communists have stirred up this mob and organized the strikes. And that American out there is running the show. Lenin sent him to organize all this because the Russians are deadly serious about what they want. If we do not get you out now, well, sir, if the mob turns on the gate, although we will die fighting, we will not be able to stop them. They will be in here in a matter of minutes. Again, I beg you, you have to get away." It didn't do the Tsar any good to run, Major. Learn from history. Better to get it over with here and now. The Kaiser ran, sir. It worked for him. That's true, Major. I had forgotten about that in the midst of all this. Not only had the Kaiser's flight saved his life, in the face of the rioting Berlin mob, but the German communist uprisings in the German army, navy, and in the factories of Berlin and Bavaria had brought the World War to an end. This is a simple historical fact, which the U.S. rulers have done their best to obfuscate in U.S. history books and U.S. history classes ever since 1918. As usual, this leaves the North American public with little comprehension of history other than that to be obtained from the cinematic and television parroted mythology of U.S. imperialism. In other words, U.S. citizens get little more than a daily diet of cleverly contrived propaganda as news and understanding of news. Therefore, they think somehow their soldiers must have won the First World War. In fact, the U.S. late-coming role in the war had only peripherally to do with the denouement of the Kaiser and his regime. This substitution of propaganda for history sadly explains the pathetic ignorance of even contemporary world history exhibited by North Americans. A widespread ignorance, affecting college graduates as well as those finishing their education in the lower grades, so amazing to the intelligentsia of the rest of the world. A more recent example was the way the U.S. Cap press covered the Normandy landing in 1944, telling the U.S. public that the Normandy invasion won the Second World War. This is laughable in the rest of the world that knows the Red Army had already won the Second World War and was in the process of mopping up and surrounding Berlin. "Major, where is the army?" asked the king. "The Light Infantry Brigade can't get through, your majesty. The streets are barricaded, the workers are armed, and the horses have been attacked. The few other units within range have been stranded by the striking rail workers who refuse to move any military units." "The navy?" "Likewise, your majesty. The docks are in the hands of the communists, and our closest ships cannot even moor at the docks. Sir, this could turn into a full-scale revolution. Since Cromwell, the monarchy has not faced such a danger, and if the mob turns Cromwellian, they will do what they did before, and they will hang you, the lords and parliament." The king and queen finally acceded to their guardsmen and ran. They need not have, because the mob settled for guarantees of a new election where Labour's left would have its right to contest, win, and take their parliamentary seats. Nevertheless, it had been a close-run thing. The American referred to was Michael Borodin. Lenin had sent Borodin in 1921 to get the British would-be communists sorted out, disciplined and unified in one party, the Communist Party of Great Britain, CPGB. Soon MI5 and Scotland Yard would arrange for new quarters for Borodin at Wadsworth Prison. However, unbeknownst to any of these participants in London was that the decision to bring Borodin back to Moscow had been made by Lenin. Lenin would soon reassign Borodin to China. Borodin's escape from London arranged by Joseph Stalin. Chapter 11: Bolshevism spreads to China. Lessons of 1927. We need to examine the initial Bolshevik experience in China for several reasons. 1. One reason is that the failure in China, on the first go-around, was deeply rooted in a failure to understand the nature of the underlying psychological imprinting of people. 2. Another reason is that the failure in China first time out of the box had much to do with the Moscow Politburo's ignorance of Chinese conditions, especially in Shanghai. 3. Not the least reason for directing our attention on this first attempt of the Bolsheviks to take state power in China is that in the end, what was achieved has allowed China to become the center of the world's socialist stage today. There are two critical phases to this experience. The first phase is the period in which Bolshevism came to China by the invitation of Chinese Marxists. Lenin sent agents to intervene along the line laid down by him in 1919 when he created the Third International, Comintern, Communist International. The second phase begins when an indigenous Chinese communist leadership struck out on its own path following the failure of 1927. In this chapter, we shall concentrate upon the first phase. In subsequent chapters in Volume 3, we will explore the growth and experience of the Chinese Party up and to the present day. Background. The Leninists in Moscow turned their attention to China soon after the October 1917 seizure of power but did not dispatch agents until early in 1921. From that point we begin. And to properly understand this initial experience, it is necessary to pull data from three separate lines of investigation and a multitude of sources of information in order to sort out what really happened in the earliest phases of the Chinese proletarian revolution. 1, 2, 3. One of these are the documents left behind by the Bolshevik leaders in Moscow and their chosen instrument, the Comintern, and its agents in Russia and China. Another is that body of knowledge about the early history of Chinese capitalism, including its legal and illegal components, and finally, we want to study the corpus of data about the history of foreign imperialism in China, especially Japanese imperialism as it impacted China in the first 3 decades of the 20th century. When it is all said and done, what is most amazing is that the Russian Bolsheviks almost pulled it off. That is, they almost succeeded in China in 1921-27 as they had only a decade earlier in the Tsarist Empire. Considering that the Bolshevik bosses started with no indigenous Chinese expertise, and were working in one of the great 5 known areas of origin of global civilization, with a long and distinguished autochthonous socio-cultural evolutionary tradition of its own, the fact that they did almost succeed, after only a few years of direct intervention, is in and of itself a testament to the power of their ideas, the truths of Marxist and Leninist analysis, and also to the quality of the Bolshevik leaders and their agents. But their ultimate failure, in this first round, is also reflective of a weakness in their theory, in the one critical area, superstructural analysis. Although the Chinese Revolution failed in its first phase, the experience in its entirety laid the basis for the success of the Chinese Revolution 20 years later. This is because the Chinese Bolsheviks who survived the bloodletting of 1927 came to understand the weakness in the general theory of historical materialism, the applied anthropology, if you will, of their time. They corrected it in practice and somewhat in theory as well, under the leadership of Mao Zedong NS. His eventual success was a truly historic achievement which was, in no small part, the result of building upon the experience of the daring role played by the Bolshevik chiefs in Moscow, from the beginning, which in this case was 1921. Mao's corrections were in the area of the theory of ideology, i.e., the theory of the superstructure. It is this additional and equally important reason, the then extant theoretical weakness, which requires us to review the spread of Bolshevism to China in this book. How devastating their cognitive failure sometimes turned out. Especially, in China, in the years 1924 to 1927. We can see that theoretical weakness more clearly now because we now understand so much more about the ideological component of Marx's theory of the tripartite model of culture, technology, social organization and ideology, forces of production, relations of production, superstructure, respectively, arranged in the traditional schematic way, and with interchangeable terms, as. What do we know specifically, now, that we did not know in the early 20th century? How have we acquired this new knowledge? To answer the last question first, we acquired this knowledge as a product of practice in the struggle to traverse the transitional period between epochs that began in 1917. We have the documents and the historical accounts we need. Furthermore, and with regard to experience, this explication of real-world events is the reason I began this series of papers, monographs and books, with my own autobiography. Idaho Smith's Search for the Foundation. 2000, Volume 1, The Buccaneer, Jason W. Smith, Writers Press, Boise. That is to say, my own ethnographic fieldwork in contemporary cultural settings has allowed me a unique perspective on the documents that constitute the history of the struggle of Bolshevism in the last century. That field experience has served me well as a solid rock foundation from which to project the principle of basal, sadistic, selfish mental template imprinting of people. People must find themselves as the Hegelian subjects of the contemporary world struggles, and to do so methodically in each one of the events of the past, the present, and speculatively into the future. Sadism and selfishness are the two ends of the broad spectrum of behavior inculcated into all those born into servitude epoch societies. It is the primary mental template of the servitude epoch. It is no accident that practices such as those arising at the Abu Ghraib prison in Iraq occurred under Saddam or under the subsequent U.S. management. For sadism is one of two competing mental templates in societies that have advanced into the second transitional period, between capitalism and communism. The new template of altruism of the modern communist variety, emerging on a new and vastly superior technological basis rather than that of the primitive communist variety of bands and tribes, is emerging but is still the inferior template and will be so until 1. 2. Working class governments are firmly in the saddle and not in danger of capitalist imperialist attack. We know today that the superstructure or ideological component of culture is not simply a mirror reflecting the material conditions in which people live. It never was. In Chapter 1 of Volume 1 of Capital, Marx points out that the fetishism of commodities makes, to paraphrase, the material conditions of life appear as social relations between things. He knew the ideological component was complex and required deep scientific insight in order to understand it properly. It is not simply a reflective mirror. As with all things, the answer to what makes them tick lies deep within those very same things, as Niels Bohr once remarked. Thus, the methodology, which is to say we must look deep into the key factors influencing history. In this case, along the 3 lines of inquiry listed above. The mode of production, the relationship between technology and social organization of any society will determine the type of ideology that can occur. That is, the kind of idea system that is possible. Rising upon that social base, mode of production, is the mental template of an ideological system. Within servitude epoch societies, slavery, feudalism and capitalism, the primary mental template will always have 2 poles as opposite sides on a broad spectrum. This can be pictured as analogous to the electromagnetic spectrum with gamma-X rays on one, left, side and radio on the other, right, side. In sociocultural evolution we have a primary mental template also existing as a spectrum with 2 opposite poles. One, right side is simple selfishness/self-centeredness, and on the other, left side, outright sadism. In the second transitional period, the former template is retreating. The coming primary, communist, mental template is advancing. The latter also has 2 poles, with its opposite poles being those of liberal social consciousness and pure altruism. However, there is a universal basal imprinting of all people, regardless of class, in a given sociocultural epoch, in the ideological template of that epoch or period. When there are such dramatically competing templates, we can expect to see widespread schizophrenia because of the bipolar nature of society and the competing templates. To date, we have seen 2 templates and 2 periods with competing templates. 1. 2. That of the first egalitarian epoch, the altruism of primitive communism. That of slavery, feudalism and capitalism, which is to say the sadism and selfishness of the servitude epoch, and 3. The period of the chiefdom stages with both of these templates in competition, and 4. The current period of the socialist stages with the template of the servitude epoch coexisting with the new mental template of the as yet, never before seen, stage of modern communism. Note that in each of the transitional periods there are 2 competing mental templates, that of the formerly extant stage, and that of the stage to come. During the recent 500th anniversary celebrations of Colón's discovery of the Americas, several books appeared commemorating the occasion, and some of them described the contrast between the Spanish Ronin freebooters and their ideology on the one hand and the people of the Bahamas and theirs. For example, the Spanish Ronin enjoyed spit roasting, barbecuing, the Indians as they stole from them, and the Bahamians could not comprehend such behavior. That is exactly an example of the sadism of the servitude epoch versus the altruism of the first egalitarian epoch, primitive communism. Mental imprinting colors the way people behave in the most profound underlying causal way. In the early 20th century, we saw that the underlying basal imprinting of sadism and selfishness of the servitude epoch, composed of the stages of slavery, feudalism and capitalism, led to the treason of the Second International, and to other surprises within the Bolshevik Party in Russia, as confronted in Georgia and dealt with by Stalin and Dzerzhinsky, and a few years later to the trap sprung by the decisive sector in the Chinese bourgeoisie, the gangsters of Shanghai known as the Green Gang. Had the Bolshevik theoreticians in Moscow known theoretically of this decisive underlying long-lasting mental imprinting of people in selfishness and sadism, which cannot go away until many generations have come and gone in the period of transition from epoch to epoch, and the material conditions of life have changed to support the Second Egalitarian epoch, then they would have anticipated such events as the treason of the Second International, the anti-party course in Georgia taken among some Bolsheviks, and the trap sprung by the Green Gang. These examples I have chosen because we discussed them in the text. There is a myriad of other conflicts resolved unfavorably for our side, many of which will be discussed in the second volume in the country-by-country examination of the fight for communism in Latin America. In addition, we cannot discount the fact of insufficient knowledge about the specifics of Chinese conditions, which also led to the bushwhacking in Shanghai. The Bolsheviks understood the specifics of Russian society but were woefully ignorant of those of then contemporary China. Understanding those specifics in Russia, and the correct application of Marxist theory, brought them success in Russia. Not understanding the specifics of Chinese society, even with an almost correct application of Marxist theory, a theory at that time weak in the area of ideology, was insufficient, first time around, to bring success in China. Now let us begin with a review of what the Bolsheviks did do in China, and why. How they allowed themselves to be the loser in class alliance, rather than the winner, in the first go-around with the Chinese capitalist classes. Chinese historical films. Joseph Needham published a many-volume history of science and technology in China many decades ago. I was very impressed, as I am sure were all those who read it, because for the first time it dawned on me that the Eurocentric idea of the known world, being that around the Mediterranean Sea, was pure nonsense. Furthermore, the idea that the rather primitive Greek city-states and later Rome and its empire were the center of world civilization, and all the accomplishments worth knowing about, was just plain pathetic and silly. As for that matter, were earlier versions of empire in Mesopotamia and Egypt. If there was a true center of world civilization, it was always in China. In this volume you have seen how the great technological innovations that were essential to the emergence of the capitalist stage occurred first in China, and the reason for the very late surge in European domination of much of the globe was due to the historical happenstance of weak European feudalism in contrast to strong Chinese feudalism. We shall examine this further in the last part of this volume, and in Volume 3. However, in short, better socio-cultural conditions existed for the earlier emergence of capitalism in Europe than in China. The European bourgeoisie were stronger relative to their feudal overburden than the Chinese bourgeoisie were to theirs. At any rate, the direct route to getting the proper impression of where civilization emerged and where it was the most advanced, one can get now from the Chinese movie industry. Actually, China is the setting for many of these movies, and the actors from many countries, and the filming of the various segments is done as often in other parts of the world as it is China. For a look at the Taiping Rebellion in the decade 1860-1870, I recommend The Warlords. For an epic view of the struggle within Chinese imperial feudalism in AD 208, I recommend the John Woo movie Red Cliff. There are several others, including the more recent Marco Polo series on Netflix, where you will become familiar with the power and substance of the Chinese feudal empire. Perhaps like me you will forget you are even watching a foreign film because the English soundtrack is excellent, and it seems like it was done in Hollywood. What you will take away from these films and TV spectaculars is a feeling for the true achievement of humanity in the Chinese empire vis-a-vis what by comparison with what was a rather pathetic miniature in Mesopotamia, Egypt, Greece, and Rome in the same time periods. Lenin finds capitalism in China to be indigenous but distorted by feudalism and imperialism. In the late AD 1700s, the capitalist stage of China begins at the same time as the full-scale introduction of machinofacture and its 5 diagnostic elements in several important soon-to-be industrial European cities. Much of the invention work for these European cities had been done much earlier in China. For example, blast furnaces existed in China perhaps 2,000 years before they were invented in Legion AD 1500. And steam engines were invented in China centuries before a Chinese model arrived in France in the 1700s. Yet, the feudal overburden in China was strong enough to delay capitalism by a century. China is a vast country compared to the city-state polities of Western Europe. The mass of Chinese producers was fully domesticated serfs. And most of China's GNP came from peasant farmers under the heel of the feudal boot of the master and mistress classes and their eunuch bureaucracy that administered their empire. For capitalism's productive potential to be released in China, the national social structural situation would have to be changed. Just as it had to be changed in Europe and North America. That would take until 1921 when Bolshevism spread to China, creating the Communist Party. Then the process of changing the capitalist germinal in China got underway. In the meantime, the Chinese bourgeoisie played a role. They were in league with British opium traffickers, similar, structurally, to the role played by Oliver Cromwell and his capitalist farmers during the English Revolution. In China, we know the rise of the Chinese bourgeoisie as the Taiping Rebellion, 1850-1870. It swept out of the south from Canton, now Guangzhou, northward, eventually taking at least half the country under its aegis, and permanently undermining the imperial feudal order. Eventually, the Chinese bourgeoisie, in league with imperialists from many countries, brought down the imperial regime. In the succeeding interregnum, there were many generals with their local power bases. They filled the vacuum left by the collapse of imperial feudal authority. Behind these generals and essential industrial centers were not only the financial capitalists, but also their gangster allies. Lenin concluded the perversion of national capitalist development by existing feudalism and invading imperialism kept capitalism from developing in China anywhere near as fully as Marx and Engels would have required. Certainly in China, capitalism was far less developed than in Europe at the same precise moment. Therefore, for a working-class revolution leading to socialism as a stage in that country to occur, there should be at first at least a minimal capitalist system in existence. It barely was. In 1922, in other words, the Russian Bolshevik Politburo looked at China, much as the Social Democrats of Western Europe had looked at the Russians in the pre-1917 period. The latter often thinking Russia simply too backward to launch a successful proletarian revolution, or, perhaps one should say, not too primitive to launch such a revolution but far too primitive in capital development to carry it through to conclusion. Leninists responding that indeed they would start the conflagration and expect Europe to join in as soon as possible. Now the Bolsheviks were looking at China as far too primitive to embark upon a socialist course, but not too primitive in technological development to embark upon a stage of fulfilling capitalism's promise. And a friendly capitalist government in the East would be a de facto buffer against the imperialist encirclement. In the same way, or even better than the way, Germany now acted as a buffer to the hostile European capitalist states in the West. The Soviet North was guarded by Old Man, perpetual winter, and the South by the Himalayas, leaving only the Islamic crackpots to be liquidated, which they were in the USSR by 1939. Capitalism with Chinese characteristics. So capitalism in China definitely existed and had in germinal form for millennia. However, it was not the predominant economic formation. Machinofacture was still a tiny percentile of the gross national product. It was far from sufficient to finance a complete bourgeois takeover of the entire country. What went unrecognized in Moscow was that criminal elements of the capitalist class in China did have the financial resources, should they wish to use them, to finance a bourgeois takeover of the entire country. Lenin and the Bolsheviks recognized that China would continue as a colony of such imperialist powers as the USA, Japan, and the UK. Unless, and if something was not done to bolster the Chinese bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie. Why? Precisely because Chinese technical backwardness in 1920 was 10 times as bad as Russia's before the onset of the First World War in 1914. Working class factor in January 1919, Lenin created the Communist International or Third International by direct personal order. He assembled the delegates from foreign communists available in the Soviet Republic. In March 1919, Lenin was able to add those that had managed to make their way to Moscow, when the founding convention was actually held. In charge of its secret department, he placed Joseph Stalin, continuing to show confidence in Stalin, whom he had earlier placed in charge of the secret department of the Russian Party. By 1920, the Comintern was establishing operations in many countries and on every continent on Earth. For the Comintern, the failure of the proletarian revolution to take hold in Europe after the Trotsky-Tukhachevsky disaster at Warsaw was unfortunate. Nevertheless, in the East, there was also the possibility that something might be fomented that would lead toward proletarian revolution somewhere down the road. In the meantime, perhaps a more amenable series of buffers, between global imperialist encirclement and the Soviet regime, could be established in the Far East. Especially, in China, Indochina, and Indonesia. In China, some intellectuals had watched the Bolshevik experience closely. Among these was Jian Tusu, Dean of the College of Letters of Peking University. Working for him on May 4, 1919, was young Mao Zedong. The May 4, 1919 date is important for it marks the beginning of the modern revolt of Chinese intellectuals, and those they could gather around them, against foreign imperialism. In this case, they were revolting against the carving up of China by the capitalist imperialists at Versailles. The victors of World War I held a conference in that Parisian suburb where they divided the spoils of war. Japan was handed the part of China held previously by Germany. The May 4 movement, as it became known, featured Chen and others influenced by Bolshevism playing important roles in the resistance to the Versailles Agreement. An excellent movie about this was authorized in 2011 by the Chinese Communist Party to celebrate the 90th anniversary of its creation, entitled Beginning of the Great Revival, that is available on Netflix. Last year the CPC celebrated its 100th anniversary. When the news that Lenin was calling for a world global headquarters of proletarian revolution reached China, it was natural that Chen and others, who considered themselves Marxists, would be among the first to establish contact with Russia's new bosses. This is exactly what they did. After 1919 and the founding of the Comintern, Chinese delegates formally established contact. In the fall of 1920, at the Comintern's Second Congress, relations deepened between the two. Then the Comintern sent Gregory N. Voidinsky, Hendrikus Mering, and S.A. Dahlen to China. In July 1921, the first Congress of the Communist Party of China was held in Shanghai under the Comintern's tutelage. It featured 11 Chinese delegates representing some 60 members. It was held in the middle of a hot and steamy July in Shanghai. At any rate, one could hardly imagine that within 5 years the Chinese Communist Party would be one of the two most important and largest political organizations in the nation. The delegates discovered they were being observed and quickly changed the location of their Shanghai conference. This was a most important penetration of their activities. It would have long and far-reaching consequences. for they were being observed by agents of their soon-to-be most deadly enemy, Bigger Du, chief of the Shanghai Green Gang. Capitalist factor. As history would have it, the key, open, capitalist political organization emerging was the KMT party of Dr. Sun Yat-sen. At the same time, the key, secret, capitalist political organization was that of the Green Gang of Duyuxing, Bigger Du. Both organizations had branches in a variety of Chinese cities and overseas Chinese communities. For Sun, it would be Canton would be his most important base. For Du, it would be Shanghai. Perhaps the most important feature of this fact of Chinese reality is that the Bolshevik leaders appear to have been ignorant, altogether, of the latter. We should not be too critical of the Bolshevik bosses in Moscow for this failure. Bigger Du's role in the politics of China paralleled that of Meyer Lansky in the USA. During Lansky's tenure, the true significance of his role in North American politics was unknown to all but a few, and hardly any American communists. This inability of the Bolsheviks to see Chinese bourgeois reality for what it was, is one decisive factor leading them into a trap. I discussed Lansky at length in Volume 1, The Buccaneer, of my autobiographical series. Idaho Smith Search for the Foundation, 2000, Jason W. Smith, Writers Press, Boise 330 pp. This book is available in university libraries from Boise State to Harvard or in ebook form from Kindle Books. www.amazon.com. www.amazon.com. It is only in recent years that the role of the Lansky organization has become the focus of scholarly attention, let alone political attention. On the other hand, filmmakers have brought many of the details of gringo organized crime to public attention in such movies as Mobsters. Sun's biggest problem all along had been the fact he believed in the bourgeois way of life, in the capitalist system and in the then existing system of land tenure in China. Fundamentally, he just wanted to democratize the system, more or less along U.S. lines of 1781. Then only rich white U.S. males were considered part of the democracy. However, this was Sun's understanding, minus all the social egalitarianism of Gringolandia that was so abhorrent to the wealthy Chinese classes. Consequently, Sun had been unable to attract anyone other than bourgeois youth and foreign expatriate Chinese contributors for his KMT party. The communists from Moscow understood this well and spent a huge amount of time trying to convince him of the necessity of broadening his appeal to the Chinese masses. They never fully succeeded. Bigger Du's concern with the communists was with what they had accomplished in Russia, and the possibility that they could do the same thing in China. Du was not only the boss of drug trafficking in China but also the boss of much of organized labor in Shanghai, the owner of countless maquiladoras, and he did not want competition from local communists. Du used his unions to squeeze working people and to shake down other capitalists. He quickly became the strongest anti-communist in China. His story is far beyond the scope of this book, but it is critical because one of his most important protégés was the thug Chiang Kai-shek. For an excellent history of the Chinese Green Gang, there is a most compelling and inclusive review of his activities in the Sung Dynasty, 1985, Sterling Seagrave, Harper & Row, New York, 532 pp. Formosa Betrayed. For a recent, 2010, cinematic view of Chiang Kai-shek's fascism and why he and his gang were so hated, see the movie Formosa Betrayed. It shows in detail the kind of fascism that Chiang and his gringo sponsors imposed on the people of Taiwan. This was a replay of what Chiang and the Green Gang had done in Shanghai in 1927 and in many other cities in China thereafter. Decision to intervene. In April 1922, the Soviets scored a great foreign policy victory at the Genoa suburb of Rapallo, Italy. As we have seen, Lenin's diplomats managed to split the capitalist encirclement they had hitherto confronted in Europe, by allying with capitalist Germany against the other capitalist powers. In 1922, there was an equivalent diplomatic initiative in China. Shortly after Rakovsky's success at Rapallo, Italy, the Politburo sent one-time Austrian psychiatrist Adolf Joff, one of Trotsky's strongest partisans, and the Soviets' first ambassador to Weimar Germany, to Beijing as Soviet Russia's new would-be ambassador to China. The regime in Beijing was a military one. It was certainly not anything approaching pro-Bolshevik. But as had been the case with the German Weimar government, both governments could have much to gain from cooperation, not the least of which favored the Chinese official government, and whoever occupied Beijing was the official Chinese government. The new Russian government had renounced all claims to the territorial privileges and advantages of the Tsarist regime in China, as well as any claims that might have been forthcoming from the Versailles settlements. So, on the one hand, the Bolshevik bosses wanted an official government-to-government relationship between Moscow and Beijing in 1922 that would have a Rapallo type of effect in the East, with regard to the world imperialist encirclement of the Bolshevik Revolution. However, unlike Germany, where the Weimar government was relatively strong, the Chinese military regime in Beijing was far from stable. How reliable would an agreement with this or any of the succeeding military regimes in Beijing going to be? And what about proletarian revolution in China? That was the other hand. Lenin calculated, in 1922, that China had barely entered the capitalist stage. Further, he maintained that China's capitalism, such as it was so much under the control and influence of imperialism that it existed in a distorted form. This primitive capitalist deformation needed time to A. B. C. That it had to escape imperialism's control. By that time, the imperialists in China were primarily Japanese, UK, and US. Their caps made major investment, and their troops provided military occupation. Overall, in 1922, China was perhaps 10% as industrialized as Russia had been on the eve of the World War, i.e., 1914. Accordingly, he had sent Adolf A. Joff to China. Joff was a well-educated Bolshevik from a Crimean family of Karaite Jewish origin. Subsequently, after Lenin's May 25, 1922 stroke, the Politburo was to change Joff's assignment. After much debate, the Russian Bolshevik Political Bureau decided in the spring of 1922 to order Joff south from Beijing to Shanghai. Once in Beijing, Joff saw the reality that whatever military faction controlled that city, its control was always tenuous. Given the shaky condition of the Beijing regime, and the possibility of jump-starting a progressive bourgeois national independent government, to order Joff south to Shanghai, the Russian Politburo decided Joff should confer with Shanghai's revolutionary Sun Yat-sen about China's future. This matter was far too important to be left to the Comintern, as Seagrave points out. From the start, the Russian party bosses ran the show. This moment marks the plot point in the transformation of Soviet policy concerning China. The importance of a nationally independent Chinese government, as a friendly treaty partner on the eastern frontier of the Soviet Republic, took paramount importance in the thinking of Lenin and associates. Thus, the matter was removed from the status it had previously held. By which I mean viewing China as one more important country with a communist party founded and moving in accordance with a rather boilerplate plan to gradually work over the working classes to something quite different. In other words, Stalin's cookie-cutter model of adding new friendly republics to the world socialist stage was being set aside in favor of a new policy of bolstering a friendly, buffering Far Eastern bourgeois government. In short, the spread of Bolshevism to China now became a matter of survival foreign policy for the Soviet Republic, as opposed to the simple organization of international class war. From this moment on, the objective of the Bolshevik leaders from Lenin on down was to implement a Rapallo type of relationship with a bourgeois democratic regime in China. Proletarian revolution was definitely on the back burner. Naturally, in China, this was not a popular policy in much of the party. The decision to use Comintern agents and CPC cadre to make the new strategy work inevitably meant that many workers and poor farmers thought that victory in the coming struggle would mean a rapid move into communism. This is the first source of confusion about the First Chinese Revolution culminating in 1927 in defeat, i.e., what were its objectives? Well, whatever objectives any others may have had, Lenin's objective and that of the Bolshevik Politburo had changed. It now focused on creating a democratic bourgeois nationally independent regime for China. One that was anti-imperialist to the core. Therefore a very real buffer against US and Japanese imperialism on the Soviet Republic's eastern frontier. In January of 1923, Joff and Sun reached, with difficulty, an agreement which proposed they jointly carry out a program designed to operationalize Lenin's idea of achieving a bourgeois democratic regime in China. As we have seen, Lenin believed a national bourgeois democracy was achievable, and would be a longer-term solution to the problem of a Chinese buffer against world imperialism than any agreement with Beijing. Such an agreement with Sun, in other words, had prospects for permanency, as opposed to the short-term advantages of a relationship with whatever military short-lived regime happened to be in Beijing. Furthermore, Sun understood these objectives of Lenin's and why he wanted China secure from imperialism, with its own national army and a new alliance with the Soviet Republic. Sun realized Lenin thought the productive forces of capitalism would generate a stronger and stronger proletarian base upon which the newly formed Chinese Communist Party could build. Given the time it would take to build a minimal industrial base in China, it would take many years before any of Sun's capitalist supporters would have to worry about proletarian revolution of the Soviet type. Rather, in China there would be communists with an eye toward revolution some years down the road when conditions were finally ripe. You should note Lenin and the Politburo understood this technological backwardness of China. It was Chinese backwardness which made Lenin settle on the idea of a bourgeois national democratic regime in Beijing as the best to be hoped for in the years 1922 to 1927. This was the same technological backwardness so severely handicapping socialist construction in the Soviet Union in those years, and in an even more severe form would continue to plague the development of China's road in the socialist stage, constantly, after the success of Mao in 1949. A backwardness that would finally be corrected after 26 years of red power counting from 1949. The terms of the Soviet-Sun agreement involved building a loyal, national revolutionary army for Sun and his KMT party. The Politburo wanted to involve the Chinese Communist Party, then only a year and a half old, with an important role in building this NRA. It wanted this if for no other reason than that would be the only way they could be sure the instrument they had in mind to build a bourgeois democracy in China could be successfully crafted. And of course, to put the CPC in a historical position where it could begin to build a working class base and then, someday, do what the Bolsheviks had done in Russia. The Soviet-Sun agreement was conditional. If Sun could re-establish himself somewhere, as a boss, then the Bolsheviks would carry out their part. That would be to send shipments of weapons and military specialist trainers to build Sun an army which could impose bourgeois democracy on the entire nation, securing simultaneously its freedom from international oppression by capitalist imperialism of the Japanese, American, and British varieties. Sun did his part in Canton, now Guangzhou. Accordingly, the Politburo in Moscow decided to fulfill their obligation under the Sun-Jaf agreement. Soviet assistance was formalized when Lenin dispatched Mikhail Borodin to Canton, Guangzhou, subordinating command of the incoming Bolshevik contingent of military advisors, and their equipment, to his command. For a full account of Borodin and his mission I recommend Borodin, Stalin's Man in China, 1981, Dan N. Jacobs, Harvard University Press, Cambridge, 369 pp. Trotsky vs. Stalin for China. Trotsky's biographer, Isaac Deutscher, refers to the idea that Stalin failed and Trotsky would have succeeded in China as vulgar Trotskyism. A more authoritative source, in matters regarding Trotsky, than Deutscher would be hard to find. For that reason we have to take him seriously when he points out that in the two most important years of Russian Bolshevik direct involvement in China, 1926 to 1927, Trotsky had little or nothing to say about the course the Chinese Revolution was following. In fact, on this subject Deutscher finds him silent, see pages 321 to 332 in The Prophet Unarmed, 1959, Isaac Deutscher, Oxford University Press, London, for 90 pp. It was Trotsky's strong supporter, the Austrian psychiatrist Adolf Joffe, who had negotiated the Soviet-Sun agreement. It was Lenin and the Politburo that directed Joffe to proceed as he did. Stalin's involvement was after the fact, and then only due to his being in charge of the secret departments of both the Soviet Party and the Comintern. These responsibilities handed to him by Lenin. Thus, Stalin inherited the responsibility for the implementation of the policy. Nevertheless, for better or for worse, the primary credit and the primary blame, if it is to fall anywhere, must fall on Stalin, for the reason that he was in charge of operations and for that reason alone. Secondarily, the blame must fall on the Bolshevik Party's highest leadership, collectively, for failing to achieve intelligence superiority. It is not the case that Stalin was the champion of one pole of thought on China policy and Trotsky another. As true as that may have been in other areas of dispute within the Russian Party's Politburo, it had never been so over China. Not when Trotsky was in the Politburo and later when he was not. No, the reasons for the eventual failure of the first go-around in China lie elsewhere. There was an opposite pole concerning Soviet and Comintern policy in China, but it was in China. The opposition to the Bolshevik Politburo policy was led by the CPC founder and first General Secretary Chindushio, NS, who preferred a much more classic, Leninist, policy of independence from other class forces and parties. In other words, a policy mirroring that of Lenin and the Bolsheviks, in Russia, prior to October 1917. Ironically, Chen wanted to proletarianize China immediately. Lenin wanted bourgeois democracy first for China with socialism on the back burner for the historical moment. Chen was expelled from the CPC in November 1929. Concerning the path being followed by Borodin in China, Lenin dispatched him. It was a Leninist policy he was instructed to carry out, which might briefly be said to be to act to bring about a national bourgeois democratic regime in China, one wherein the Chinese Communist Party would play a leading role, positioning itself for an eventual seizure of power at an appropriate time, somewhere down the road, when the objective conditions for proletarian revolution and government have been established. Borodin had known Stalin since the earliest Bolshevik days. Now Stalin was the boss of both the Russian Party's international secret programs as well as the secret programs implemented through the Comintern. In fact, Stalin and Borodin had voted together in party meetings, at crucial times, in the early 1900s. That was before Borodin had emigrated to Chicago, and of course, before he had returned to Russia after October 1917, to volunteer his services to the cause. Stalin, being the de facto organizational leader of the party in 1923, at least as far as its secret activities went internationally, must, presumably, have found his prior friendship with Borodin as an enabling factor. In summary, the China policy of the Bolsheviks was determined by Lenin, formulated by Adolf Joffe, an eventual Trotskyist, and the entire Politburo concurred. Stalin had much of the organizational responsibility for the policy, because of his job as head of the secret departments of both the party and the Comintern. Inside Snapshot, April 17, 1922. They've decided. Joseph Stalin remarked to his aide and fellow Politburo member Vyacheslav Molotov. So, it's to be Sun Yat-sen for sure? Apparently. Lenin convinced all of us in the Politburo of his position. Lenin asked why you weren't there and I said you were super busy, which you are. I just wanted you to know he missed you. Anyway, there doesn't appear to be a downside. No matter how the Chinese war goes, we should be able to get at least as much as we got at Rapallo. So he thinks. What do you think, Koba? Ah yes, but it's not up to me to think, only to do or die. Perhaps we can pull it off. At the least, maybe we will add 1,000 kilometers of depth to our eastern buffer. Anyway, the boss says it's to be Borodin in charge. So let's get Mikhail back from England. He's still in that London lockup. Well, let's get him out. That's not going to be easy. Rakovsky says the Tories are trying to make an example out of him. An example of us. Buy him out or shoot him out, but I want him here before the end of the month. Yes, Koba. Lenin's analysis orders to the Politburo. Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov v.I. Lenin had become convinced that China was far too primitive in economic development to pursue even the limited socialist course that the Bolsheviks were following in Russia. Accordingly, what was needed was a strong and vibrant bourgeois democratic regime in China, independent of US, UK, and Japanese imperialism. One acting as a willing de facto buffer in the East against the global imperialist encirclement of the Soviet Republic, soon to be the Soviet Union. Accordingly, Adolf Joffe had been sent to China but was encountering serious problems with, and doubts about, the military regime in Peking. Joffe was a brilliant psychiatrist and one of Trotsky's original intellectual mentors, who had been the Bolsheviks' first ambassador to Weimar Germany and this time was representing the Leninist Politburo in China. Now Joffe was stuck in Peking as Lenin's envoy to an inevitably temporary military regime, which acted as the official government of China. In December 1922, Lenin had apparently recovered from his stroke and was back and leading. He wanted Joffe ordered south to Shanghai to confer with Democratic leader Sun Yat-sen about a new treaty of alliance between his forces in China and the new Soviet government. The Politburo had concurred. After Joffe and Sun had, with difficulty, negotiated an agreement in January 1923, soon to be a formal treaty of alliance, Lenin ordered Stalin, who he had already placed in charge of the Russian Communist Party's international secret programs and those of the Third International, the Comintern, to take direct personal responsibility for implementing the China program. Specifically, the Russians had agreed to build a modern army for Sun, similar in structure to the Red Army that had just won the civil war in the Russian Empire. After all, the Red Army had defeated all of the capitalist countries simultaneously. Lenin, the boss, oversaw this entire negotiation and signed off on the final agreement. This agreement was conditional. First, Sun was to re-establish himself somewhere as a boss. Then the Soviets would begin their part, namely sending men and material to build Sun an army to conquer the nation. To run the project, Lenin had chosen Michael Borodin. Borodin had been a Bolshevik from the early days. In fact, he and Stalin had voted together in those early days during critical meetings of the Bolshevik leadership. Borodin had emigrated to Chicago after the 1905 revolution failed and returned to Russia, from the United States, after the success of the October 1917 revolution, to volunteer his services to the cause once again. Lenin had urged him to join the Communist Secret Service, and he had done so. Currently, he was incarcerated in Great Britain, where he had been given several missions and most recently had succeeded in welding some of the disparate British communist groups together into one unified Communist Party of Great Britain. Accordingly, Scotland Yard had rewarded him with a prison cot and board for an indefinite period. Stalin had just ordered Molotov to secure his release by extraordinary means. Inside Snapshot Wadsworth Prison. In the late spring of 1922, Wadsworth was newer then. The American visitor Michael Borodin was speaking to his cellmate. What a shithole. I thought US joints were bad. Cook County doesn't look so bad after this. Christ yank, this is the best prison in Britain. About this time the warder showed up with breakfast and an attorney visiting notice. Prisoner Borodin, your consul is here to see you. You can talk to him or have breakfast. Either or. Which is it to be? The consul, please, James. As you wish. James left the breakfast and pocketed the tip, palmed to him by the American, or Russian, or whatever he was, as if he had not even noticed it. Borodin, being an old Bolshevik with considerable experience with police and jails, had earlier, and quickly, placed his guards in his hip pocket. My friend, to me it's still fucking cold in this place, and it's nearly summer. Eat my breakfast while I'm gone. Breaking out. You're leaving tonight. Are you ready? Speaking was Soviet diplomat Christian Rakovsky, the magician of Rapallo, already Lenin's choice to be the eventual ambassador of the Soviet Republic to Great Britain, acting in the meantime as head of the Soviet trade delegation in London. Of course I'm ready. But I thought I was to wait here for now, Borodin responded interrogatorily. The boss wants you back now. I flew here direct from Genoa for this. Which boss? Comrade Stalin, acting on the personal orders of Lenin on behalf of the entire Politburo. They must have something new for me, something urgent. You go aboard the Karl Marx tonight, it's a freighter loading at the quay, really, just waiting for you. We pulled it over from Hamburg yesterday. Your friend the guard has been paid. The judge was paid for the order, it's real. At least until he denies it, which will be tomorrow, when it's discovered you're missing. 2 bobbies are coming with me to get you and take you to the ship, and I have paid them already, and will pay them much more the minute the Karl Marx is out of British waters. You're going home, my friend. Inside snapshot. Michael Borodin takes Tiger by the tail, May 16, 1922. The Staraya Street office complex housed Politburo member Joseph V. Stalin, the party's general secretary and one of the 3 triumvirs of the Red Army, as well as Commissar, Minister of Nationalities, and Commissar, Minister of the Workers and Peasants Inspectorate, a super-secret police operation. Not to mention his job as chief of the intelligence sections of the Russian Communist Party and Comintern. Stalin's main office was simple. Nothing on the walls but portraits of Karl Marx and Frederick Engels behind and above his chair. That chair placed at the center of a long executive table-like desk. Appended was an even longer desk for those in conference, intersecting at a right angle to form a T. On Stalin's right, another desk supported a bank of telephones. To his left, a door led to a small army of secretaries and librarians immediately outside and available at an instant's notice. Stalin's main Kremlin office was a ceremonial duplicate. Always in Red Army uniform, Stalin had a holstered BOLO .30 cal Mauser pistol, popular with Bolshevik officers and NCOs, thus the term BOLO, under his military jacket, and a Tommy gun under his desk just in case. Entering, the recent fugitive and secret agent Michael Borodin, accompanied by a Civil War hero, Red Army General Vasily K. Blyaker. Greeting them at the door was a pacing Joseph Stalin. It's good to be out of jail, walking around, is it not, Mikhail? Stalin bear-hugged his old friend, Michael Borodin. Thank you for getting me out so fast. I was expecting to spend another winter in that hellhole. Yes, Kobe, it is wonderful to taste life when you get out. Nothing like the first few days of freedom after you've been locked up. Don't I know it? 7 times for me. Anyway, you're back, and you can thank Lenin. He ordered your return, and he is waiting to see both of you next. You know Vasily Konstantinovich Blyaker, do you not, Mikhail? Inquired Stalin of his old friend and now Secret Service agent Michael Borodin. Of course, my friend. The 2 men gave big Russian bear hugs to each other. It's been many years, but I have been following your military career. What great services you have provided the international working class movement. As have you, Mikhail. We are all doing our parts. So, comrades, why did you bring me home so fast, and what am I to do now? China. Responded the boss, directly, simply, quietly. As if one word said it all. And in this case it did. Stalin walked to the map his colleague Vyacheslav Molotov had just had installed at the center of the room. Stain pointed at China and then at Canton, Guangzhou. It's an honor. But Koba, let me ask, why was I chosen? You're the man, because first of all, you are one of our very best agents, and secondly, you speak English. Dr. Sun speaks English. This is such a tricky cross-class alliance that absolute understanding between us is essential every step of the way, and speaking a common language we consider to be essential. And Blyaker here is going to run this new National Liberation Chinese Army for you. I want you two to work out your plan, show it to me, get everything you're going to need on your TON and give it to me. Comrade Frunze, as always, will be absolutely wonderful in providing the needed material. Ships will be made available when the time comes, and it will take a while to put all this equipment together. In the meantime, you have many books and documents to study, and I have assigned a team of Chinese language experts to school both of you in that language. You Mikhail will circumvent Hong Kong. The Limeys are looking for you after that de facto escape from Wadsworth. Pointing at the respectively relevant points of his discourse on the map, he continued. You will go by train to Vladivostok and then Harbin, where one of our freighters with Japanese registration will take you to Shanghai. Then we will have a tramp steamer take you straight up the Pearl River. Just to be sure that the Brits don't get the idea of forcing the steamer into Hong Kong harbor for some reason, I will see to it that this steamer is carrying a lot of suspect sheep. Believe me, they won't want those possibly diseased animals anywhere near their harbor. Vasily will be going in with the first ships flying the hammer and sickle. They will be carrying all the weaponry. We think this will present the best face to the Chinese, the general showing up with his men and machines in force. These are your next briefing papers. Of course, there will be many more, but I have tried to see that you read them in a logically sequential way. Tactically, when the time comes, to begin with, operationally, upon arrival, I want you to go in quietly and directly to Dr. Sunday. Then even more quietly meet with Qingtusu, our party leader in China, and his men, who will be in Canton, Guangzhou, to greet you and, of course, to take their proper places. You will have about 2 weeks before our naval expeditionary force arrives. In short, you are to go directly to Sun Yat-sen and take things in hand. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Where is all of this headed, Koba? Obviously, we are not just securing a province for a revolutionary government. Is it to be a military conquest of the rest of China out of Canton? Yes, more or less. You too have read the briefing from the Politburo, and you tell me. Remember that our Politburo is united on this question as they have been on no other since Rapallo. Lenin himself is the architect. My point is that if I were in your position, I would not try to change the policy in any fundamental way, just implement it. That is what I am doing, and that's what I expect you two to do. No, sir, replied Borodin, and quickly the thought was echoed by the deed of salute, and clicked heels as General Bleicher concurred with his political colleague. The boss in his prime, May 16, 1922. Unlike Stalin, whose desk was always in perfect order, Lenin alternated his habits. One day everything in perfect order and more often leaving his papers and books every which way while he was working. This day it was the former. Lenin was a genius who understood the importance of the image he presented to his most important captains. He stood up, walking around his workplace as Stalin entered with Borodin and Bleicher. Only 2 men were allowed immediate, unannounced, access to Lenin on their own initiative, Stalin and Trotsky. These 2 being the other highest military chiefs, triumvirs, since November of 1918. Comrades, Lenin, visibly pleased to see his old friends, shook hands with each and gestured for them to sit. He in turn regained his chair behind the now famous desk in his Kremlin office. Have a seat, Lenin continued. We just concluded the 11th Congress, and thankfully it went much better than last year's Congress. I think we finally have restored discipline in our own ranks, and it wasn't easy. Therefore, I know what it must have been like in London. The important thing, comrades, is we are on the march again. Mikhail, you have heard about Rapallo days ago. Now we want you to do the same thing in China, only a few months from now. Anyway, thank you so much, Mikhail, for your work in England. I think the British situation is finally under control, thanks to you, and we can hope to have a powerful force at the disposal of our cause as a result. I want to talk to you about the British councils. What I am reading is confusing. But first, now, I have to talk to you about China, and I must impose upon you once again. Comrade Stalin has briefed both of you, I take it. Yes, he has, replied Borodin for both of them. Stalin nodded in acknowledgement, and excused himself. I want you to listen to what I have to say and then ask whatever questions you may have. As I see it, and the Politburo concurs, the Chinese situation has suddenly become more than a question of organizing proletarian revolution as soon as possible. To begin with, proletarian revolution in China is not possible now, nor in the immediately foreseeable future. China is at best 10% as industrialized today in 1922 as we were in Russia in 1914. And we were by far the weakest link in the capitalist chain of countries then. There is no useful purpose to be served by trying to artificially impose a proletarian government on a nation barely into the capitalist stage, and overwhelmingly composed of peasants in one or another kind of servitude, completely uneducated. Furthermore, as you know, our first task is to preserve ourselves, the Soviet Republic, as the first international working-class national base in the history of the world. And we are surrounded by enemies, all of whom would like to see us 6 feet underground. We have broken the imperialist encirclement in the West, at least for the moment. I think we have a good chance of breaking it up in the East. There are bourgeois forces of a progressive nature in China. They are best represented by Dr. Sun Yat-sen, who had the guts to seize the moment in 1911 and declare a revolutionary democratic republic. It was bourgeois, to be sure, nevertheless sufficiently progressive to stand against the imperialist rapists of that sorry country. Mikhail, in your long sojourn in the United States, did you have the opportunity to study its history? Yes, sir. Yes, Comrade Lenin, I did. I did also when I was in London. I tried to perfect my English by reading American history books. It is a very impressive history. It has important lessons for us. And now especially for you. The similarities between emerging capitalism today in China in 1922 and emerging capitalism then in the USA, especially after their Revolutionary War victory in 1781, are striking and instructive. Remember, in 1781, the American revolutionaries were our equivalent, that is, the most progressive force in the world of their time. What the Chinese bourgeoisie must do now is very similar to what the Americans did at that time. And you should note the fact China is at least a century and one half, technologically, behind the Americans. This limits what they can do. What we absolutely must have is a secure Far Eastern frontier in every sense if we are to have any hope of defeating the capitalist cabal in the West on a permanent basis. Our 1920 failure to liberate Europe is coming back to haunt us. The capitalist oligarchies of Europe impose outright police state rule of the rich over the poor and brag about it, in country after country in East Europe. Now this crackpot Mussolini in Italy. We cannot expect Rapallo to last forever. I do believe we can survive and expand the scope of the revolution if we can secure our eastern frontiers against the Chinese, Japanese, Korean or American attack, so we can focus all our efforts on the one, Western front. Again, directly to the point, is that we must have security in the Far East. If we can achieve security via a bourgeois democratic regime in China which will have to depend on us because all of the capitalist countries have evolved into their imperialist phase, then that is what we must build. You can see, now that the Americans are imperialists too, even they are not at all likely to share the democratic impulses of George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Thomas Paine, or Sun Yat-sen. Not any longer. I think this Chinese force with Sun Yat-sen at the helm is by far good enough for now. As capitalist industry is given a chance to develop outside the control of imperialism in China, then Chinese workers will find their opportunity soon enough. Anyway, that's the best we can do for China now. It is absolutely the thing we must do to preserve the Soviet Republic, by presenting the imperialist encirclement with a buffer, through which they must first break, to get to us. That is the program we are implementing in a nutshell. Comrade Lenin, interjected Bleicher. Am I to understand that we are to put proletarian revolution on the back burner for now, and if so, how will that be received by the Chinese Party? I met with the Chinese Party founder and now leader, Qin, and his associates at the first and second Comintern Congresses here in Moscow, Vasily. I believe they are committed to international application of the principles of democratic centralism within the Comintern and its constituent parties. I want you, Mikhail, to explain all of this to them again. Go over their history with us when you confer with Dr. Sun and our party leaders in Canton, Guangzhou. Convince them, as no one can better than you, of the importance of accepting our logic and the resulting program upon which we have already agreed. Not an easy task, perhaps. However, these are not easy times. Naturally, they are eager to do what we have done here. But the backwardness of China technologically makes it far more likely that they can be successful about proletarian revolution if they first have a decent-sized industrial working class in China, one educated and responsible. Do you think you can do that, Comrade Borodin? Yes, Comrade Lenin, I can do that. That's your answer, Vasily. Now you two must work together, like a hand in a glove. We have built the Chinese Party. We must now build a Chinese army to do the job, and put it at the head of a united front of progressive bourgeois forces and our own communist-inclining Chinese workers. Do you think you can do that, Vasily? Yes, sir, I can. I will carry out your policy and your orders to the letter. Comrade Stalin is in charge of the secret departments of both our party and the Comintern, as you know, and he will provide you with everything you need. I have given him a veritable blank check to see that whatever you need is provided. You can rely on Koba. He has never failed me yet, Vasily. Yes, sir. I know that. We see eye to eye on everything, and we always have. Yes, even on Lvov and Warsaw. I remember that very well. In the end, Koba was right and we wrong. But that is in the past. Neither Borodin nor Bleicher wanted to venture into that minefield, and they sat dumb, waiting for their chief to continue. No comment? I do not blame you. It is a serious sore spot still. No need to tear the scab off that wound. Do either of you have any more questions for me? No? Then good luck, and as we say goodbye until we meet again, in victory. What neither the chief nor these lieutenants knew was that in only a few days Lenin would have the first of a series of disabling strokes. In reality, he had less than 2 years to live. Walking along the Moscow River. It's inspirational to serve a leader like Lenin. Every time I see him I am so impressed. He is both a professorial genius and a man of action, spoke Vasily Bleicher. And he does carry himself impeccably, chimed in Borodin. By the way, what is all this about you and Trotsky? I was on a mission in Mexico when the Warsaw battle took place and I have only heard rumors. They don't make much sense. It's simple, really. Trotsky didn't pay attention to his job. Do you know he didn't even know how many men he was sending under that aristocratic bastard Tukhachevsky? Then that fool guy Gaya who they put in charge of the 2nd Red Cavalry Army. Trotsky and Tukhachevsky, they're both bourgeoisified aristocrats and like 2 peas in a pod. Anyway, Gaya was to turn south just as he was due north of Warsaw and support the main infantry and artillery attack of Tukhachevsky against Warsaw in the east. Gaya missed his left turn and the moron ended up in Germany. He had to surrender to internment because his rear was by then completely occupied by Polish and German troops. Then Tukhachevsky left his left flank completely unprotected, Well, you don't have to be a military genius to see the opportunity there, and Pilsudski's generals grasped the moment and drove a stunning attack into Tukhachevsky's left flank. Well, then Trotsky is crying for help, in Moscow the whole time, and that bastard Tukhachevsky wasn't there either. Anyway, Trotsky tells Koba, who has been doing his job running the southern pincer against Lvov with Voroshilov and Budny just fine, to transfer the Konarmia to Tukhachevsky, and Koba told him to go fuck himself. You know how Koba can swear when he wants to. Koba says he was not going to throw good after bad and suggested that Trotsky do his job, go to Warsaw and put order into that fucking mess he had made. Well, the mouth goes to Lenin and bitches and moans and cries, and Lenin, not knowing the details like Koba knows them, orders him to obey Trotsky, and Stalin told him, politely, no. He told Lenin no? Yeah. It shocked me too. However, Koba was right. Anyway, those two are friends going back to the beginning, and they talked it out. Eventually Koba acquiesced and sent Budny to help Tukhachevsky, but Koba was right as usual, and Budny found the situation hopeless and was barely able to extricate the Konarmia. You know the rest. That was the end of our hope to link up with West European workers. All thanks to that big-mouth cocksucker Trotsky. Anyway, I hate talking about it. My blood pressure goes up 20 points every time I think about that motherfucker. I'm sorry, Vasily, I didn't realize. You know, when I came back in late 1917, Lenin told me, when I asked him why he had brought Trotsky into our ranks after all the years of nothing but trouble with this guy. Lenin told me that Trotsky got back just a few months before our seizure, and he was confronted with either Trotsky as an inevitable spoiler in the Petrograd City Council, Soviet, or the possibility Leon would see it to his advantage to buckle under on a few points, emphasize the key point upon which we agreed, namely turning this thing into a proletarian revolution at the earliest possible moment. Trotsky did see it to his advantage in the end to come into a ready-built, powerful, well-funded operation such as Lenin could offer him, and with a position in the leadership. It worked out, the boss said, and afterwards Trotsky had shown tremendous ability. And Illich said the world had rather accidentally gotten the impression that Leon was one of our supreme leaders. Trotsky was getting a lot of attention. His verbal ability and energy was turning that attention to our advantage. At that time we had no idea, Illich said, that Trotsky would turn his attention to military affairs, and even less so that he would be brilliant at it. Anyway, changing the topic to here and now, I'm confident I can handle the political strategy. How do you feel about creating a new army? Blyakar responded to his old friend optimistically. Of course, we can do it. But we have to do it the way we did it here. Our way. Fuck anything else. Thank God Koba is running this operation and not that asshole Trotsky. Whatever you may think about Trotsky's brilliance, most of us old Bolsheviks that won the war think he was nothing but trouble. Constantly making the wrong decisions, and always in our way with his goddamn czarist officers, 75,000 of the motherfuckers before it was all over, and a pain in the ass all the way along. Anyway, we know what to do, and the Chinese have to watch and listen and learn. Did you know they still play staged battles? No. What's a staged battle? You won't fucking believe this. Both sides get all dressed up and assume their battle stations, then they select a few fighters to march out and fight a few selected by the other side. A kind of David and Goliath setting, eh? Yes, except that they never really accomplish anything. This can go on indefinitely. So, the first time they get going on us that way, or on Dr. Sun, we put our shock troops together and kick the shit out of them. All this is fine with me. But frankly, by now I was hoping we would be in Germany, Italy, France, England, just about anywhere with some industry and workers, not this Chinese shithole at Canton. So remarked the Red Army General and Chinese National Revolutionary Army, to be, new boss Vasily Konstantinovich Blyakar. Vasily, you know as well as I do that we have to secure our frontiers against the imperialist encirclement. They are all around us. Now we have fractured that encirclement, run it through if you will, with the sword of our Rapallo Treaty. I think we can do as much with Dr. Sun in China. As you heard, so does Lenin. He knows we can't socialize China immediately. According to him, China is only 10% as industrialized as our homeland before the World War. We barely had enough workers and industry to win in Russia. Success for us in China, as Lenin points out, is much simpler in one sense because all we are trying to do is to help the indigenous bourgeois forces establish a half-assed kind of democracy amongst themselves, with a little more participation than they are currently willing to accept on the part of common people. I can make them accept that by argument and logic. Eventually their common sense will show them we know the best way to proceed. Anyway, we better get to work, Vasily. There's still a mountain of things to do. I know. By the way, Mikhail, I was told to pick a name the Chinese can say easily enough. A contraction of the first syllable of each of my two children's names gives me Ga and Len for Galen. So that's my new name, General Galen. I heard Trotsky said your name was General something or other. Changing his mind about what he had been about to laughingly say, General asshole. That cocksucker should have been shot after Warsaw. You heard the boss. No point in tearing that scab off now. I'm sorry, I should keep my mouth shut. In this way, Soviet Red Army General Blyker became the first foreign, Soviet, military advisor posted to serve Sun Yat-sen in the liberation of the largest nation on earth. And the first real commander of the Chinese NRA, National Revolutionary Army, was, accordingly, General Galen. Jumping off. I've approved your plans without change. I did add some available munitions I think will be useful to you. So spoke the other boss. That's a lot of weaponry, a lot of money, remarked Blyker, reviewing the top-secret accordion file and its index. Initially, 217 light and medium tanks, 54 heavy tanks, are manufactured all, 75 planes of various types, are manufactured also thanks to our friend Comrade Trotsky. 10,000 artillery pieces, everything from mortars to howitzers and heavy field pieces. 500,000 rifles and 700 million rounds to go with them. And several ships full of a variety of small arms of all types. In addition, I have allocated 10,000 mines of various types and about 10,000 tons of dynamite. We have acquired from the Germans some new anti-tank weaponry, rocket weapons. No one knows how well this stuff works, so you will be the first to experiment with all that shit. Being loaded as we speak are 24 freighters, countless to follow. Many of these freighters are also of our own recent construction, added Stalin. That's even more money, commented Borodin. 100 million US dollars from our foreign reserves for now, and more as needed. Again, Stalin finishes the topic. You're lucky, we had it available the weapons anyway. Building the Red Army down and building up our pitiful industry with that manpower has left us with some pretty big Army-Navy surplus depots. You might as well use it. The tanks and the planes will impress the shit out of the Chinese, boss. Blyker, coolly expounding his thoughts on the matter, unresponsive to the comment about our friend. It will take days to offload and deploy all that stuff. Yes, I think all this modern armament being offloaded from Soviet ships will win over many persons for you sincere and opportunist comrades. Just the very long time it takes to offload from our most modern ships and deploy will impress all observers, I can assure you. Sincere or not, boss, we need a lot of cannon fodder for the serious kind of war we're going to be fighting. None of this staged battle bullshit. Comrades, I have another meeting. Have you any questions? No, sir. Then get to it and good luck. Borodin was a very intelligent man and knew his friend Koba had purposely provoked General Blyker with his comment. Our friend Trotsky. Borodin noted how sophisticated Koba had become in the intervening years since they had last worked together. Which was after all before 1905. He thought to himself. A man can change and learn a lot in 18 years. Instead of making slanderous or snide comments about Trotsky, whom everyone knew Koba hated too, Stalin had given him the backhand compliment about aviation, in which Trotsky had indeed been the Soviet pioneer. At least in the Politburo, in such a way as to do exactly what Lenin said they were not to do, i.e., open that wound again, with one of the generals most likely to be provoked. Blyker, like most of the Red Army old Bolshevik officers, had a hard-on for Trotsky, whom he, and they, had always despised. But it had all come to a head after Trotsky fucked up, as the other boss, Stalin, said, the entire European campaign upon which we had depended so much. Meaning, the Polish-German campaign of 1920, where Trotsky's hand-picked generals Tukhachevsky and Gaya had performed like amateurs. Borodin makes Sun Yat-sen China's president. As I have said, when Sun succeeded in satisfying Moscow's first condition, by regaining his base in Canton, Guangzhou, the Bolsheviks decided to begin satisfying his first condition. Namely, that they establish an army for him that could conquer the north. Lenin sent Mikhail Borodin as the top Bolshevik boss to carry out the policy. Borodin had only recently returned from carrying out a successful and difficult mission in Great Britain, where he had been incarcerated for several months. Borodin circumvented the British colony of Hong Kong and arrived in Canton on October 6, 1923, aboard a steamer carrying 200 sheep killed in a storm. He went directly to Sun, and we have both Borodin's record of this meeting and that of Sunday, and, to make this long story short, we know that Borodin went about stiffening the defenses of Canton. The city of Canton was only nominally Sun's. Actually, it was in the hands of occupying thug troops of the surrounding warlords. Borodin, using Chinese communist cadre, only 540 strong, but street-smart, established the first loyal palace guard for Sun's revolutionary government. 5 weeks later, November 15, 1923, Sun fled Canton when confronted with the oncoming troops of the two warlords who had helped him take tentative control of the city not much earlier. Borodin stayed and defended the city on his own. However, by this time Borodin had some of the toughest Bolshevik military men with him, including General Galen, whose real name was Vasily Konstantinovich Bleicher. Galen or Bleicher was a hero Red general of the Russian Civil War. The Russian Bolsheviks under Galen, and their Chinese cadre, attacked the oncoming warlord troops and wiped them out. A few miles downstream from Canton's main docks is Whampoa Island. Here Borodin proceeded to establish the military academy that would provide the officers for the Soviet-style army the Russians promised to create for Sunday. Here, $100 million, 1920s, worth of Soviet arms would be funneled to Sun in 1924 and 1925. The KMT, Sun's party was known by these initials, would have an army built along Red Army lines with political officers and indoctrination at its core. Borodin had a great deal of difficulty getting Sun to agree to the minimal preparatory measures the Russians considered necessary to build the objective conditions for a successful campaign to the north. Sun and his capitalist advisors resisted almost every idea that the Bolshevik advisors presented as essential. These conditions included everything from an 8th-hour day for workers to land reform for peasants. Yet somehow Borodin managed to get enough concessions along these lines that mass recruitment became possible, which is to say recruitment from the masses of workers and poor peasants for the cannon fodder that would be necessary for the coming civil war the KMT and its advisors were planning, and along the way they had to suppress uprisings of the local bourgeoisie, who were extraordinarily reactionary to begin with, and frightened to death of the emerging Bolshevik-controlled army Sun was creating. As successful as Borodin was in this regard, he failed to notice that Whampoa was being taken over by the sons of the bourgeoisie from many parts of the country. No less a bourgeois agent than Chiang Kai-shek was made commandant of Whampoa Military Academy. Since they did not see that, they certainly could not see that not only were these boys bourgeois to the core, but they were handpicked by Brigadier Du and his closest confidants in Shanghai. In the end, this error on Borodin's part would seal the defeat of the Northern Expedition, Sun's and Lenin's hopes for a national democratic bourgeois government. Although by the time that came about both of these men would be dead. Lenin dying in January 1924 and Sun began dying in December 1924, only a little over a year after Borodin's October 1923 arrival. However, having said this, I should also say it is unlikely that anyone could have done a better job than Borodin. As long as these fatal gaps in knowledge existed among every Politburo member in Moscow, what else could have happened? Brigadier Du Yuxing was born in reign of the Gao Qiao Guangxu Emperor. Shanghai. Gao Qiao, a small town east of in the late Shanghai during the Qing Dynasty. His family moved to Shanghai in 1889, a year after his birth. By the time he reached 9 years old, Du's mother died in childbirth, his sister was sold into slavery. His father died, and his stepmother vanished. So he went back to Gao Qiao and lived with his grandmother. He returned to Shanghai in 1902 and worked at a fruit stall in the French Concession until fired for theft. He was petty criminal until becoming a bodyguard in a Green Gang brothel. He joined that gang at the age of 16. Du was soon introduced by a friend to Huang Jinrong. Jinrong, the highest-ranked Chinese detective in the French Concession Police, FCP. Also, one of Shanghai's most notorious gangsters. Huang's wife was a notable criminal in her own right, and she favored the young Du. Du became Huang's gambling and opium enforcer. A stickler for fine clothing and women, Du was now on top, wearing Chinese silks, surrounded with white Russian bodyguards. He frequented the city's best nightclubs, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, and sing-song houses. Du had 3 small monkey heads, imported from Hong Kong, sewn to his clothes at the small of his back. Du's great and growing wealth led him to purchase a 4-story, Western-style mansion in the French Concession. Here he kept dozens of concubines, for legal wives and 6 sons. Soon he was Shanghai's best-known mobster. The Shanghai Garrison Police arrested Huang Jinrong in 1924 for publicly beating the son of the warlord ruling Shanghai. Coming to his rescue was Du with the cash to get him released. Huang stood down immediately after his release, turning his criminal empire over to Du. Du became known as the underworld Zongshi, or Grand Master, Godfather. Du now controlled gambling dens, prostitution and protection rackets, as well as setting up a number of legitimate companies, including Shanghai's largest shipping corporation and 2 banks. With the support of the police and colonial government, he also now ran the French concessions, opium trade, and became heavily addicted to his own drug. Du professed to be a staunch Confucian, conservative. He had close ties with Chiang Kai-shek. Chiang forged an alliance with the Green Gang, joining it in the 1920s. With their thugs, he conducted the 1927 Shanghai Massacre, ending the First United Front. As a reward for Du's service, Chiang appointed him as the president of the National Board of Opium Suppression Bureau. The result was that Du came to officially control the entirety of the opium trade of China. The Green Gang's support for the so-called nationalist government included funding and equipment, even going as far as to purchase a German Junkers 87 emblazoned with the Board of Opium Suppression Bureau logo. In return, Du was given leeway to run labor unions and keep business flowing freely. In 1931, Du had the financial and political clout to open his own temple, one dedicated to his ancestors and family members, and hold a 3-day-long party to honor its grand opening. It was one of Shanghai's largest celebrations, with hundreds of celebrities and political figures attending. Within months of its opening, however, the temple's private wings had been turned over to the manufacture of heroin, making it Shanghai's largest drug factory. Green Gang. As we have seen, there was a rather secretive side to Chinese capitalism, much as there was in the United States. In the US, it was Meyer Lansky who emerged in the 1920s as the de facto chief of so-called organized crime. In China, it was Brigadier Du Yuxing. Of course, both countries had their flamboyant gangsters, persons to whom the press referred constantly. But these men would always serve simply to distract attention from the real bosses. Brigadier Du was one of the richest men of China by the time Borodin arrived in Canton. He shook down everyone with money in Shanghai and elsewhere. Du controlled most of the labor unions, and was involved in every racket that men can imagine. And some women too. For example, 2 of the 3 Sung sisters were his close collaborators. Prostitution and opium were his monopolies in South China. Of these various rackets, drugs were the biggest. Brigadier Du and his Green Gang cartel controlled every bit of opium in Shanghai and every shipment of opium, heroin, and other opiate derivatives that left Shanghai. One of Brigadier Du's protégés was a young gangster with a long rap sheet himself, named Chiang Kai-shek. Chiang was an early member of Du's Green Gang, and as such he was part of the most powerful secret criminal society in China. Du was not a light person, but the type of vicious sadist that rises to the top in societies of the servitude epoch. The sort of person the USA rulers liked to put in charge everywhere they could after 1945. Yet, for a light view perhaps of the Green Gang at play, I might recommend the opening scenes from Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, where a relatively sophisticated archaeologist almost succumbs to a dinner joke, where Lao is the name for Du. Du got Chiang out of the street action that had given him his rap sheet in extortion, contract murder, and bank robbing. Du covered up much of Chiang's police record with the usual handouts of money. He had decided to use Chiang for greater things. Namely, to be a general, somewhere, and as it turned out, a general for Sun Yat-sen, in the new army being created by Du's most deadly enemies, the Russian Bolsheviks, and their Chinese agents. First, Chiang was taken from the street and given a high-paying, cover job as a broker-dealer on the Shanghai Stock Exchange. There he made himself useful handling the money of the Green Gang and its clients, swindling others, and was able to earn sufficient rewards to live the way he wished. Then Du dispatched Chiang to Japan, where he was indoctrinated in the philosophy and methodology of Japan's fascist military elite and ruling cliques, and most importantly facilitated the movement of heroin from China to the USA via Hawaii. Chiang was well prepared by the time Du dispatched him to serve Sunday. In Sun's service, Chiang quickly managed some dramatic deeds on his new chief's behalf. These activities fooled Sun and set Chiang up to be Sun's delegate to Soviet Russia. Chiang left Canton for Moscow in August 1923. Ostensibly, Chiang was to hurry the Russians into sending the promised assistance. In reality, the decision had already been made in the Politburo to send Borodin, so Chiang's visit would be irrelevant in that regard. However, it was Chiang who had wanted to go to Moscow, and he had talked Sun into sending him. Chiang was operating under Brigadier Du's orders to find out as much as possible, straight from the horse's mouth, so to speak, about what the Russians intended to do in China, and to make an assessment as to whether they could do much at all. If they could, how much and how soon. Chiang was only in Moscow for 3 months. But he carried out his mission admirably and fooled the Bolshevik leaders too, including Trotsky, Kamenev, Radek, Shishirin and Zinoviev. Lenin was too ill to meet or speak with him. Stalin too busy. Chiang returned to Shanghai and gave a full report to Brigadier Du, then made his most important move in the chess for keeps game he was playing. He arranged for Chiang to be made commandant of the Whampoa Military Academy. Du also arranged to supply most of the cadets that his Bolshevik enemies were going to train for him. Boys whose families had been lifelong members of the Green Gang, and who also had sworn a secret loyalty to that master criminal society. The die was cast. 1923. China, at last. The night of October 23, 1923, history recalls as having one of the worst storms on record immediately adjacent to Pearl River, China. Michael Borodin was sick as a dog, as were some 200-odd sheep. Borodin survived his nightmare at sea, the sheep did not. At the Canton docks, the dead sheep were taken off first to be rapidly prepared as food. As instructed, Borodin quietly found his way to the headquarters of Chinese KMT party leader Sun Yat-sen. Sun was awakened when Borodin arrived and immediately descended to the waiting room where the Russo-American waited sipping tea. Uniformed, Borodin stood and saluted. Dr. Sun then extended his right hand in friendship, taking Borodin's hand in the most Western way, and by address indicated the two should relax and speak in English. "Comrade Borodin, it is indeed an honor. I hope your trip was not too uncomfortable. We all feared for your life when we heard you were coming in the middle of the typhoon." "Mr. President, it was a terrifying experience, and several times I was rather sure that my promise to Comrade Lenin would end up at the bottom of the sea along with me. But history has seen me through it, and now it is up to us to serve her as well as we can." "May I ask, how is Vladimir Lenin? We hear he is very ill and may not recover." "He is very ill, and I don't know what the recovery looks like. But the Soviet Republic, now the Union of Socialist Republics, is more appropriate, although the exact form has not yet been worked out, is very strong and getting stronger by the day, month and year. You have no need to fear on that ground. The government, and most importantly the party and its leadership, are unified as never before. Each man and woman within it committed to making our agreement work. I personally watched the loading of over a dozen ships with war material before leaving Vladivostok. Over 100 ships will be employed initially. Not only are we in the process of delivering everything we agreed upon, but much more besides. You will have the most advanced armaments in the world delivered at the Canton docks beginning within a matter of days, Dr. Sun." "Airplanes and tanks?" The Chinese leader was specific. "Absolutely. 75 airplanes of our own manufacture. These are the most advanced warplanes in the world, and about 275 light, medium, and heavy tanks of our own manufacture. All we shall need is aviation gasoline and regular gasoline and diesel fuel for the tanks and the trucks accompanying them, and this army can march. If we can get that fuel here, fine. If not, we will buy it abroad and import it. First, however, we need to discuss this army and its training, for everything shall depend in the end on the quality and dedication of your individual fighting man. Just as it did in Russia during the Civil War. This is going to be our biggest challenge. Yours and mine." "Yes, of course. And the most difficult. You know, nothing like what we propose has been expected of individual fighters in this country for a long time. However, let me suggest that first we take you to your quarters so you can get some rest. There will be plenty of time for all of this once you have begun to recover from your very arduous journey." This time Borodin did not argue. Michael Borodin was truly exhausted. 15,000 miles by rail and ship, and not 1 mile of it without its own peculiar discomforts. And the typhoon has just about finished him off. It had taken close to his last reserves of physical, not to mention emotional strength. His sleep, while traversing the Pearl River, had been fitful at best. Sun indicated that he should follow a small army of apparently female servants who led the way, rising, shaking hands and noting that they could begin again the next day once Borodin had recovered sufficiently. The first audience was completed. The greatest mission of a lifetime, not to mention of history, had begun. Building Sun Yat-sen's government. The first Chinese city Europeans entered upon discovery of the sea route around Cape Good Hope of South Africa was Canton, and they didn't get this far until 1518. In other words, at the same time Spanish Ronin were embarking upon their conquest of Mexico, these Portuguese freebooters had finally arrived at the great Asian capital of Canton, from which they had been de facto excluded for well over 1,000 years. Excluded by distance and ignorance, e.g., how far away is it and how do we get there? Both factors being essential allies in the permanent wall built against Europe by the Islamic regimes of the Near East and South Asia. However, as the Europeans were soon to find out, the Asians had no interest in them and their shoddy goods. At least other than the few things on which they did have a tight hold, such as white slaves and English wool, not to mention a few serviceable firearms of the sidearm magnitude. Consequently, Portuguese sailors had nearly been hanged en masse in Calicut, Bombay, when they arrived there with glass trading beads. The Chinese learned that the Europeans had access to cash. More all the time, as they had acquired the New World almost by default, and were busy stealing the gold and silver from Mexico and soon Peru. So, despite their insulting trade goods, as cargo the Spanish, Portuguese, and within a century the British, would learn that gold and silver would pay their way into China's imperial markets any time. With time, the Brit Caps created a cartel they called the British East India Company, originally chartered by Elizabeth I. It would find a way to acquire silver by opium trafficking. From China, the East India Company cartel bought tea, silk and porcelain on credit at Canton. The Chinese wanted silver to pay this current credit account, and the company got that silver by growing opium on its slave labor plantations in India. Then it smuggled that opium into China, where it was far more valuable than silver once the numbers of addicts rose to unheard of levels. Millions of Chinese would die from opium addiction, and the very fabric of Chinese society was threatened. Even after the company's trade monopoly was abolished in 1834, the smuggling of opium into China by European privateers intensified. The Chinese imperial regime was in great danger as Britain prepared to defend free trade. In 1840, the Opium Wars began between UK imperialism and Imperial China. These opium wars led to a humiliating defeat of the Chinese and a trade treaty that ceded Hong Kong to the British. Opium trade. In strictly economic terms, the opium triangular trade had meant that the UK did not having to run a balance of payments silver deficit. English cartels of the East India Company variety, or private merchantmen, bought goods in Canton on credit. Simultaneously, they sold opium to Chinese traffickers from their slave labor-paid plantations in India, for silver. The traffickers got their silver from smuggling opium into Canton, where middlemen cut and easily sold it as dime bags for silver snapped it up. For the East India Company or whatever privateer, the silver indirectly acquired from their opium sales, they used to settle their earlier credit accounts in Canton. In perspective, in December AD 1600, Europe was still in the feudal stage at the time that mercantile caps entered Canton. The Europeans were still 1.5 centuries from official industrial machinery-centered manufacture. In other words, machinofacture, in private hands as the main form of capitalist commodity production, would not begin until about AD 1765. 1923 witnessed another beachhead being made in Canton. This time by the Communists, with Michael Borodin being the first to arrive. Within days, General Galen and his staff joined him, when the Soviet freighters began showing up at Canton's docks. Tanks and planes rolled off these ships. Quite possibly the first time that Cantonese had ever seen such weapons. As we have seen, Borodin had gone directly to Sun. Back at the ranch lay of the land. Borodin awoke rather late. Exhaustion had literally knocked him out for nearly 9 hours. As he swung his legs to the side of the luxurious double king-sized bed, he saw the servants were awaiting him with warm water, towels, food, drink, and he reacted accordingly, letting them lead the way. Actually, he had never seen anything like this. No one spoke. Not them, not he, and as the curtains were slowly drawn to allow his eyes to adjust to the daytime of Canton, Borodin was compelled by curiosity to stand and walk to them. A set of doors opened by still more silent, obsequious servants. This man of the world realized that this was the Chinese way. His own silent line of thought. To himself he remarked, "What a beautiful day, and what a way to welcome it. I see what the Chinese bourgeoisie likes and what they fear to lose." Always the Marxist. And it was a beautiful, if extraordinarily bright, day. Nothing like this since Mexico. Borodin continued to remark to himself. For North American, Russian, English cultural prejudices were deeply ingrained and always featured sunlight subdued, as it was north of the New England and Old England, St. Petersburg and Moscow latitudinal parallel, separating them from everything to the brighter south. The terrace unfolding for him featured several chairs around the table, and the servants were already placing foods on the plates in front of him. One plate at a time. He sat and hungrily took in what must have seemed a mountain of food to the slight men women eagerly serving him. One girl giggled as he swallowed an egg, a pork chop, and a bowl of Chinese spiced rice, then turned for something more, as if that had been an appetizer. That was more food than she would have consumed in a week. About this time, as he would later recall in 1927 when briefing his new supreme boss, Joseph Stalin, Lenin having died in January of 1924, a military officer appeared in full Western garb. He saluted, saying, "Comrade Borodin, Dr. Sun invites you to meet with him as soon as it is convenient." "Please tell Dr. Sun, I will be with him in just a few minutes." The officer departed and Borodin continued his feast. Always one step ahead of the situation, Borodin had adopted Joseph Stalin's habit of wearing a military uniform. Accordingly, after a much-needed bath and toilet, he allowed his body servants to dress him with the clothes he had instructed them to prepare. In this tunic with matching overalls and highly polished Prussian-style military boots, he proceeded to meet Dr. Sun, as what he was, political officer of general rank in the Red Army of the Soviet Republic. It was a uniform Borodin would assume for the rest of his career in China. In appearance, he fit right in. Would reality come to reflect appearance? Borodin wondered. Sun spoke as Borodin entered and seemed more agitated than the previous evening. "Your leader, Comrade Lenin, has asked me to speak to you as I would to him." "Yes, sir, that is correct. Not that I could in any way speak as well as he on anything, but he has asked me to speak frankly to you, in his name, and to see that we implement immediately the agreement. I am prepared to do so, and of course to listen and follow you in this matter. You are, after all, the president of China. Not yet. Not really. In fact, I am here, as I am sure your agents have told you, due to fortuitous historical circumstance. I was able to convince these two low-life thugs who call themselves generals to give me Canton only because they believe, because I have told them so, that you Russians are going to give us the weapons they want. That is the naked and sad fact. They have no commitment to the Three People's Principles, or anything else except their own personal enrichment. Nevertheless, this deal has gotten us this far. This is the stark and unadorned truth. You do understand me? Yes, sir. I do understand. And we can begin today to make a new reality the situation in Canton. Believe me when I tell you I know exactly what to do and how to do it. Everything we shall need is now on the way, it is on the water, and I know you will be impressed. In the meantime, I have asked our party to provide me with a battalion of troops to replace the guards you have now. It is what we might call a real palace guard because it will have only one task: securing you, your family and advisors, and your government. Thank God! You do understand the situation. And you are already taking the essential steps. Thank God. Perhaps the Three People's Principles can now begin their historic task at taking command of a new Chinese nation. You can count on it. As the Americans say, you can take it to the bank. You are an American of sorts as well, are you not? Yes, sir. I guess you could say that. I spent 12 years in the United States. Mostly as a schoolteacher in Chicago. I considered myself an American then, and if it had not been for Lenin I would still be there teaching. And organizing unions. You were a Leninist before emigrating to Chicago? Yes, sir. I joined the Bolshevik Party in 1903. I participated in the 1905 revolution in Russia. Mostly in St. Petersburg, now Petrograd. The Tsarist regime crushed our revolution and I ran for my life. I met my wife also running and we decided to go to the United States and try to build a new life. We did, and as I said, we taught school and tried to make a contribution helping poor working people organize unions in their own self-defense. Then Lenin brought the revolution to Russia. As soon as we saw what was happening, she understood I had to go back. She stayed there. She works for us now, but she made it possible, by working and sending me money, to get me home to Petrograd. You know the rest. They told me Lenin had sent you on other missions, Italy, Mexico, Great Britain, and now sent you to me. Yes, sir. That is all true. But let me ask you about what you have done. Lenin told me that you had the guts to seize the moment and declare an independent republic when the opportunity arose. He admires that tremendously. He does? Yes, sir. He does. He told me that exactly when we first spoke about that is the Soviet Union's new China policy. When can you establish this new palace guard? Perhaps tomorrow. I have to meet with our party leaders next. Chindushio, to be specific. However, I have already ordered over 500 fighters from our base in Shanghai to Canton. They might be here already because the order was issued from Harbin only days ago as I boarded the freighter that took me to Shanghai, and there I met with some of them. I am not sure, they were not sure, just how many days it will take by train from Shanghai, but the moment they arrive we will put them into place, quietly at first. I don't want these warlord allies of yours to become alarmed before Galen arrives. By the way, Galen is the name of our best hero Civil War general whose real name is Vasily Konstantinovich Blyker. So, it is to be Blyker. I am glad to hear that. He was never defeated in your Civil War as I understand it. That's right. Never defeated in the Civil War. Instrumental in the revolution in his home province. Dedicated in his very soul to the success of our historic world cause. I can't tell you how happy I am to hear all of this. It is what I had hoped for, dreamed of, actually. But really, until now I was afraid all would prove to be an illusion. It's been a very long and very difficult struggle. Yes, sir, I know it has. I want you to know that you have my word that we will perform everything we have promised. Sir, I want you to trust me to the end. Chindushio. Chin was born in the city of Anqing in Anqing, Anhui province in a wealthy family of imperial bureaucrats. He was the youngest of 4 children. His father died when Chin was 2 years old, and primarily his grandfather and his older brother raised him. Chen had a traditional Confucian education with several private tutors. A thorough knowledge of Confucian literary and philosophical works was the prerequisites for civil service in imperial China to which he was destined. In 1896, Chen took and passed the county level imperial examination and succeeded in the provincial level examination the following year. He later wrote a sardonic memoir in which he reminisced about the filthy conditions, the dishonesty, and the incompetence that he observed when taking the official examinations. In 1898, he passed the entrance exam and became a student of Academy, currently Zhejiang University, in Zhejiang University. Chiosher. Hangzhou, where he studied Hangzhou, French, English, and naval architecture. In 1902, he moved to Nanjing. Nanjing, after he was reported to have given speeches attacking the Qing government. The Qing dynasty had suffered a series of military defeats against the colonial foreign powers, most recently in the First Sino-Japanese War, 1894 to 1895, and the war against the Alliance of Eight Nations, Boxer Rebellion. Nations that invaded China in reaction to the 1901 rebellion. At the same time, widespread corruption within the Qing bureaucracy had left the empire in a state of total economic paralysis. Against this background, Qin Duxiu became an increasingly influential activist in the revolutionary movement against both foreign imperialism and the Qing government itself. Japan under a scholarship from the government too. In 1902, he moved to study at the Tokyo Shimbugakko. Gakko, a military preparatory academy. In Japan, Chen became aware of socialism and the growing Chinese dissident movement. While studying in Japan, Chen helped to found two radical political parties, but refused to join Sun Yat-sen, Anhui Patriotic Association, Yuanhui, Tongmenghui, Yat-sen's Revolutionary Alliance. In 1903, Chen founded the In 1905, he founded the Association Hui Hangzhou. In 1908, he accepted a teaching position at the Army Elementary School in Hangzhou. Wuchang Uprising. In 1911, Chen was an outspoken writer and political leader by the time of the in 1912, the Xinhai Revolution, and led to the collapse of the Qing dynasty. Chen became Secretary General to the new military governor of Anhui, while working as the principal of a local high school. In 1913, Chen fled to Japan again following the short-lived Second Revolution against Yuan Shikai, but returned to China soon afterwards. In 1915, Chen founded the journal Youth in Shanghai. In 1916, the name was changed to New Youth. It quickly became the most popular and widely distributed journal in China. This journal published articles attacking conservative Chinese morality and promoting individualism. The journal was highly critical of Confucianism and carried articles promoting the adoption of a Western moral system valuing human rights, democracy, and science. Chen used the journal to promote vernacular writing at the expense of traditional Confucian writing conventions. In 1917, Chen joined the faculty of Dean at the invitation of Peking University as the university's Kai Yuanpei, who also paid for moving Chen's journal to Beijing. In 1919, a Marxist study group at the university, led by Li Dazhao, attracted his attention. At the time, New Youth was highly popular, and Chen decided to run a special edition on Marxism with Li Dazhao as the general editor of the edition. The edition of this magazine was the most detailed analysis of Marxism then published in China, and achieved wide readership due to the journal's popularity. Chen's decision to run this edition, and his activities in the May 4th movement that same year, motivated conservative opponents within the university to force his resignation in the fall of 1919. In 1919, after being forced out of Peking University, he was jailed for 3 months for distributing literature that Peking authorities considered inflammatory. He demanded that all pro-Japanese ministers resign, and that the government guarantee freedom of speech and assembly. After his release, Chen moved to Shanghai, French concession, and became more interested in Marxism and the promotion of rapid social change. His settlement in the allowed him to pursue his intellectual and scholarly interests free from official persecution. In 1921, Qin Duxiu, Li Dazhao, and other prominent revolutionary leaders founded the Communist Party of China, CPC. Qin, Li, and Mao Zedong, Zedong Ns, and the other Chinese radicals of the time formed the CPC out of diligent study of Marxist theories, inspired by the Russian Revolution of 1917. The revolutionaries attracted to the Chinese Communist Party adopted the Leninist interpretation of communism. The Comintern sent advisors including Gregory Voidinsky, to the founding First Congress of the CPC in Shanghai, where Chen was elected as the party's first general secretary. With the assistance of Li Dazhao, he developed the CPC as a branch of the International Communist Movement, or Comintern. By 1922, the size of the entire Communist Party in China was only about 200 members, not counting those overseas. Chen remained as the undisputed leader of the Chinese Communist Party until 1927, often referred to as China's Lenin. During this period, Chen Tusu. Comrade Borodin, it is an honor. Where to begin? Your trip? Your meeting with Dr. Sun? You tell us? Comrade Chen, I bring you salutations from Vladimir Ilyich Lenin and the entire leadership of the Communist International of Working People. However, I suspect you already know all of this. What we must do is get down to business. Let me ask you, have our troops arrived from Shanghai? Yes, comrade, they have. And we have supplemented their number as only about 300 are here now, more coming as I understand it, as per your order. So we have about 540 men at your disposal? No women? No, sir. This is China and our first volunteers turned out to be men. I want you to see that from this moment on that our women comrades are as important to our military success as are our men. This is critically important. Women were as important to the success of our Red Army in Russia as were the male recruits. It is important that we establish and practice our principles. You understand, I am sure. Now that you say it so clearly, I do. Frankly, until now that had escaped me. Next, how secure are we going to be from the warlord bastards that Sun used to get into power in Canton in the first place? That is the next most important thing. This is the most important problem you have to face? No, that we have to face. I am just an advisor. This is your revolution. You have to come to believe this and put it into practice, otherwise, we are just pissing into the wind. Excuse me? An American expression I poorly translated. However, the point is that you are the ones in charge. I am here to help you win. We in the Soviet Union are not here to impose anything. You must lead. If you do not lead, then how would we be any different from the imperialists imposing foreign rule? Comrade Lenin was quite explicit about this. I want to call this meeting to a halt until you and your comrades in the leadership of our fraternal party here in China have had time to discuss what I have said. I will assume that once you do, we can proceed to the next phase. That is how I can help you recruit, train, and lead your own workers and poor farmers, women as well as men, in the coming struggle to liberate China. And frankly, I am still quite tired from my rather exhausting trip. Come to me when you are ready, and we will proceed. Borodin rose, bowed as he had been taught, and excused himself. The first meeting between the new foreign representative of international communism and the leader of the Communist Party of China was over. Chintusu too paying the piper. Borodin had been tired, and perhaps that was the reason he concluded the initial meeting, retreating to his quarters in Dr. Sun's temporary mansion in Canton for much-needed toilet and sleep. Yet he knew from the beginning that he must establish the politically correct relationship with China's party, even if it were only to last for a short period of time in real-world practice. Communists of China had to take their place at the helm, even if only in training. About this, I have spent many hours contemplating. After 1991, I had the opportunity to gain limited access to the archives of Joseph Stalin, the Comintern, and indeed, before that, 1965, to those of the Chinese party. I knew exactly what information I was looking for, and of course, this made the matter relatively simple. Once the information began to become available, the things I discovered made me see something at which I could not help but marvel, as the years passed and I became further acquainted with the supportive documents. This man Borodin was a real genius, the perfect foreign agent. In later years, it made me wonder how he had acted earlier in Italy, Mexico, and indeed in the United States. Was he that good then? Alternatively, were these learning experiences? I knew how he had performed in London when the splits between all the forces asking for accreditation to the Third International had been involved, so I had never doubted Lenin's wisdom in selecting Borodin for China. Nevertheless, it was not until I fully internalized all the documents that came to my attention in later years that I truly came to appreciate a genius at work. What Borodin did on this issue of feminism in China was a stroke of genius, as was his insistence that the Chinese take the leadership in the formation of policy, albeit a policy already determined for them, although about this determination they did not need to know. Quite the opposite. The true mark of a professional agent for our cause, for the Comintern. Making Michael Borodin, in my humble opinion, one of the first of the truly greats in our service. Now let us move on. This, Comrade Chen, is the initial order of battle, OB, planned for Canton. This is a military term we use to describe the arrangement of military units on one, our, side and those of the enemy on the other side. General Bleicher, whose name here will be Galen, developed this initial plan. A name he says will be easier for Chinese to say than Vasily Konstantinovich Bleicher. I see. Galen will be here soon, but the first phase of this OB is the next page, and is simply establishing a palace guard as he has named it. The idea being that the president's physical security is our first task. The question to be asked simultaneously is, can we use President Sun's existing home as the headquarters for the revolution? Can it be secured for him as a home? We think both needs to be combined for the moment, especially now that the actual number of troops at our initial disposal is only about 540 Chinese. Yes, for now President Sun's home is quite adequate. He chose it, I suspect, precisely because it was defendable. Let me introduce you to Comrade Shi. Comrade. Esteemed comrade. Chen continued. Comrade Shi is a dock worker and the head of our party organization in Canton. He can answer your questions far better than I. Do you agree, Comrade Shi, that this home of Dr. Sun's can be defended and expanded simultaneously to serve as government headquarters? Yes, for now. But not for long. It is only a matter of time until Canton is attacked by superior forces to ours, and when will we be getting more forces from the rest of China and also from your country? Finally, we must quickly recruit several battalions of fighters here in Canton. I have been working on that. But even when we have them, which we will within a few days, Canton is by its very nature a difficult city to defend. My own thinking is that we should move the government and its headquarters, including Dr. Sun, to Whampoa Island, which you will have passed on your way to the Canton docks. It's a small island just a few kilometers from city center, but safely in the middle of the river. I see. All right. When General Galen arrives, you can work that out with him. For now we have to secure Sun where he is, and I want you to get your men into position as quickly as possible, even if they are without modern weapons. Weapons will be arriving with Galen on the first ships along with uniforms. Can you get this done today? Yes, sir. Excellent. Now when can we expect these gangsters to attack us, the ones who gave Canton to Sun, I mean? As soon as they find out that the guns are going to us, and not to them, they will attack. That's what I thought. Now what are we going to do? All of you and me, that is, are to prepare a battle strategy to attack them first. We will strike at the first opportunity, once Galen arrives. This means to get your military recruitment underway, explaining as you go to your men that they will have salaries, uniforms, guns and everything else they need as soon as the Soviet ships arrive in harbor. Can you recruit with these words and with promises? Yes, sir. I have already been doing that. What I need is money now. That will convince them we are serious. I brought money. In various currencies. Mostly US dollars, as we thought that would be a universal currency in Canton. How much do you need? We have 540 dedicated fighters who need money only for food and shelter and their families. For them that is very little, in total $10,000 for 2 weeks. Borodin reached into his briefcase and produced the cash. He noticed as he did so, and as he handed it to Shi, the man exhibited a noticeable facial expression of relief and gratitude. The Russian comrades were going to be as good as their word. Everything would be just fine. In fact, wonderful. And the fact that Borodin did not hesitate to treat him as the man in charge of the fighters and proved it with cash was the icing on that cake. Now you have things to do, and I have to speak at length about political matters with Comrade Chin. She gave his best salute, turned, and left with his hands shaking. He had never in his life had so much money in those hands at one time. This was very real. Galen arrives. What everyone would remember was not the huge ship that sailed into the harbor, because the Cantonese were relatively sophisticated in this regard, although the ship arriving was of original battleship Tsarist class, but the flag. The crimson-red flag with the gold hammer and sickle. And aboard Soviet Marines, in full dress uniform and heavily armed, at the side. Shore-side cannon were fired in salute, and the arriving ship was followed immediately by more, one after the other, apparently no end in sight. In fact, this was the first and most elaborate Russian naval presentation since before the World War. And indeed, as planned, it had the effect. The people of Canton continued to arrive until over 100,000 had gathered shore-side, backing up into the back alleys and streets leading to the docks. The Northern Expedition, June 1926 to April 1927. The death of Sun left the question of succession open for resolution. As is often the case in such matters, there was a lengthy struggle. Brigadier Du's candidate was, of course, the commandant of the Whampoa Military Academy, and Du would successfully eliminate Chang's rivals by bribery and assassination, as 1925 and 1926 unfolded. Which is to say, when bribery failed, Du specialized in the surgical removal of trouble-making obstacles at the right time and place, in a fashion similar to the way in which U.S. gangsters would serve their legal bourgeois allies in the US in years to come, as in JFK, RFK, MLK. A marriage was arranged for Chiang Kai-shek. The many times married, and always accompanied Chiang, married the sister of Sun's wife, Mei Ling-soon. She would become his accomplice in the theft of countless billions of dollars from the Chinese people and his US patrons. This marriage was facilitated by the third Sung sister, who had married extremely well and would be one of China's greatest financial wheeler-dealers. Sun's wife, the remaining Sung sister, would become one of Mao's closest allies. And while Chiang's accession to the top spot in the KMT, the NRA, National Revolutionary Army, and as anointed successor to Sun Yat-sen was occurring, the final touches were being put on the Du plot to trap and destroy the communists. That is, after they had trained and led the NRA to victory, putting all of South China, north to Shanghai and Wuhan, under Chiang's control. Reviewing the course of the Northern Expedition in detail is beyond the scope of this book. The Communists did their job, with Soviet pilots flying recon for the advancing Northwestern Front under the Bolshevik General Galen. Communist cadre roused the peasants and workers along the way so that they were always greeting this advancing front as liberators, carrying out their own reforms and revenge as Galen's army moved on. Eventually Galen's front reached and took the Tri-City industrial area of Wuhan, where Galen, Blyaker, established a left KMT government. Chiang took a slow, and never radical, route to the northeast. Before they ever left Canton, Chiang had arranged massacres of Bolshevik workers and cadre in that city. As usual, Chiang managed to patch things up with Borodin, blaming the actions on right-wingers in his coalition. Borodin did not believe him, but he went along with the patching up, because it was party policy, and Comintern policy, to make this cross-class alliance and military campaign work at virtually any cost. It had always been a toss-up as to who would betray whom the first. Borodin and Chiang knew they would eventually settle with each other, but both had reasons to wait until Wuhan and Shanghai were taken. They were each jockeying for the best position from which to betray the other. What Borodin did not know was the nature, extent and planning of the Green Gang and its cadre inside his army, nor the extent of the greed of many whom should have sided with the Bolsheviks in the cities. A form of the mental template of selfishness and sadism, which the Bolsheviks did not yet recognize, thus could not avoid. The struggle for Shanghai became a replay of the exact same types of ambushes, betrayals and massacres by the Green Gang against Bolshevized workers that had occurred earlier in Canton. Again and again, from February through April of 1927, Chinese Bolsheviks kept getting caught unawares, unprepared and consequently slaughtered. Repeatedly, Chiang managed to play the innocent. Repeatedly, the Russian Bolsheviks let him get away with it. All this time Chinese Party founder and chairman Qin had been against the alliance and against the Comintern policy. But Qin had buckled under, each and every time, to the imposition of international democratic centralist discipline. Qin had preferred a typical, Leninist policy of separation from other political tendencies from the beginning. A policy much similar, in other words, to the Bolshevik attitude toward everyone else in Russia, before October 1917. Nevertheless, the Moscow Politburo was unified in its alliance strategy for China, which after all had been initiated by Lenin himself. Crisis in China begins in 1927. Meanwhile, the final phase of the Northern Expedition in China was underway. Galen was near the Tri-City of Wuhan. Chiang Kai-shek was about to enter Shanghai. Michael Borodin, however, was very worried. For it was becoming increasingly clear that the right wing of the KMT forces wanted to get rid of their Communist Party allies. Victory was in sight and Borodin was unsure of the measures being taken to prevent that from happening. Indeed, to beat the KMT rightists to the punch with a coup of his own. The key to Borodin and Galen's strategy was the establishment of a left KMT government at Wuhan that was a classic working-class concentration of the Petrograd type. The idea being that this government could call on the mass of workers if necessary to protect it along with, of course, Galen's army. 1927's ideological lessons. Bolsheviks growing up in April 1927, Du and Chiang carried out their joint Green Gang NRA final attack and massacre of Shanghai workers and their communist leaders. Chiang finally came out into the open as China's fascist dictator, moving against communists nationwide in a bloodbath that featured many tens of thousands of men, women, and children, peasants and workers, murdered. Among the slaughtered were Mao's wife and her unborn child. A price was placed on Borodin's head and that of all the Bolshevik advisors. The Chinese Communist Party outlawed, and Chiang declared dictator. Galen's Chinese front men in Wuhan were suborned and the left KMT government collapsed. Bought by Du and his bags of money from Shanghai. In the event, the Chinese bourgeoisie, thanks to their gangster component, had done in the communists before the communists could do them in. A later replay would be Hitler's successful attack on the USSR, which beat Stalin to the punch with nearly disastrous consequences for world socialism. Brigadier Du was made a general in the new NRA, now, without communists as part of the gigantic reward to which he treated himself. Presumably, feeding 5,000 communists and their families into the boiler furnaces of Shanghai's weeks-long running locomotive engines was a bonus of intensely exciting sadistic sexual pleasure. The template of altruism of Shanghai workers was confronting the template of sadism of the Shanghai capitalists. Now, as the new head of the Opium Suppression Bureau, Du also gave himself a complete and legal monopoly on the drug business in all of China. And he took command of all of China's legal trade unions. As a key de facto minister, in the new regime, Du would continue making mountains of money until forced to flee the mainland for Taiwan in 1949. Harry Truman later estimated Chiang Kai-shek and his gang Du et al. To have stolen more in 4 years from 1945 to 1949 from the dumb gringos than they had made in all their previous years' work with the Japanese put together. The fact that Truman would admit to his own stupidity in this regard is a fascinating comment on U.S. imperialism of that moment, in and of itself. Think how powerful Wall Street must have been then to write off $22+ billion as if it was nothing. And this was when $1 billion was $1 billion, long before the 500% Nixon devaluation of 1971, accomplished by taking the U.S. off the gold standard internationally to finance the Vietnam War. The U.S. imperialists certainly are not in that position anymore. Now, all of the money the U.S. oligarchs need to finance their overseas aggression has to be borrowed. The debt piled onto the shoulders of generations of gringos not yet born. Welcome to the home of the stupid and land of the enslaved. More importantly, Du taught both the Russian Bolsheviks and their Chinese cadres something new about the nature of underlying human imprinting which Mao and Stalin at least eventually internalized and never forgot. Neither would be quite so naive in the future, especially now that they realized naivete was a relative thing and that they themselves had been played for naive fools by the biggest of the big boys. If you want to play with the big boys, you have to learn to play hard. Another reason I think Mao found his future wife Jiang Qing fascinating, for she had been inside the pleasure dens of the Green Gang and knew all their secrets. In the meantime, Borodin, Galen and the rest of the Russian Bolshevik cadre still alive and some Chinese too, including Sun's wife, fled China for the Soviet Union across China's northern frontiers. Elsewhere the other, surviving Chinese communists holed up in base areas, in different parts of China. The most important of these base areas would be the Hunan-Jiangxi mountainous region where Mao would create China's first Red Republic. Another story for another time. Mao's famous wife. With one final comment about Jiang Qing, Mao's eventual fourth, final and famous wife, who had been an AMW, actress, model, whatever, less generously the W, would stand for, whore for the Green Gang. She gave up her popular film career, acting under the name Lan Ping, to join the communists in Yan'an. She had secretly joined the CPC in Shanghai in 1933 at the age of 19, where she became the chairman's wife. She was able to provide Mao with much inside information about the sadistic pleasures of Du, Chang, and the Madame Sung and their hangers-on, once he was in Yan'an, and she joined him in 1939. These ladies, two of the Madame Sung, by the way, used toilet paper that cost $1,000 per square in the 1920s. Learning. Little by little. Little by little the Bolsheviks and their foreign allies were learning. They were learning the true nature of their enemies and, of course, that implied what had to be done. Done in general strategic terms and done specifically, in each of these cases. The Chinese experience, in short, taught the Bolshevik bosses, and all of us as well, that the underlying nature of human imprinting is the predominant mental template of the epoch in which we live. This in this case was more than just selfishness, and came in the form of a finely developed sense of sadistic social relations and personal indulgences. Something one should not forget in dealing with the bourgeoisie, or for that matter anyone else not thoroughly understood as to motivation. The best practical reason for relying on workers, especially when guns are involved, is precisely because they are the most predisposed to our cause, or, at least, should be. As the Workers' Party, we owe it to our class to establish internal security procedures to be sure that what could be is and what should be will be. Chapter 12 USSR NEP to the 5-year plans by 1926. Although things appeared to be going very well for the Bolshevik regime in the USSR in many ways, and in China for the communists too, the world's capitalist classes began to become very uneasy. That because of the apparent Bolshevik success in achieving social justice for the masses of previously downtrodden people. Those big ruling capitalist families in Europe saw Bolshevik success as being responsible for their increasing difficulties with their own working people. Now their own workers were demanding such things as national health care and unemployment insurance. If the Russians could do it, given all they had suffered in the World War and Revolution and Civil War, then the rulers of Britain, France, Italy and Germany certainly should be able to concede partial social welfare as well. We Bolsheviks got the credit from the masses and the blame from the capitalists. Of course, the bourgeoisie were right as far as us Reds went. But what they could not admit was that capitalism itself had brought them to this. The international big capitalist class, especially in Europe, concluded the USSR had to be destroyed. They renewed their aggression, which they had temporarily let slip into a condition of stasis. The prime example was our number one enemy in Europe, the United Kingdom. Britain would remain our primary problem in Europe even after Hitler took over in Germany, at least until he attacked the USSR on June 22, 1941. Our ambassador to England from September 1923 until June of 1926 was the magician of Rapallo, Christian Rakovsky. The Rapallo Pact of April 1922 we have already discussed extensively. Rakovsky published a telling theoretical paper about then, 1926, contemporary British capitalism entitled The Decline of the World Shop, in Communist International, on his way out the door of our London embassy. His main points were that 1, 2, 3, 4. The ongoing economic crises in Great Britain were structural and irreversible. He found this to be true across the board in British manufacturing industries and particularly acute in the mining and textile industries. The ruling Brit oligarchy and the class behind them could find no way out of the coming class struggles and were desperate to stop communist news and influence from reaching British workers. He predicted they would 5. Work in every conceivable way to subvert the communist government in Russia, including organizing subversion and war. In the event, we have 15 years until the capitalists attack us. Shortly after the publication of The Decline of the World Shop, the Brits did exactly these things. They began their determined campaign under Baldwin and Chamberlain to create a London-Berlin-Rome axis where Germany would take the lead in a holy war against Bolshevism. British banks pulled their loans to Russia, even though the Bolsheviks had the best credit rating in the world next to that of the USA. The Japanese capitalists made a secret deal with Chinese mobster Chiang Kai-shek, who was the nominal, and he hoped soon actual, commander of the KMT Party's National Revolutionary Army. What kind of deal? A continuation on a national scale of what the Green Gang had been doing for them in Shanghai, e.g., providing cheap labor for Japanese maquiladoras, and safe packaging of opium destined for Western Hemisphere ports on Japanese ships, with bright prospects for a prosperous tomorrow. This secret illegal trade relationship included a quid pro quo. In exchange, the Japanese promised secret military support in the upcoming ambush of the communists. One Chiang and Brigadier Du were planning for Shanghai for 1927. The Japanese capitalists were often craftier than their European counterparts, who were openly hostile to the Soviet government, although they viciously suppressed Japanese communism, playing down at this point state-to-state hostility. In China, the capitalist half of the alliance with the Reds, which was predominant in many ways inside the KMT, although the communists operated as full members, openly, began their planning for a post-massacre, scheduled for 1927, governmental structure, with a variety of warlords. The way in which Borodin operationalized Lenin's idea of a joint cross-class alliance to establish true bourgeois capitalism in China depended for its success on sincere bourgeois leadership, such as Sun Yat-sen had seemed to offer. Of course, Sun was now dying, December 1924, and his leadership mantle had been usurped by that group of bourgeoisie least likely to be amenable to Lenin's ideas for a bourgeois democracy for China. But Borodin didn't know that. Nor did the Russian Politburo. What Lenin wanted for China, in 1922, was a U.S. type of bourgeois democracy, at least as independent of foreign domination as the U.S. had been after military victory over British colonialism in 1781. This, in short, is what Lenin and the Bolsheviks had been shooting for China. When the Joff deal was made with Sun in January 1923, it seemed as if this was quite feasible. And to repeat what I have already reported, it was China's extreme backwardness which made all this logically necessary in the first place if one were to gain a safe and secure buffer for Soviet socialism in the Far East. In other words, in the Russian Bolshevik Politburo's view, from 1922 forward, China was in far too primitive a condition both technologically and socially to jump into socialism. It would be far more likely to succeed along a bourgeois democratic path, meaning the security of world socialism, i.e. the USSR, would be far better served with a stable, healthy, and friendly capitalist regime in Peking, rather than in any dice shoot for proletarian dictatorship which at best could end up as it had in Russia, with a tiny working class and its party sitting on a nation of illiterate ignorant peasants. In 1927, the Bolsheviks in Russia began to remember that war with the capitalist countries was inevitable, and that the way things were going they would be unprepared. NEP was doing well as far as relative prosperity was concerned, but the rate of industrialization was pitifully slow. Without capitalist bank credits for foreign entrepreneurs willing and able to build factories in Russia and the other republics, industrialization would be even slower. Furthermore, the necessary funding for the Red Army and its supporting military-industrial complex was woefully inadequate, and Soviet survival depended on fully modernizing both. Some new source of revenue would have to be found if industrialization of the type necessary was to occur. Also, the China's economic directorate had been so successful at lifting foreign technology that factories and machines were piling up everywhere, because the infrastructure into which they were to be inserted lagged far behind need. Finally, without a secure eastern frontier, given the failure of the China policy in April 1927, the military danger of encirclement by the advanced capitalist countries would be twice as great. General Secretary Stalin had a solution in mind. He began putting it into effect in the second half of 1927 and speeded it up in the early months of 1928, so that by August of that year he was ready to go for broke. Our own crisis was at hand if hidden. As far as the outside world was concerned, our Soviet success was a matter of fact. In these capitalist countries it was assumed that much the same reconstruction was happening in Russia as had happened in their own countries after the First World War. As far as the big capitalist families of Western Europe were concerned, the only difference was that the caps would have appropriated the surplus value as profit in a capitalist system. As far as they were concerned, Russian communists were buying the support of their workers and farmers by their injudicious use of government funds. As far as industrial progress was concerned, our enemies could not have been more wrong. We had serious problems at every level within the national economy. Fortunately for us, the capitalists had no idea of this. We had destroyed the intelligence networks the caps had originally put into place with the MOCR Roche Motel. You should take note that having a base area, in a backward country, e.g., Colombia, where we establish social justice, is not the same thing as building stages of socialism and the stage of communism in a country. Our tasks with state power in our hands in the Soviet Union were far more sophisticated. However, scarcity, not the plenty Marx and Engels had required, underlay everything. Economic crisis flows from the anti-socialist fact of inheriting an insufficient capitalist mode of production. 1928 Sorting things out, what must be done. All Bolsheviks were convinced by the end of the Civil War that the USSR's modernized industrialization had to be achieved if the party had any hope of staying in power and leading humanity into the world communist stage. It is elementary Marxist theory that one cannot build socialism, let alone communism, without the advanced industrial base of capitalism. Achieving fully mechanized agriculture and the concomitant necessary industrialization under capitalism is the rationale in our general theory of historical materialism for the entire socio-cultural evolutionary capitalist stage to begin with. It is precisely for this reason that Marxist historians have always pointed out that capitalism was progressive in its time. No longer is this true, as capitalism globally has entered its final phase of imperialism. That is the shipping of constant capital, machinery and factories, abroad to cheap labor centers. Capitalism controlled under the dictatorship of the proletariat was a different thing for the Soviet Union under NEP, as it is a totally different thing under the Chinese Communist Party. It is this capitalist stage preparation which makes the slogan, "From each according to her ability to each according to her needs," a practical political possibility, and thus for our existence, that is, for socialism. In other words, Marxists and Leninists knew that no amount of moral or ideological incentives could make up for the servitude epic reality of selfishness and sadism imposed on the masses. Masses with a primitive economy of scarcity such as we had in the middle 1920s. The question was never whether to build the necessary infrastructure. For us, from the beginning, and continuing to this very day, a question must be posed when we seize power in backward countries. That is, how do we build what we ideally should have inherited, and how long will it take? Applicability of this experience to the USA and Canada. The Soviets had no choice in 1928 but to follow the Stalinist total planning solution. On the other hand, the Chinese Communists did have a choice because of the radical shift in world balance of class forces and military power in 1975. They then opted for a mixed economy. The ultra-left program of Madame Mao had failed miserably in getting production moving, and they had given it the 10 years of the Cultural Revolution. This time, in the PRC, the capitalist second economy would be open. This time China would have a second capitalist economy under party control. One such as NEP might have become had the USSR not faced unremitting imperialist encirclement, strangulation, sabotage, and everything else it had confronted as the caps prepared for one more world war all-out assault against the USSR. This implacable belligerence necessitated Stalin's 5-year plan with its first economy emphasis. Now, in post-1975 China, the second economy would be open, that is legal and above ground, and most importantly and by far the most different factor, it would be legally regulated and policed. We shall see what happens when the second or capitalist economy is denied to exist and kept underground, as it was in the USSR under modern revisionism. Either way, this question had to be answered. The Chinese have answered it their way with the idea of socialism with Chinese characteristics, meaning 2 systems, 1 country. Alternatively, capitalism and socialism under party dictatorship. We have exactly that question today each time a backward country takes a socialist course. But a much more advantageous situation exists today for us, as neither the US nor Canada is backward. Backwardness is irrelevant here. We have had some 4 decades of nonsense from the US ultra-left. This because of their failure to understand that there is no mandatory formula for a purely coercive approach to the construction of the mode of production we should have inherited. Just because Stalin and later Mao had no choice but to do what they did. What the naive North American ultra-left should be doing is studying what has happened, as explained in this book, and then doing something concrete to seize power ASAP in the USA and Canada. At any rate, the choice must always be measured by how long will each road take, and what will be the cost to our own class support. In other words, what will it cost working people in the USA and Canada? Since almost everyone works in North America, we should say working people. Using the broadest definition for working, from trash collecting to subatomic physics and brain surgery. Plus the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard and National Guard can be included in whole or part as the main constituency of the class alliance undertaking the transition to communism. In the case of the military, we will get only part of it in the pre-coming Civil War period. The 3,000 or so billionaire and centimillionaire families in this country who currently own the government will be dispossessed of everything and probably shot. That will be the end of the national debt problem and provide, in public ownership, a permanent source of income for our new people's government. That is what the Occupy Wall Street movement should be aimed at achieving. We have a choice. In the cities, we can go immediately to full public ownership of the entire major infrastructure and all the major corporations, i.e., socialism, and still leave room for the individual entrepreneur. On our great far western, midwestern, and eastern farmlands as well, we can go immediately to socialism. With both publicly owned agribusiness farms we will have seized, existing side by side where convenient with individual capitalist farming families, co-ops and religious minorities, e.g., Mennonites, Hutterites, Amish, and Mormons. In other words, the socialist transition in the USA should be of the classical Marxist type, with a mass social movement by working people to directly establish real communism having become the most important part of the inherent nature of a clearly transitional socialist phase. According to a November 2011 US poll, what 11% of the US people want now is communism. A 2019 poll shows that number to have doubled. This is despite the many decades-long program of anti-communist lies perpetrated by the gringo cap media. In the USA and Canada, socialism will be a stage passed through so quickly that its real nature, function, is to be an introductory phase to the stage of communism. It will not be a distinct long-term socio-cultural stage, as it has had to be in backward countries. It should be short. Essentially, we will be building the communist stage once we seize state power. The first, given, we got from our sole possession of historical science. The capitalists' first fatal Achilles heel was their political class inability to grasp the science of history discovered by Karl Marx and his General, Frederick Engels. See former British Labour MP Tristram Hunt's new book Marx's General, The Revolutionary Life of Friedrich Engels, 2009. By analogy, think of modern medicine versus witch doctoring. Namely, that worldwide class war would continue as it had for 6,000 years. It was only a matter of time until the biggest capitalist families attacked us in a second world war. We had, as Lenin pointed out, a little time but not too much to get ready for this global assault against the USSR, which is to say against the world socialist stage in the process of birth. This was a necessary matter of fact and not a theoretical possibility. It was a theoretical certainty. The only hypotheticals were those surrounding this inevitable conflict, such as how many if not all of the major cap countries will attack simultaneously? Can we avoid a two-front war in Eurasia? How much time do we have? How can we get the minimum industrial mode of production we should have inherited on our own? And how long will this minimum industrial preparation take? Every time we turned around, we found ourselves stymied by lack of capital. This fact of needed constant and financial capital, machinery, factories, money, being in critically short supply resulted in a long series of production nightmares. The best recent summary and exposition of the consequences of this scarcity you can also read in Hammer and Rifle, by David R. Stone, 2000, University Press of Kansas, Lawrence, 287 pp. As the post-Civil War period began to unfold in 1923, the party began to create a series of government bureaus, e.g., Gosplan, the State Planning Commission, to undertake the planning a socialist economy should feature. In these years 1923 to 1928, the central antagonistic contradictions within the primitive inherited capitalist economy became acute and demanded resolution. One of the first of these government institutions was the State Planning Commission, Gosplan. Another, NEC, the Supreme National Economic Council, Vysenka, another, the Federal Council of Labor and Defense, STO, and its HQ executive body, RZ, and the Workers and Peasants Inspectorate, RABKRIN. Also the state, army, navy and police, had its institutions planning bodies, needed to ensure that military needs were adequately taken into planning consideration. Included were the War Planning and Mobilization Directorate, MPU, of the foregoing STO, and the Revoensavet, Revolutionary Supreme Command Council, 1918 to 1934, which was the military's main planning input authority. There were emerging central irreconcilable contradictions within the primitive socialist economy. Among the most important for you to understand are the following problems. These I will illustrate by taking just two examples from the hundreds of monumental undertakings envisioned in the first five-year plan. 1. The first at the automobile truck factory in the old city of Nizhny Novgorod, renamed Gorky, and 2. The second at the newly created city at Magnetic Mountain, Magnitogorsk. Scarcity and problem bourgeois specialists. A. Cheating. Scarcity underlay everything, making funding and supply of needed and essential machinery and parts an ongoing problematic matter. Managers often hid excess production capability, whether in the form of labor power or raw materials and machinery, as a buffer against failure due to lack of material and/or workers. B. Limited employment opportunities. There were only so many jobs to go around within the government, and for that matter in the party and the state. Bourgeois specialists were seen as essential to the construction of Soviet industry. The immediately resulting problem was that these bourgeois specialists took too many of the jobs that should have gone to party members. The very men and women who had fought and died for the present system were in their minds not being justly rewarded. This was a structural antagonism and could only be resolved by creating more jobs, and replacing the bourgeois specialists as time passed and as soon as possible. A struggle between old Bolshevik would-be managers and the bourgeois specialists unfolded. It had begun at the very beginning of government planning. In other words, exactly the same kind of split occurred in the new industrial managerial class that had occurred earlier in the officer class of the Red Army. Scarcity and wrecking. C. Wrecking. On the one hand, failure to meet quotas, make production deadlines, and the like was taken by upper management and the higher authorities very badly. In the atmosphere of personal dislike and hatred existing among old Bolsheviks and bourgeois specialists, it was a simple enough thing to jump to the problematic conclusion. That being that these failures was purposeful rather than what they mainly were. Inherent bureaucratic problems of such a primitive productive economy. Simultaneously, it was also true that the bourgeois specialists did not like the Soviet government or the Soviet system. The Chaiko was constantly informed that in their private lives these specialists were critical of the regime and often whispered hopes that it would be short-lived. D. Shock labor. Proletarian enthusiasm. On the other hand, throwing shock labor at problems could break production bottlenecks. This went a long way toward proving that the slackers in fulfilling quotas, making deadlines, and their innovation failures were wrecking socialist construction on purpose. Our concern and Stalin's and fellow theoreticians were not with those who actually were wrecking but with the broader overall social contradiction between these two essential classes. Bourgeois specialists versus old Bolsheviks in production. And the fact that the bourgeois specialists were an inherently endemic enemy in ideological predisposition. E. Our secret weapon. But because of this factor of morally spiritually decisive working class shock labor, a decisive breakthrough in production had been accomplished. Our party used the one thing we had which our enemies did not, and that was the spiritual superiority of a mass of producers working for the social good. At bottom, our success was due to this idea of workers engaging in self-sacrifice of material comforts today, for the achievement tomorrow, of a true proletarian society where each person lives in equality, justice, and material well-being of all. That is, in a world of plenty where all the necessities of life for everyone are easily produced, and which people receive according to their needs, and nothing more. Our international enemies recognized this and had embarked on a policy of genocidal war against the Soviet people. As they saw it, this was their last chance to reverse the course of history. It was the first of many such attempts to strangle socialism in the cradle that continues to the present day vis-a-vis Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, and Bolivia. Stalin versus Trotsky v. The struggle between Leon Trotsky and Joseph Stalin requires additional comment at this moment. Trotsky began losing the fight the minute Lenin died in January of 1924. Stalin had gathered the reins of state and governmental power in his hands, and he knew how to use them. Trotsky had alienated the Bolshevik old guard, and without Lenin's protection, well, it was only a matter of time. The man leading the old guard was Joseph Stalin. But if it hadn't been him, it would have been someone else of the old guard type who disliked and confronted Trotsky, and the result would probably have been the same. The truth is, Trotsky and his arguments had become a legend, mainly in his own mind, irrelevant compared to the great real-world crises the party confronted at home and abroad. His idea of whipping up international revolution was already party policy and conducted on a daily basis through the party's secret department. and through the Comintern in its open as well as secret departments. What could be done was being done, and that was that. Lenin had said in his last testament that the party would have to choose between Trotsky and Stalin, and it had chosen. And that was the end of the story. By way of background, we have seen that Trotsky and Stalin hated each other, and had for many years. Mainly, this was a personality clash that arose because of the polar opposite class backgrounds of these two men. Stalin came from a poor family headed by an abusive father. He had had to fight for an education, that meant the seminary. Trotsky came from a very wealthy family that would have been part of the major nobility if they had not been Jewish. Trotsky had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth and had had every advantage that money could buy. Stalin hated the bourgeoisie, especially those in his party, and Trotsky was the epitome of bourgeois privilege. Trotsky and Stalin had been the principals in the 1907 debate about bank robbing as the source of party funds. Stalin's hatred of Trotsky was more than political. He found himself up against the exact type of person he hated the most. That is, the kind of person who had had all the advantages that money could buy and was still claiming to be in the party of labor. A very obtuse person, Trotsky, who failed in Stalin's eyes to understand his, Stalin's, sacrifice and dedication. Trotsky's every public utterance on Stalin drips with contempt. The worst part is everyone can clearly see that Trotsky's contempt for Stalin is the contempt of the new rich bourgeois for the poor self-educated worker, or God forbid, the farming serf, that is getting a little too uppity. Everyone but Trotsky can see this master-class attitude on his part. Since most of the party members are self-educated workers, soldiers, sailors and farmers, Trotsky's public disdain for Stalin's mannerisms, singing funeral dirges at weddings and vice versa, and Stalin's hobbies of hunting, fishing and mountain climbing, were projections onto them of the same kind of disdain, and they resented it. It was bad enough for the bourgeois intellectuals to act that way without having to put up with it in their party and army. I think Stalin encouraged this mistake on the part of Trotsky and his allies. Why? A. B. Precisely because, he knew their childish and derogatory commentary were alienating men and women who they would have to have at every level within the party if they had any chance at all of outvoting the boss. Because he knew they were letting their class background prejudices mislead them as to his intellectual acumen. The childish commentary on Stalin's hobbies speaks for itself. As the years progressed, we have learned so much more about Stalin and the clear Marxist content of his written works than perhaps he had been willing to let the world know at the time. We have to revisit our entire socialist history. As for Stalin's Marxist acumen, I know the Trotskyists were unaware of Stalin's propensity to read one new book every day. Because none of us knew this until after the collapse of the Soviet Union and the limited availability of Stalin's records. We all did know, however, Stalin conducted studies of specialized topics on a regular basis. 1. His daily reading certainly made him the equivalent of any other Politburo leader past, present or future, in terms of PhD-level intellectual preparation. 2. He had the equivalent of multiple PhDs ranging from Krassen's lectures on petroleum geology and engineering, to nuclear physics under Beria's informed tutelage. 3. Along these lines we see Stalin intervening intelligently in many technical scientific disputes ranging from genetics to anthropological linguistics. For example, in genetics the Lysenko versus Vavilov debate, and in linguistics the N.Y.Mar debate was Stalin himself. Given all this complimentary talk about the boss, how about the case of genetics, where we know Stalin was wrong? As has been reported by the late Harvard historian of science Stephen Jay Gould, in Natural History magazine, Stalin was wrong for good reasons, or at least quite understandable, and legitimate at the time, scientific reasons. In the case of language, culture, and personality, anthropological linguistics in other words, Stalin was right and set things straight in rather short order, e.g., the debate between Stalin and N.Y.Mar. The point being, Stalin did not brag about intellectual accomplishments, or even refer to them often in his public discussions, although an intelligent perceptive observer would have noticed that when Stalin did speak on such matters he was completely informed. Stalin had lived and worked inside the empire of the Russias his entire life, except for a few trips abroad to see Lenin and participate in party meetings. He had gone to prison 7 times and survived, not to mention having escaped each time. If nothing else, it shows that Stalin knew the real world and was capable. He always did, excepting their autumn 1920 Polish campaign differences, what Lenin wanted him to do, until 1923, when the two men split over the way Stalin handled a bunch of assholes in Georgia. About this incident Stalin was exactly correct in my opinion, but it was this incident that decidedly marked the end of his long and special relationship with Lenin. Stalin was the man Lenin had initially termed that wonderful Georgian. The man Lenin had relied upon, perhaps more than any other, to do all those things that he knew had to be done, and for so many years. Stalin was emotionally attached to Lenin and never, even to himself apparently, allowed the thought that anything other than Lenin's ill health had been responsible for their untimely rupture. For my commentary on the matter, see Lenin and Georgia in Chapter 10. And Lenin was out of touch with reality by this time. He had had several strokes. It was just a matter of time until he died. And he had always been quite naive about the underlying template of human behavior. On January 21, 1924, Lenin did die. In January